Welcome to Novels KUMO Audiobook Dad's Comic Life. Chapter 251 to 300, The Announcement. 1088 words. At Ren's home, he and his wife, Jada, were happily watching online discussions unfold in forums and social media communities about the upcoming game. Their baby, seeing his parents laugh, giggled along even though he had no idea what was so funny, prompting Jada to gently pinch his little nose. "You're so sneaky." "You didn't share any actual screenshots of the game, just some concept art of the Pokemon and in-game skins," Jada said with a smile, giving Ren a playful glance. Ever since Ren posted a teaser on social media, he had followed up with a few more details but hadn't revealed anything substantial about the game itself. This had led many fans to band together and complain to Ren, demanding more information. With a mock helpless expression, Ren waved it off. "I'm not doing this to get back at everyone for all the flack I took over your lie in April. This is just to build up some hype." Of course, Ren wasn't entirely truthful, he did still hold a bit of a grudge. All he had done was make a tiny suggestion back then, yet somehow, he became the target of everyone's criticism. So Ren decided to have a little fun this time around. "But it's about time to give them something real," Ren said, pulling out his phone. Teasing the fans was fun, but you couldn't do it forever. There's a balance to be struck. With that, Ren posted the new update. Meanwhile, for fans of Picker Games, the company's social media accounts and forums had become hotspots for speculation and discussion. On Ren's account, countless fans bombarded him with questions, eager for any tidbit of information about the new game. "I'm dying without a new game. My wallet's getting too heavy, it needs to go on a diet. Give me a game, and I'll give you my money." Among the eager fans were also some hardcore gamers who tried to deduce what kind of game Picker Games was developing based on the current gaming landscape. Of course, all their guesses were way off the mark. Then, out of the blue, those refreshing their feed saw that Ren had just posted a new update. "The real Pokemon world is coming soon, where you can explore and live alongside Pokemon. Legend of Pokemon, Breath of the Wild, an open-world game. Stay tuned." There was no more teasing, Ren went straight to the point, even including a preview clip. Fans went wild as soon as they saw Ren's post. There was a video attached too, which made everything clear, the game was about to launch. Was the game really launching so soon, with no beta test? While many of Picker's games had skipped beta testing before, players still found it a bit unusual. But then again, it was finally happening. Fans were thrilled at the prospect of diving into the new game, just in time for their next paycheck. They could hardly wait to spend some money on it. With eager anticipation, players clicked on Ren's post. The first thing they saw was a vast wilderness. Familiar figures flashed across the screen, bathed in the soft light of dusk, giving the scene a slightly hazy feel. "I'm going to make a declaration to all the Pokemon in the world. The greatest Pokemon trainer, that person, is me." A boy wearing a red and white cap turned the brim to the back of his head. He was dressed in a blue jacket over a dark green t-shirt. Beside him, a yellow electric mouse scratched its head with its hind leg, casting a skeptical glance at the boy as he spoke. As the boy finished speaking, he threw a pokeball at a Spearow. With a squawk, the Spearow took flight, joined by a whole flock that darkened the screen as they swooped toward the camera, plunging the scene into darkness. Then, the Picker Games logo appeared, and as the screen faded back in, the boy's voice could be heard again, and the visuals slowly returned. The boy was now surrounded by the Spearow. His Pikachu lay injured on the ground, but the boy stood in front of it, his eyes resolute. "I'm going to be the world's greatest Pokemon master. I won't let you keep attacking my friend. If you want to get to Pikachu, you'll have to go through me first." Upon hearing this, the Spearow grew even more furious. Pikachu, who had been lying on the ground, slowly sat up as it watched the boy's determined back. Just as the Spearow dove to attack, sparks of electricity began to flicker on Pikachu's cheeks, resonating with the lightning crackling in the stormy sky above. With a flash of gold, the scene shifted from the cinematic to actual gameplay footage. When the gameplay sequence ended, the sunset revealed a lone figure riding a Rapidash, fading into the distance across the wilderness. Pokémon, creatures you can't help but love. Trust your Pokémon in times of danger, and who knows? Something good might happen. Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild, coming soon. The trailer ended with a line of text, followed by a countdown and a link to Pick a Game's official website. Soon, the trailer sparked intense discussion among the player community. Holy crap! This looks amazing! The graphics are mind-blowing. Yeah, but what if it's all just in the CGI? Lots of games look good in trailers but disappoint in gameplay. Did you miss the actual gameplay footage? It was incredible. An open-world game. To be honest, as soon as I learned about the Pokémon universe, I thought it would be perfect for an open-world game. I love this style, it's so much fun. But I wonder, will it be fully open-world or semi-open? Same here. I love open-world games. I just enjoy running around, exploring, and doing whatever I feel like. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild pre-orders opened, it shot to the top of the trending lists on various gaming platforms. Not just in their home country, internationally, the Pokémon IP was just as hot, just like it had been in the previous world. Whether they were players or people in the gaming industry, everyone could see Pick a Game's grand ambitions for Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild. There was a massive offline and online promotional campaign, with ads even appearing in major cities like Shanghai, Beijing, and internationally. Some of these were official promotions, while others were player-led initiatives. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 252, The Launch. 1001 words. Days passed, and finally, the official launch day of Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild arrived. As soon as the game servers went live, countless players who had pre-downloaded the game eagerly logged in, ready to dive into Pick a Game's new open-world experience. In Texas, despite the recent spike in electricity costs due to a snowstorm, Joseph decided to splurge a little just to play this latest Pokémon game. "But, it's still so cold," Joseph muttered as he wrapped himself in a blanket. He glanced at the fireplace, saw that there was still some wood burning, and decided to leave it be. Instead, he excitedly registered his account and launched the game. In the mountains, beyond the seas, there's a world of Pokémon. They're lively and smart, mischievous and quick. They live freely in a beautiful world. And as Pokémon thrive, humans in that world gradually developed a profession, Pokémon trainers. When they reach a certain age, they set out on a journey to find their partners. Against a backdrop of a starry night sky, this narration played out, accompanied by soothing background music and subtitles. Then, the familiar pink mascot of Pick a Games flashed on the screen. Taking advantage of this moment, Joseph pulled out his phone and snapped a picture to share in his chat group. Not that anyone responded. The usually active group chat was eerily quiet, almost as if it were dead. But Joseph wasn't surprised. He knew that everyone else was probably doing the same thing as him, sitting in front of their computers, eagerly waiting to enter the Pokémon world of Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild. Of course, some might have opted out because they didn't want to rack up high electricity bills. After a few seconds, the screen gradually brightened, signaling the start of the game's tutorial. After a brief introduction, Joseph learned that the player character, who he controlled, was a young boy about to embark on his Pokémon journey. However, he had overslept and missed the chance to pick up his starter Pokémon, and the professor had already left for fieldwork. Following directions from various NPCs, Joseph guided his character into the wild. Soon enough, he found the professor cornered by a group of Caterpie. Hearing the professor's cries for help, Joseph dug through the professor's bag and found a Pokeball. Inside was none other than the iconic Pikachu. With a "Go, Pikachu," the Pokeball was thrown, and Joseph's perspective switched from controlling the boy to controlling Pikachu. This was one of the many differences between this game and the original Pokémon games. In this world, Ren had changed the traditional turn-based combat into a more dynamic system, similar to games like Genshin Impact or Honkai Impact. On the left was a joystick to control movement. On the right was the main attack button, surrounded by smaller buttons for dodging, jumping, and the familiar 4-move system. As in the original games, you could replace one of your 4 moves with a new one upon leveling up. In the top right corner was a button to switch Pokémon. It showed your other 5 Pokémon, and you could switch them in by tapping their portraits. In the top left was the bag button. If you wanted to use an item, you could access your bag from there. It didn't take long for Joseph to get the hang of controlling Pikachu. I don't know about the rest of the game, but the graphics and combat are amazing. Joseph had played many open-world games before, but few had truly captivated him. He wasn't sure if Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild would be one of those rare few, but the opening scene certainly had his attention. The top-notch visuals, the footprints left in the grass as the character walked, and the sound effects of Pokémon attacks and their impacts made for a fantastic experience. The story continued, and after rescuing the professor, he gifted the player character the Pikachu they had just used. The journey began, and soon enough, Joseph encountered a wild Spearow. At this point, 3 options appeared on the screen: battle, feed, and throw. For now, Joseph couldn't choose anything but throw, as indicated by a glowing hand icon. Following the tutorial, he selected a Pokeball from his bag and tossed it, only to be attacked by the Spearow. This is still part of the tutorial, huh? Not weakening the wild Pokémon before throwing a Pokeball will likely lead to failure or, in this case, provoke them. After being chased by a flock of Spearow, the character managed to escape to the edge of a forest, where he encountered a Caterpie. The same 3 options appeared: battle, feed, and throw. This time, the tutorial had Joseph choose feed before using a Pokeball, allowing him to successfully catch the Caterpie. After completing the series of tutorial tasks, Joseph found himself back in the starting town, Pallet Town. Seeing the familiar avatars of other players with their silly usernames floating above their heads, Joseph finally felt the sense of freedom he had been craving. No restrictions, just wandering around a vast map, doing whatever he wanted. It was perfect. Joseph still wasn't sure what Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild would fully entail. He hadn't even ventured into the true wilderness yet, having just completed the tutorial. But he didn't care. All he wanted was to find a big, strong Pokémon to ride, just like in the promotional videos, and maybe catch some rare wild Pokémon along the way. After exploring Pallet Town and not finding anything of note, Joseph headed out into the wild. After all, that's the main draw of Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild, venturing into the open world, capturing Pokémon. I wonder what Pokémon I'll run into first. Hopefully, I find a shiny one right off the bat. Joseph muttered to himself as he ventured into the wild. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 253, Red Names. 1025 words. It wasn't just Joseph who was immersed in the game. Fans from all over the world were diving into Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild. The content that Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild had shown so far had surprised many game reviewers and veteran players. The production quality was incredibly high, with character models that rivaled those from companies with years of experience, perhaps even surpassing them by a bit. It was clear that Pika Comics, known for anime, had put its expertise to good use here. While some players were deeply engrossed in advancing the game's main storyline, others had unlocked the open world and were already wandering off aimlessly. What? You say I need to challenge gyms and become the champion? What's that? For players who love open-world games, the main quest is just a side activity. The real fun lies in exploring the vast world, only occasionally tackling gyms when the mood strikes. They're more interested in roaming around on their Pokémon, messing with other players, and seeing what secrets the wilds hold. One favorite pastime was fishing. After all, a game without a fishing minigame isn't complete. Even some mobile games had fishing, so a big game featuring water-type Pokémon wouldn't skip out on it. In addition to this, certain cities had game arcades where players could play minigames. Collect enough game coins, and you could exchange them for Pokemon, items, or skills. Popular games included poker, blackjack, old maid, mahjong, and even a mini version of Pokemon Go within the arcade. Yes, you heard that right, Pokemon Go was included within the game itself. It was a clever way to drive traffic to the main game. Of course, there were two types of prize pools in these game arcades, one for non-paying players who could earn coins just by playing, and another for those willing to spend real money to hit certain prize thresholds, similar to the exchange system in mobile games like Honor of Kings. In the live streaming world, many streamers on Shinu TV were racing through the main storyline of Legend of Pokemon, Breath of the Wild, hoping to attract more viewers by being among the first to showcase new content. But in Daniel's stream, things were different. He was casually wandering through the western wilds of the game, with no intention of advancing the main story. After all, Daniel was a manga reviewer by trade. He played games for fun, and Pokemon was a franchise he particularly enjoyed, which was why he was streaming it. Come on, why rush through the gyms? The essence of open-world games is exploring at your own pace, enjoying the scenery. You know, I haven't encountered any clipping issues so far. It's much better than some other games out there, Daniel commented to his viewers as he roamed through the game. Look at this. Just by wandering around, I found a shiny Oddish. Sure, Oddish isn't rare, but anything with shiny in its name is a big deal. Go, Pikachu! After a thunder shock, Daniel engaged the shiny Oddish in battle. Just as he was about to weaken it enough to catch it, he noticed Pikachu's health dropping rapidly. A message popped up on his screen: "You are being attacked by player 10086 customer service." Your Pikachu was hit critically by player 10086 customer service's Geodude. Your Pikachu fainted. Without any Pokemon left, you are now being attacked by the enraged Oddish. Daniel stared at the screen in disbelief as his character died. He was silent for a moment before shouting, "What the heck just happened?" The chat exploded with laughter. Haha, even the streamer got killed. There's a group of players doing this on purpose. They can't catch the Pokemon you're battling, but if they kill you, they don't have to worry about it. No way. Should I start doing this too? Don't. Doing that will make you a red name, and everyone will hunt you down. That's right. Legend of Pokemon, Breath of the Wild offered various ways to play. You could choose to be a villain, or you could choose to be a good person. But being a villain came with consequences. In the game, you could attack other players' Pokemon, but only if they agreed to a duel. Attacking without permission would turn you into a red name player. Red name players found that entering cities or public areas would cause NPCs to flee, and Officer Jennies would start hunting them down. Additionally, the game had a red name leaderboard. The more malicious acts a player committed, the higher their red name value, and the better the rewards for players who took them down. If a red name player was killed, they would be sent to a jail in the game, receive a debuff, and their Pokemon would lose levels. These penalties were meant to discourage players from exploiting the system. While it couldn't completely eliminate trolls, it significantly reduced their numbers. On the other hand, doing good deeds could result in positive interactions with NPCs, leading to helpful rewards or even unlocking rare secondary professions. In the game, every player started as a trainer. But beyond that, they could unlock other professions. For instance, after competing in the Pokemon contest, a player could become a coordinator. By defeating a certain number of red name players and accumulating enough good karma, a player could become a Pokemon Ranger or even an official Pokemon officer in the game. Gaining the favor of a Pokeball maker could unlock the profession of Pokeball artisan. Players could even join Team Rocket or other organizations and change their profession accordingly. Additionally, the game had many ecosystem-based systems. For example, if a player ate too much, their character's weight would gradually increase. Players also had to maintain their hygiene. If they went too long without a bath, their character would start attracting flies, and NPCs would avoid them. This was the gaming experience for players who ignored the main storyline and just roamed around. For those who focused on advancing the plot, their experience was entirely different. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 254, Do You Also Want to Dance? 737 words. Aside from the features mentioned earlier, the game also has an auction house, similar to those found in games like DNF or Pokémon from Ren's previous life. Here, players can trade with each other, listing items like valuable Pokémon or accumulated Pokecoins that others can purchase with real money. Pokémon with strong stats are particularly sought after in these trades. Legend of Pokémon, Breath of the Wild offers much more than just this, as the game community and forums constantly buzz with discussions. The game remains the #1 topic across all platforms. The experience of stepping into a world filled with amazing creatures and becoming a Pokémon trainer, capturing and raising Pokémon, provides an immersive experience that few other activities can match. Online, media outlets are unanimously giving the game high marks. Even the few sites that tried to find faults and gave lower scores quickly faced backlash from players. While Ren's game was gaining popularity, his manga series were also drawing attention, especially Naruto, which had entered the Great Ninja War arc. Unlike the anime from Ren's previous life, he made significant changes to this stage of the story. One of the major changes was cutting down on unnecessary flashbacks. In the original anime, the constant flashbacks dragged the story and frustrated viewers. Ren, having experienced this himself, made sure to streamline the narrative, removing most of the flashbacks that didn't advance the plot. Another area he improved was the Edo Tensei reanimation jutsu. In the original, this technique brought back many strong characters, but many of them were poorly used. Characters like Sasori of the Red Sand, Hanzo the Salamander, and even Asuma Sarutobi were quickly defeated, making their reappearances feel underwhelming. Ren felt that the original use of Edo Tensei was more about padding the story than enhancing it. Many resurrected characters, who could have had a significant impact, ended up being nothing more than filler. Ren also adjusted the portrayal of battles. In the original story, the battle strategies during the Great Ninja War often felt lacking. Instead of clever tactics and intense, life-or-death struggles, many of the fights boiled down to simple brawls with flashy new techniques. This was a stark contrast to the earlier, more strategic and meaningful battles in the series. In his version, Ren brought back the depth and tension that made the early fights in Naruto memorable. The battles were more about skill, strategy, and character development than just showing off powerful jutsu. For example, in the latest chapter, Naruto arrives at various battlefields, helping the allied shinobi forces turn the tide against the White Zetsu army. Just when the forces are feeling confident, a man appears before them, a man with an air of contempt in his eyes, clad in black armor with red accents, and sporting a wild, spiky hairstyle. It was none other than Uchiha Madara, the man who had once joined forces with Hashirama Senju to establish the Hidden Leaf Village. As Madara stepped onto the battlefield, he quickly overpowered the allied forces. In the original story, the shinobi often charged at him with basic taijutsu, which seemed foolish given his strength. Ren changed this by having the shinobi use a variety of coordinated ninjutsu attacks, combining their techniques to try and overwhelm Madara. Surely, with so many powerful jutsu, even Madara can't come out unscathed, thought many of the readers, their blood pumping with excitement as they imagined being part of the battle. But Madara's power was on a different level. Despite the combined efforts of the shinobi, their attacks barely fazed him. In response to the incoming barrage of ninjutsu, Madara simply brought his hand to his mouth and unleashed a massive fire-style jutsu. Fire-style, a majestic destroyer flame. A wave of fire erupted from Madara, so massive it seemed like an ocean of flames, completely overwhelming the shinobi's attacks. Using the steam created by the clash between fire and water jutsu as cover, Madara quickly closed the distance, activating Susanoo, his massive, armored spectral warrior. Even when faced with the combined might of Naruto, Gaara, and Onoki, Madara easily held his ground, grabbing Naruto by the throat as he tried to attack with a Rasengan. Madara looked down at Naruto with disdain and asked, "Oh? Do you also want to dance? The chapter ended on this chilling note, leaving readers eagerly anticipating what would happen next. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 255, The True Identity of the Masked Man. 907 words. W.H. Why? How do you have Nagato's Rinnegan? Naruto struggled to ask as Madara held him by the throat. Indeed, after Naruto, Gaara, and Onoki joined forces and launched their attack, their combined effort managed to break through Susanu's defense. However, the attack was absorbed by none other than Madara Uchiha himself. The reason? Madara's eyes, those all too familiar eyes, were Rinnegan. This left the readers in shock. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths were now present on two people, Nagato and Madara. Was the Rinnegan being handed out wholesale? But the readers were about to be even more shocked. Kabuto, speaking through the reanimated second Tsukikage Mu, explained his theory that the Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan. The revelation about the Rinnegan wasn't the only jaw-dropping moment. What followed next raised the stakes even higher. In the manga, as Madara completed a hand seal, the sky darkened, not because of clouds, but because something massive was descending. It was a gigantic meteor. The question on everyone's mind, how can they possibly defeat an enemy like this? But that wasn't the worst of it. Just as Onoki and Gaara managed to stop the first meteor, Madara casually summoned a second one. His calm demeanor made it clear that he hadn't even used much of his strength. This godlike power left everyone feeling utterly hopeless. As the readers reached this part, many couldn't help but shout in frustration, how can they possibly win against this? Thankfully, just as things seemed completely lost, Tsunade, the Reikage, and the Mizukage made a dramatic entrance. The five Kage had finally assembled to help Naruto and his team destroy the meteors. In Ren's version, the Kage arrived just in time, instead of the aftermath seen in the original. The change added more tension and excitement to the battle. However, even though they managed to destroy the meteors, the resulting shockwaves and debris caused massive casualties among the allied shinobi forces. With the arrival of the fourth Reikage, the fifth Hokage Tsunade, and the fifth Mizukage Mai Terumi, thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, the five Kage finally faced off against Madara. At first, the Kage managed to hold their own against Madara, but once Madara confirmed that the masked man hadn't succeeded in capturing the Nine Tails, he unleashed the full power of his wood style, turning the tide of battle. The combined strength of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara overwhelmed even the five Kage. In a desperate moment, Onoki rallied the Kage, and with Tsunade's chakra boost, they unleashed a massive dust release, wiping out Madara's wood-style clones and seemingly pushing Madara to the brink. This is amazing! Readers left comments full of excitement after finishing the latest chapter. The battle between the five Kage and Madara was incredibly intense and thrilling. But after the excitement settled, many readers began to question the identity of the masked man. If the real Madara had appeared, who was the masked man claiming to be him? I bet it's Shisui. The masked man has to be an Uchiha, and Shisui is the only Uchiha ninja who fits the profile. He could have survived that fall and turned against the world after being betrayed. Come on, that's nonsense. Shisui lost one eye to Danzo, and the other to Itachi. How could he have the Sharingan? Maybe the masked man can switch out eyes? He used his Izanagi and then kept using the Sharingan powers. Sounds like he could replace them whenever he needed to. That's true. In this world, eyes are basically plug-and-play equipment. I also think it's Shisui. I think it's Obito. Kakashi's Sharingan came from Obito, and the masked man's other eye matches perfectly. Plus, doesn't his hairstyle look familiar? Obito? Seriously? What reason would he have to become evil? You might as well say it's the ramen guy from Ichiraku. Or maybe it's a clone of Madara, with some of his consciousness, created to bring about his resurrection. After this chapter, fans were not only gripped by the intense battle but also began speculating about the true identity of the masked man. Just like in Ren's previous life, many believed it was Shisui, while others thought it could be some sort of Madara clone. Those who suggested it might be Obito were met with skepticism. Aside from the masked man's identity, fans also started theorizing about the connection between Nagato and Madara. After all, the first thing Madara said when he was resurrected was, "It seems Nagato has grown." At first, readers didn't think much of this. But now, after seeing Madara use the Rinnegan to absorb Naruto's attack and hearing Kabuto's explanation through the reanimated Mu that the Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan, they began to put the pieces together. It wasn't just the idea of the Sharingan evolving into the Rinnegan that shocked readers. Madara's mention that he survived the battle at the Valley of the End hinted that he had indeed lived beyond that fight. He didn't deny Kabuto's theory, which only confirmed it in the minds of the fans. Considering that in this world, eyes could be swapped around like equipment, a terrifying thought began to form in the readers' minds. Could it be that Nagato's Rinnegan actually belonged to Madara? If that's the case, then how powerful must Madara be with his Rinnegan, unrestricted by the limits Nagato faced? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 256, Nexus Bound. 986 words. When the latest episode of Ultraman Nexus aired, Daniel sat eagerly in front of his TV, putting aside his game of Legend of Pokemon, Breath of the Wild. Even though the game was highly addictive, it couldn't keep him away from the latest episode of Nexus. He was too curious to see what would happen next. Recently, the online discussions about Ultraman Nexus had been blowing up. In the previous episode, Jun had been captured by TLT, the very organization he had been helping as Ultraman. The reason for his capture? To conduct experiments and uncover the secrets of Ultraman's power. This turn of events enraged many viewers. After all, Nexus had been a hero, constantly fighting to protect humanity. And how did humanity repay him? By attacking him during his battles, and then capturing him once he reverted to his human form. Fans knew that when Ultraman reverted to his human form, he bore all the injuries he had sustained in battle. On top of that, more and more space beasts kept appearing, wearing down Jun's body bit by bit. Now, to see him being tortured in experiments. It was heartbreaking for many. The seer had also warned Jun that his body was deteriorating. If he transformed into Ultraman one more time, it could kill him. As Daniel thought about the predictions he had read online, he couldn't help but shake his head. Some people believed that Jun was going to die soon. Too naive, he thought. In many stories, the hero faces the classic dilemma: transforming one more time could be fatal. The hero usually transforms anyway, fighting against all odds and surviving in the end. Daniel was confident that Jun would pull through this time as well. With the show's iconic music starting, Ultraman Nexus began. Daniel sat up straight, grabbing his snacks, chips and soda. After all, what was watching Ultraman without some munchies? The crispy chips, the fizz of the soda, and the action on screen, this was the life. As the episode began, Jun transformed and rushed to battle the space beasts, saving workers who had been under attack. But after the battle, he collapsed, confirming that his condition was indeed worsening. However, as the episode progressed, something felt off. The atmosphere, the background music, it all pointed to a tragic turn. Even Ultraman's infant form, which had never shown a red light before, began to flash after Jun transformed again. Then, in a pose reminiscent of a crucifixion, Nexus was bound, just like the heroes of old. Recalling the seer's words to Jun and the promise he made to Sata to return alive, Daniel began to feel a sinking dread. Had he been wrong? Was Jun actually going to die? This was, after all, the work of the porter, who always managed to surprise the audience. Daniel started to piece it together. Given the storyline so far, it seemed very possible that Jun would die in the coming episodes. After all, the promotional tagline had been, "The light is a bond, someone will inherit it and make it shine again." From this, Daniel deduced that the story might be setting up a relay of sorts, where the Ultraman's power would pass on to someone else. And who was more likely to inherit this power than Koman, who had been portrayed almost like a main character? But soon Daniel was drawn back into the episode as the action unfolded. The Night Raiders reached the final battleground, where they saw Nexus bound to a stone pillar. Then came the intense, visually stunning battle between the space beasts and the fighter jets, accompanied by perfectly timed background music. The action was so riveting that viewers were left breathless, barely able to keep up. This was one of the key differences between this version of Ultraman Nexus and the original series. In this world, Nexus avoided many of the pitfalls it had faced before. In the original series, one of the reasons for its low ratings was the lack of action scenes. Ultraman shows are primarily action-packed, with lots of fighting scenes, especially since a large part of the audience is children. But Ultraman Nexus had focused heavily on drama instead. While drama is essential, in a tokusatsu hero show, too much of it can be detrimental, especially when the audience includes not only adults and teens but also children who are more interested in the exciting battles between Ultraman and the monsters. In this world, Ren's apprentice, Felix, had made the same mistake as before, but Ren had corrected it in time, balancing the drama with the action scenes. For example, the battle scenes while Nexus was still dormant were now spectacular, with Picker Comics spending a lot on special effects. The fighter jet battles were meticulously crafted, with Felix and his team even visiting a military base to observe training exercises. They then used this experience to create the tense and thrilling dogfights between the jets and the space beasts. This was all done to ensure that the audience, especially those not interested in the drama, wouldn't lose interest before Nexus fully awakened. Meanwhile, Jun found himself trapped in a dream. It was a dream that felt ancient and distant. In it, he saw Sarah once more. This time, the dream continued beyond what he had seen before. Sarah didn't just smile at him, she spoke. "I love your photos, June. They are proof that I lived. This power isn't a curse, Jun. You were chosen by the light. This time, use this power to protect the people who matter to you." Finally, Jun found his redemption. For the last time, he pulled out the Nexus transformation device. The silver giant awakened once more. The viewer's excitement soared. Although the Jet vs. Space Beast battle was impressive, nothing beat the sight of Ultraman taking on a space beast in battle. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 257, A True Hero. 943 words. Though Jun managed to stand up again by transforming into light, it was clear that his light alone was not enough. Especially since, even before the battle began, his condition was already dire. Jun had fought countless battles, been captured and experimented on by TLT, and his body had reached its limit. So, when he faced Goryuki, who was at full strength, Jun was at a disadvantage. Even though the Night Raiders were providing aerial support, it didn't change the fact that Jun was struggling. As the viewers watched this, they clenched their fists, wishing they could jump into the TV and help beat up Goryuki, who had transformed into Dark Mephisto. But then, an unexpected voice came through the Night Raiders' communication system. It was the seer. "Fire at Ultraman's energy core." When the audience heard this, they suddenly understood. The tactic of transferring light to Ultraman wasn't unheard of. In fact, they'd seen it before in other Ultraman shows. Whenever Ultraman was on the brink of death, his energy drained, people would transfer their light to him, reviving him to defeat the monster. In Ultraman Tiga's finale, when Tiga turned to stone, the people of the world transformed into light, reviving Tiga to defeat the final boss. And in the final battle movie, the ancient Ultramen used their remaining light to revive the defeated Tiga, allowing him to overcome Camilla. Seeing this familiar scene, many viewers cheered from their couches. No wonder they set up the atmosphere like that earlier. But isn't it a bit early for a scene like this? This show isn't near its finale yet, right? Even Daniel, watching from home, couldn't help but feel puzzled. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Who cares? Usually, when a series is close to ending, there's a lot of promotion, just like with Tiga. Since there hasn't been any big announcements, the end of Ultraman Nexus is probably still far off. the story likely has a long way to go. I'll just keep watching to find out. But what if the light they're trying to transfer ends up attacking Nexus instead? That would be interesting, Daniel thought maliciously but quickly shook his head. No, no. Why am I thinking such dark thoughts? After a brief moment of reflection, he concluded that the porter had probably influenced him with such ideas. After all, certain creators attract certain fans, just like some people are drawn to specific genres of manga. Meanwhile, although other viewers might not have had the same dark thoughts as Daniel, they were still on edge. This time, the Night Raider's energy beam wasn't necessarily safe. The new weapon's capabilities were based on data gathered during Jun's earlier experiments. It was designed to destroy. The theory was that it could be converted into pure energy for Nexus, but what if it wasn't? If the conversion failed, it would be a disaster. As the energy was being transferred to Nexus, the visuals made it seem more like they were trying to kill him, making the audience sweat in fear. Although this wasn't directly a porter's creation, fans could see that his new apprentice, Felix, had a knack for creating tense, risky situations. What if Felix ended up killing Jun in his Nexus form? But fortunately, despite the lethal appearance of the process, it worked. The energy transfer was successful. Nexus, who had been on the brink of losing all power, not only regained his Castellan big eyes, but also had enough energy left to upgrade from his juvenile form to a more powerful one. This power is for those who never give up hope. Someone like you, who doesn't understand that, can never defeat me. With those words, Nexus launched into a classic battle scene, an aerial ace fight. This was one of Ultraman Nexus's signature moments. Up, down, left, right, dodging and attacking, with the sky as their battleground. Unlike ground battles where the focus is on the immediate surroundings, expanding the battlefield to the sky means attacks can come from any direction. Even the camera angles had to be carefully chosen to capture the full intensity of the fight. As Jun's final battle, the special effects here were top-notch, thanks to Picker Comics. The action choreography and camera work were some of the best yet. Viewers couldn't help but feel their adrenaline rise as the two fighters clashed in spectacular aerial combat, with explosions and flashes of light. Finally, Goriyuki prepared for a devastating attack, gathering black and red energy into his arms before releasing it. Jun responded in kind, unleashing a powerful beam of his own. Both fighters used traditional beam attacks for the final showdown. But if the viewers weren't mistaken, this is bad. Nexus is going to lose. Although the two beams seemed evenly matched, experienced Ultraman fans knew the truth. Historically, the left side in these beam struggles usually lost. And Nexus was on the left. But then, something unexpected happened that left viewers stunned. Neither side won. The explosive energy from both beams enveloped Goriyuki and Nexus, and both were consumed by the blinding white light of the explosion. Yes, it seemed like both sides had perished together. Jun is a true hero. It's such a shame that Jun died. Maybe he didn't die. There's no body, after all. He might reappear in the future. As fans watched this scene, they couldn't help but express their thoughts. In the final moments, Jun floated in the air, speaking to Koman, who was flying a jet nearby. Koman, light is a bond. One day, someone will inherit it and make it shine again. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 258, Under the Table. 867 words. Morning. Morning tilde. Ren shuffled out of his room, still half asleep, wearing slippers and yawning. He'd stayed up late the previous night playing Legend of Pokemon, Breath of the Wild and ended up getting killed by a red-named player. Determined to get revenge, he chased the player well into the night. Even after splashing cold water on his face, he still felt exhausted. Rubbing his eyes, Ren glanced at the dining table. Breakfast was laid out, with his wife and their youngest child already seated. "Where's Yeye?" Ren asked, noticing his daughter wasn't there. "Didn't she wake up yet?" "I'll go get her." As he started toward Yeye's room, Jada quickly stopped him. "Wait, you should eat first." "I'll go wake her up," Jada said, eyeing Ren, who was still groggy. She knew from experience that if Ren went to wake Yeye in his current state, it might take forever. He might even crawl into bed with her and fall back asleep, using her as a pillow. This wasn't an uncommon occurrence, it had happened several times before. Jada had suffered enough from these two unreliable sleepyheads. "Oh, okay." Ren nodded and sat down at the table, feeling a bit disappointed. His plan for a morning nap had been foiled by his wife. Jada went upstairs to get Yeye, while Ren helped himself to breakfast, picking up a piece of fried dough and stuffing it into his mouth. Before long, Jada returned and sat across from Ren, with Yeye joining them at the table. Yeye pouted, clearly unhappy about being woken up so early. "That was fast," Ren remarked, surprised. "It usually took him a long time to wake Yeye up." Jada nodded briefly, giving Ren a knowing look but not explaining how she managed it so quickly. But just because Jada didn't explain didn't mean Yeye wouldn't. Still half asleep, Yeye leaned against Ren and mumbled, "Daddy tilde mommy bullied me. She yanked my blanket off and almost dragged me out of bed. That's too mean. No heart at all." Ren teased, rubbing Yeye's head before gently pushing her away, trying to avoid the drool that was about to drip onto him. Jada raised an eyebrow but said nothing, focusing on her breakfast. Ren had the nerve to say she had no heart? Jada glanced at the distance between her and Ren. It was too far to reach him easily, and besides, if she retaliated, Yeye would likely add another note to her daddy versus mommy tally. But she had her long legs, and the cover of the table. So, under the table, Jada slipped her foot out of her slipper and began lightly kicking Ren. Perhaps influenced by Ren's fondness for stockings, Jada had switched from bare feet to wearing black tights. She didn't kick hard, just enough to get his attention, like a gentle pat on the shoulder. Sitting beside Ren, Yeye didn't notice anything, happily munching on a steamed bun, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk with a mouthful of food. Yeye might not have noticed, but Ren certainly wasn't about to let this go. He shot Jada a warning look, signaling his displeasure at being kicked. But instead of stopping, Jada only smiled mischievously, enjoying the look of frustration on Ren's face. It was surprisingly fun to mess with him like this. Seeing that Jada wasn't backing down, Ren decided to take matters into his own hands, literally. While continuing to eat his breakfast with one hand, he reached under the table with the other. Just as Jada kicked him again, Ren caught her foot in his hand. Jada's tights were soft to the touch, and Ren found himself absent-mindedly stroking her foot with one finger. Jada's foot, small compared to his hand, felt warm and soft through the fabric. He gave it a gentle squeeze, feeling the bones beneath, and watched with amusement as Jada's face turned red. Things were getting awkward. Jada tried to pull her foot back, but Ren held on tightly. She couldn't risk using too much force and alerting Yeye. After several failed attempts, Jada gave up, nervously glancing at Yeye, who was still oblivious and focused on her breakfast. Jada sighed in relief but then glared at Ren, silently pleading with him to let go. But Ren wasn't about to give up so easily. Not only had Jada kicked him multiple times, but the feel of her foot was too pleasant to simply let go. He figured he deserved to enjoy this for a while longer. When you really care about someone, it's easy to act a little childish, like how Jada had kicked him earlier, and how Ren was acting now. In short, this was what people call being lovey-dovey. Good thing no one else was watching, or they might have gotten a cavity from the sweetness. Ren trapped Jada's foot between his legs and brought his hand to his nose, taking a playful sniff with a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Jada was mortified, her face flushing even deeper. She tried to pull her foot away again, but if she couldn't free it before, she certainly couldn't now. Jada sighed, defeated. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 259, As Long As She's Not Here. 939 words. Ren glanced to the side and noticed that Yeye was still quietly eating her breakfast. She was almost done, though, so Ren quickened his pace. He started using one hand to slowly move up Jada's leg, which was covered in black stockings. First, he felt her smooth calf, then her knee, and finally, he reached just above her knee. But unfortunately, he couldn't reach any higher. As Ren's hand explored her leg, Jada's face turned increasingly red, like a ripe tomato. At the same time, her eyes grew more and more dangerous. But Ren didn't notice any of this. He occasionally tickled Jada's foot while enjoying teasing his wife. At that moment, Yeye had finished her breakfast. The tablecloth hanging down blocked her view of what was happening underneath. She looked at Ren and Jada, tilting her head in confusion. Why were Mom and Dad just sitting there? And why did Mom have that dangerous look in her eyes, the one she always had when Dad or I did something wrong? As Daddy's little angel, Yeye felt it was time to make herself scarce. Mommy, I'm going upstairs to work on my poetry. Yes, that was the right move, better to be a good girl and go back to her room quickly. After all, if Daddy got upset because of her, he'd be sad, and Yeye couldn't bear to see her dad sad. Her teacher said that emotional wounds hurt more than physical ones. All right, go ahead, Jada replied, holding back her irritation as she nodded. Yeye sighed with relief. Phew, I wasn't dragged into this. She thought as she dashed upstairs and slammed her door shut. Ren noticed Jada's strange expression and gulped, realizing he should probably head upstairs too. But just as he tried to pull his hand back from Jada's thigh, her other leg moved, clamping his right hand in place. Ren couldn't move it at all. Although he enjoyed the feeling of Jada's soft, warm thigh, the thought of the coming storm made Ren's mood drop. He looked up at Jada with a guilty smile. I was wrong. As a husband, it's important to know when to admit you're wrong. But Jada didn't say anything. Her face was still as red as a tomato, not just from embarrassment anymore but from the anger that Ren's teasing had stirred. She stared at Ren in silence before sliding under the table, grabbing his hand to stop him from escaping, and moving right next to him. This jerk thinks he can just run away after doing this? No way. What exactly did you do wrong? Jada finally asked after a long, tense silence. I shouldn't have touched your leg. That's just part of it. You shouldn't have done it in front of Yeye. To be honest, if it was just touching her leg, she might have let it go. They were married, after all. But the problem was the timing. He had done it in front of their daughter. What if Yeye had seen it? Jada was embarrassed just thinking about it. So not in front of her, but when she's not around, it's okay. Ren blurted out without thinking. Sigma, degree, underscore. What kind of logic is that? Jada was so exasperated by Ren's words that she almost laughed. In a marriage, sometimes you get angry, but if you laugh, the anger usually fades. Still, Jada didn't want to let Ren off so easily. So, she put on a blank expression, sat back down at the table, and quietly resumed her breakfast, not even looking at Ren. Is she really mad? Ren wondered, starting to regret what he had said. That last remark was like a challenge, after all. Realizing he might have really upset her, Ren moved to sit right next to Jada, leaning in close. Honey? My dear Jada? Sweetheart? Darling? With each cute nickname and his pleading tone, most people would be annoyed or laugh and then forgive him. But Jada knew this was one of Ren's tricks. He wasn't afraid of her being angry, he was afraid she would ignore him. Whether she responded with anger or laughter, as long as she talked to him, Ren would keep going until she forgot why she was upset in the first place. Not this time, though. Jada silently focused on her food, deliberately thinking about other things to avoid being swayed by Ren's words. If I can't beat him, I can at least ignore him. Seeing that Jada was still giving him the cold shoulder, Ren didn't give up. He noticed the tea egg on her plate and started peeling it for her, offering it like a peace offering. Want some? He asked, holding it out. Jada still didn't say anything or reach for it. But when Ren put it in her bowl, she silently ate it.
I wasn't planning to eat it.
But since this idiot put it in my bowl, I guess I have to, otherwise, it would be wasteful. I need to set a good example for Yeye, even if she's not here right now. Seeing her eat the egg, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. This meant she was starting to soften up. So, he moved behind her and began massaging her shoulders. Jada didn't speak or stop him, just silently enjoying the attention. After a few moments, Ren carefully asked, "Are you still mad?" Jada was indeed enjoying the way Ren was fussing over her, and her previously cold expression began to soften. "I'm still mad," she said, though her tone was much gentler now. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 260, Cautious Hero and Railgun. 1032 words. Actually, Jada wasn't really angry anymore. She hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise, her husband serving her tea, carefully tending to her, which reminded her of when she was pregnant. It was inconvenient at the time, but the care she received was very heartwarming, though she couldn't eat her favorite foods. "Then go ahead and hit me," Ren said, turning around and sticking out his backside. "Come on, hit me a bit, and you'll feel better." Jada couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight of Ren sticking his butt out so dramatically. She reached out her hand. At that moment, Yeye was just coming out of her room. She figured her parents must have made up by now, and she wanted to see her dad looking all downcast. But instead, she saw her dad sticking his butt out and her mom ready to smack it. Instinctively, she covered her own little bottom and quickly ran back to her room with a yikes sound. Mom is too scary. She's even hitting Dad's butt. Hearing the noise, Jada glanced toward the second floor, but seeing no one, she just shrugged it off and lightly smacked Ren's backside. There was hardly any force behind it, it was more of a playful tap than a real hit. Ren was puzzled, turning to Jada in confusion. "If you want to touch me like that, just don't do it in front of others." Jada's face flushed as she spoke softly. She knew that couples sometimes needed these little interactions to spice up their relationship. If it's in private, this kind of thing isn't so bad. "Right now?" Ren asked, feeling a sudden impulse as he watched Jada's shy expression. "Now?" Jada's face turned even redder at Ren's bold question. This jerk was getting bolder by the day. She had just forgiven him, and now he was already pushing his luck again. Is he really that shameless? Jada didn't say a word in response. Instead, she simply cracked her knuckles, the sound answering Ren's question more clearly than words could. "I'm sorry." Ren quickly apologized again, but he still couldn't resist adding, "So, how about tonight?" "There's no saving him," Jada thought, looking at Ren and regretting her earlier words. She should have known better than to give him any encouragement. Later, after Jada had gone to work, Ren was sprawled on the couch in a relaxed, lazy position, humming a tune. Although Jada hadn't directly agreed to his suggestion for the evening, her lack of refusal was as good as a yes in his mind, so he was feeling pretty pleased with himself. But the main thing he was excited about was his monthly drawing session. Opening the system, Ren began to look over the manga selections for the month. The first work that caught Ren's eye was one of his favorites from the past, Cautious Hero. The hero is overpowered but overly cautious. It was a refreshing twist on the usual tropes with a unique plot. The hero's excessive caution was often the key to success, sometimes even the very thing that saved his and the heroine's lives. Back in his previous life, after the anime adaptation aired, it even sparked a trend of cautious novels on certain websites. In this story, you have a serious and beautiful blonde goddess, who turns out to be a goofy, clumsy character. The hero, on the other hand, is a tall, muscular guy with exceptional physical abilities, but his personality is so cautious and finicky that he's the epitome of an ultra-alloy straight man, a level far beyond a mere iron-willed person. He's the kind of guy who would use his ultimate moves on a low-level slime, just to be sure. So, what made this series so special? The hero's extreme caution, while often hilarious, was also key to surviving in the story's dangerous world. And the villains, far from being mere stepping stones, were intelligent and resourceful, even going so far as to ambush the hero at the beginner village. This combination of elements created a series filled with humor and unexpected twists. Unfortunately, just like some of the other series Ren had drawn from the system, he didn't get the entire work, just the first 2 volumes of the light novel, which corresponded to the part of the story that was adapted into the anime. So, the darker, more serious undertones of the later storylines weren't fully present. But that was okay. This story was different from other isekai series because it wasn't confined to just one world, there were multiple worlds. So, even though he only got part of it, it still felt complete, offering a full story arc with a satisfying ending. The second work Ren drew made him smile even wider. Anyone who watches anime knows that many beautiful lines have been born in the medium, like the famous fake quote, "Where my king's sword points, there lies my heart," or the iconic line from Angel Beats, "In a fleeting world, you make heavenly music." But one of the most memorable quotes comes from a certain scientific railgun, "The electricity that dances on your fingertips is the light of my life." Yes, Ren had drawn a certain scientific railgun. As a spin-off of a certain magical index, this series was quite successful. In some respects, it was even better than the main series in its anime adaptation. While the original index had a grand, epic feel, its anime adaptation left something to be desired. Especially with the 3rd season of Index, which often left viewers, especially those who hadn't read the novels, completely baffled. Ren remembered feeling lost when watching Index Season 3. The transitions were too abrupt, and without reading the novels or getting an explanation, it was hard to follow the story or understand the characters' motivations. Simply put, Index had a lot of content, but the limited budget led to significant cuts, leaving viewers with a confusing mess. The complex setting and many internal monologues made it difficult to adapt effectively. In some ways, Railgun, with its more focused narrative, was much better suited for a TV adaptation. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 261, A Great Start. 1,147 words. The anime A Certain Scientific Railgun has taken some of the most exciting parts from a certain magical index and brought them to life, like the story of Accelerator's Level 6 shift experiment. This arc is Ren's favorite part of the Index series. Compared to Index, Railgun focuses more on daily life and school settings, with a pacing that's easier for most people to enjoy. It slowly builds up the story, allowing the tension to rise naturally before hitting its peak. This kind of pacing appeals to a broader audience. The light-hearted and humorous daily life scenes are also fun to watch, providing a good balance with the intense moments. The growth of the main characters is clear and relatable, making it easier for viewers to connect with the story emotionally. The blend of excitement and touching moments makes it hard for viewers to lose interest. Of course, Railgun isn't without its flaws. Some fans might find the original storylines a bit dull. But the parts that stick closely to the source material are undeniably engaging, especially the Sisters arc in Railgun S, which is truly exceptional. Another highlight of Railgun is its music, particularly the theme songs, which are incredibly catchy. Unfortunately, since the lyrics are in Japanese, it's a bit more challenging for Ren to hum along compared to the Chinese songs from Ultraman Tiga. But there's always a way to adapt. After all, while Japanese songs are great, Chinese lyric writing skills are top-notch. In fact, Ren thought back to all the great Chinese versions of popular songs from his past life, like Later, and felt that something similar could be done here. Not bad, not bad. Ren smiled, satisfied with the first 2 works he'd drawn. This month was off to a great start. Even if the next work turned out to be something subpar, he wouldn't feel disappointed. Soon, the 3rd work appeared before Ren's eyes, Ultraman Dyna, the follow-up to Ultraman Tiga. Dyna is one of the Heisei trilogy of Ultraman series, but it was the only one not aired on Chinese Central Television, CCTV. Why was that? It had nothing to do with the quality of the show itself, which was quite good. The reason was tied to the actor who played the main character, Shinosuke Tokishi Tsuruno. Ren didn't like the actor at all. In his previous life, Tsuruno was known for his hostile attitude towards China, his visits to a controversial shrine, and other actions that made him disliked by many. Even in Japan, Tsuruno wasn't well liked within the industry due to his arrogance, rude behavior, and poor reputation. He was even part of a certain controversial group in Japan, which only added to his unpopularity. But that's just a side note. The important thing is that Dinah itself wasn't at fault. Ren just felt like venting a bit after remembering all this. Back to the show itself, Ultraman Dinah was the second Ultraman series of the Heisei era, following the success of Tiga, which meant it had big shoes to fill. To attract fans, the series cleverly continued the world established in Tiga, setting the story 8 years after the events of Tiga and featuring an upgraded version of TPC and Guts. This made Dinah the first true sequel in the Ultraman franchise. Various innovations in the series helped retain Tiga's audience while also drawing in new viewers. The series was a success in its own right. However, there were some aspects of the story that fans criticized. For instance, in the end, not only did the series break up the main couple, but it also sent Ultraman Dinah into a black hole, leaving his fate uncertain. This made Dinah the first Ultraman since the original series to have an ambiguous ending. In contrast to Tiga's somewhat upbeat conclusion, where a group of children performed a ceremony to bring the Ultraman back, Dinah's tragic finale left a much deeper impression. But looking back at the subsequent Ultraman series, Ren realized that this dramatic ending was actually a clever move. Dinah became a recurring character in various other Ultraman stories, much like how Kamen Rider Black appeared in other Kamen Rider series. As for Dinah's design, it was quite similar to Tiga's. Dinah also had a silver body with 2 colored stripes and a golden chest piece, with a head adorned with crystal elements. The design of Dinah's flash type was slightly simpler than Tiga's multi-type, making it look a bit more streamlined. However, Dinah's abilities were significantly different. His strong type focused on physical strength and close combat, similar to Tiga's power type. But Dinah's miracle type was almost a glitch in the history of Ultraman. His leptonium energy wave could, according to the story, send enemies into a black hole, completely erasing them. That's incredibly powerful. Moreover, miracle type could recharge itself. In one episode, an artificial sun acted as Dinah's personal power bank, making miracle type the biggest overpowered character in Ultraman history. It's quite a contrast to Jack, an older Ultraman, who nearly got roasted when he tried to recharge using the sun. That said, Dinah wasn't perfect. Perhaps because Tiga had set the bar so high, the characters in Dinah didn't leave as strong an impression. While Tiga had memorable supporting characters like Director Sawai, Commissioner Yoshioka, and Dr. Yaoi, Dinah only had one notable supporting character, Gondo, who was somewhat of an antagonist. Other new characters, like the new director and female staff, left almost no impression on Ren. He couldn't even remember their faces clearly, which showed that the character development in Dinah was lacking compared to Tiga. Overall, though, Ultraman Dinah was a successful follow-up to Tiga, serving as a bridge in the Heisei trilogy with both continuity and innovation. Sigh. Looking at this work, Ren felt a bit disappointed because he had already started working on Dinah during the production of the final Odyssey. He had even signed the actor for Dinah. Now, with the completed story already in hand, he couldn't help but feel it was a bit redundant. But maybe this was a good thing. It would save him the trouble of coming up with the story on his own. After all, writing original content is much harder than simply adapting something that's already there. Fortunately, his company, GUU-AN, had expanded, and the current financial situation was stable. Shooting Kamen Rider Amazons and Dinah simultaneously was definitely feasible. But... Suddenly, Ren thought of something else. What about Dinah's power level? Could Dinah have defeated the monsters from Tiga, like Kamiara, without the power boost Tiga had? Tiga had the ability to absorb their energy, and the villains initially held back against him because of past connections. But Dinah... He imagined Kamiara and her crew giving Dinah a brutal beat right from the start. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 262, the new Nexus host. 923 words. Although the arc featuring Jun in Ultraman Nexus has been over for a while, fans are still debating online. They are split into two camps. Both sides are arguing in forums about the hero's death. Although they've seen similar stories before, it's the first time they've encountered a situation where the protagonist dies after just resolving his inner conflict and before reaching the final showdown. Strictly speaking, they've already guessed that Koman is likely to be the final protagonist, aligning with the current narrative direction. But many fans still prefer Jun's character. Especially after his final battle with Dark Mephisto, he gained a lot of admiration. However, amidst this argument, a new group emerged. They called themselves the Rational Analysis Group. They believe that Jun, as Nexus, didn't necessarily die after defeating Dark Mephisto and transforming into light. But does the story explicitly say Jun is dead? Not really. The only evidence for Jun's death is the scene where he appears in front of Koman at the end. In many stories, such a scene often represents a character passing on their legacy, with Jun's appearance being more of a guiding spirit. But just because Jun showed up doesn't necessarily mean he's dead. After all, no one saw a body. Encouraged by this theory, some fans are once again eagerly awaiting the next episode of Ultraman Nexus. However, Daniel, a manga reviewer, thinks this analysis is nonsense. He believes that the evidence so far clearly points to the fact that Jun is no longer Nexus. Koman is the next likely host, given the heavy focus on his perspective. And the marketing material even hinted at it with phrases like "light is a bond," which matches the line Jun said to Koman after defeating Dark Mephisto, passing on his will. But after watching the next episode, Daniel was shocked. Nexus did indeed return to the battlefield, but Koman wasn't the one to transform. Instead, he continued flying his jet, taking on a support role. Did those guys actually guess right? Daniel wondered, suddenly less interested in his bag of chips, his mind swirling with confusion. After all, Koman was supposed to be the next Nexus host. If not Koman, then logically, it should be Jun. But then, on screen, Nexus appeared in a new color. Instead of transforming into the familiar red form, Nexus took on a brand new blue form. Did this mean that in the critical moment, Jun acquired new powers, a blue form that saved him from death? But soon, Daniel dismissed this idea. The precursor on screen said to the blue Nexus, "Welcome, you are the third generation." This meant Jun was indeed the second. But who was the first? Daniel paused, counting on his fingers. 3 comes after 2, so Jun is second. But who was the first Nexus host? Could it be that the precursor misspoke? But Daniel dismissed that thought too. A show goes through multiple layers of editing, reviewing, and approval before airing. It was unlikely that such a mistake would slip through. So, the mystery remained, who was the first host before Jun, and how did they fit into the story? This is getting interesting. Daniel thought, his excitement renewed. During the commercial break, Daniel quickly checked online comments. As expected, everyone was discussing the identity of the Blue Ultraman and speculating about the first Nexus host. The Blue Ultraman must be Jun, right? No way. The precursor clearly said he's the third host, so it can't be Jun. But the precursor only mentioned the third generation, not necessarily a new host. Maybe it just means this is the third color. Doesn't that add up now? Come on, stop twisting things. It's obviously not Jun. What's surprising is that Koman isn't the third Nexus. Exactly, I also thought Koman would be next. But if he's not, and this new guy is the current host, with Jun as the second, then who's the first? Maybe it's like Ultraman Tiga, and the first Nexus was from millions of years ago. Interesting. Soon, fans settled the first question. The new Nexus wasn't Jun. Instead, the story began focusing on a character named Ren. Naturally, Ren turned out to be the new, Blue Nexus host. In this world, Ren and Felix, Ren's apprentice, had streamlined some parts of the story, cutting unnecessary scenes, like the transitional ones between Jun and Ren. Scenes that didn't push the plot forward were trimmed wherever possible, so by episode 26, fans got to see Blue Nexus in action. Blue Nexus fought quickly and skillfully, consistently overpowering the latest space beasts. However, Ren, the host, still got hurt during the battles. Yet, something felt off to Daniel. Before this, Ren was portrayed as a cheerful and kind person, not someone who seemed like they could fight fiercely. But as Nexus, Ren fought like a berserker. Did Ren have hidden depths? Meanwhile, Koman continued his investigation and eventually found Ren's home. After explaining his intentions, he and Ren became friends, and Koman promised to keep Ren's secret. But after hearing some things from Ren's friends, Koman started doubting Ren's true identity, only to find out that Ren's information was encrypted. This piqued Daniel's interest again. Ren clearly had a big secret. But what could it be? For now, they couldn't know. But that's what made Ultraman Nexus so exciting. Unlike Ultraman Tiga, Nexus wasn't episodic but rather a continuous story with plenty of mysteries. And that's precisely why Daniel loved watching it. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 263, The Ring Battle Arc. 1076 words. Nexus is done, so now it's time to catch up on some manga. After all, I am a manga reviewer, Daniel said, stretching as he opened the latest chapter of Katekyo Hitman Reborn. On Pika Comics website. He closed his eyes for a moment, looking like he was savoring the moment. Katekyo Hitman Reborn had been getting better and better. After the Black Spell arc wrapped up, the story had a brief period of normalcy, and now Suna and his friends were plunging into a new arc. Daniel dubbed this one the Ring Battle Arc. After the Black Spell arc ended, Suna thought he could finally lead a peaceful life, but soon he found himself dragged into an even bigger conflict within the Vongala family. This arc focused on the battle for the inheritance of the Vongala rings between Suna's group and the Special Assassination Squad, Varia, led by the 9th boss's adopted son. To be honest, Daniel had somewhat expected this kind of plot development as soon as he started reading Katekyo Hitman Reborn. After all, in stories about crime families, such conflicts were pretty common. And considering the Vongala family was so huge and in the middle of a succession crisis, it wasn't realistic to expect everyone to agree on Suna, a mere student, as the next boss. So, this kind of storyline was inevitable, classic but still a good way to develop the plot. What really surprised Daniel, though, was how skilled the porter was at crafting this story. Characters who had appeared during the Slice of Life chapters were cleverly brought back into the narrative, and the concept of the family guardians was becoming more fleshed out. The characters had distinct personalities, and the antagonists were genuinely intimidating. The story was really hitting its stride. The plot was tightly woven, with many elements that Daniel hadn't noticed before being carefully laid out from the start. When a new subplot emerged later on, it didn't feel out of place at all. One of the changes that made Daniel particularly excited was a tweak Ren made to the original story. In the original version, what frustrated Ren the most was how the crucial matter of choosing the next boss was handled through a series of matches. And worse, the rings earned through those matches were all taken back during the final showdown. What was the point of the earlier matches, then? So Ren used a different approach, an attack storyline. Although the Vongala rings weren't entirely taken by Varia, some of them were, and Varia even launched an assault on Suna and his friends in China to steal the remaining rings. Although the attack didn't succeed, it did manage to anger Suna and his guardians. After finding out Varia's temporary base in China, they launched a counterattack. However, they were still outnumbered by Varia. Suna and his team were like a bunch of ADCs, tanks, and junglers, all dealing AD damage, but facing Varia's AP Mage Mammon, a small baby dressed in a purple robe and one of the Arcobaleno. Suna's team was at a disadvantage and was getting overwhelmed. Even Lambo was severely injured and unconscious from the battle. And this was all before Varia's leader even showed up. But in the last chapter, just as Suna's team was in deep trouble, two unexpected characters appeared before them and Daniel. It was Chikusa and Ken, two of Mukuro's followers who had first appeared during the Black Spell arc. If Chikusa and Ken are here, then Mukuro must be around too, right? Daniel speculated. Back during the Black Spell arc, Daniel had already guessed that Mukuro might end up joining the protagonist's team, especially when a boy with a numbered eye appeared in the stands during the final match. This suggested that although Mukuro's body was imprisoned, his spirit was still free. In other words, his spirit had escaped. Daniel paused for a second, realizing that spiritual escape didn't quite sound right. But never mind, back to the manga. As Daniel eagerly read the latest chapter of Katekyo Hitman Reborn, he was met with a surprise. Wait, a gender-bent version of Mukuro. In this chaotic battlefield, instead of the male Mukuro that Daniel had expected, a young girl appeared. This girl had a strange name and an even stranger appearance. She was called Chrome de Kuro. But despite the differences, there were striking similarities between her and Mukuro. The weapon she used and her hairstyle were almost identical to Mukuro's. If she wasn't somehow related to Mukuro, Daniel thought, he'd change his surname to Porter. Though the Vongola family members were initially skeptical of Chrome, Reborn suddenly appeared from the shadows of Varia's base, which he had somehow remodeled. He confidently declared, "She is your mist guardian, Suna." Given Reborn's usual mysteriousness and Suna's firm support, the others reluctantly accepted Chrome as one of their own and fought alongside her. At first, Chrome seemed incredibly strong, quickly dispelling Mammon's illusions and engaging him in battle. With Mammon distracted, the Vongola family's chances started looking up. However, Suna and his team were still outnumbered. Varia, being an assassination squad, wasn't one to play fair. Their priority was to complete their mission. Seeing that they were losing ground after Chrome's arrival, they quickly split their forces and attacked the unconscious Lambo. To protect Lambo, Chrome left herself open to Mammon, who shattered her trident. What the? That's so cheap. They're even targeting a little kid. Seeing this, many fans were outraged by Varia's dirty tactics. Lambo had become a fan favorite, especially during the Slice of Life chapters, where his tearful attempts to hold back his crying had made readers want to reach into the manga and give him a good smack on the head. But it wasn't just Lambo's predicament that shocked everyone. It was revealed that Chrome's internal organs were actually being held together by Mukuro's illusions. Just when everyone was starting to worry about Chrome, Mukuro's voice suddenly echoed through the panels. "Well done, my dear Chrome." As those words were spoken, the fear in Chrome's eyes faded away, and her sunken abdomen began to swell back to normal. "You can rest now." Chrome stood up, covering her right eye with her hand. The eye patch she had been wearing slowly fell away, revealing a single digit in the space between her fingers, 6. At that moment, Daniel knew exactly what had happened. Mukuro had returned. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 264, Rakudo Mukuro. 1117 words. That's right, the very Rakudo Mukuro who was supposed to be locked away in a prison with no chance of seeing the light of day had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In the Black Spell arc, Mukuro was Suna's enemy, even launching an attack against him. But now, he stood on Vongola's side, fighting as Suna's ally. With his exceptional talent in illusion techniques and the infamous Rakudo Rinnegan, could Mukuro turn the tide of this chaotic battle in Suna's favor? Readers' excitement began to build as they eagerly anticipated the upcoming battle. They wished they could jump into the world of Katekyo Hitman Reborn themselves to witness the fight firsthand. Even if some suspected that this was just an illusion created by Chrome, even Mammon, one of the Arcobaleno, found himself struggling against Mukuro. Of course, Varia wasn't going to let one of their own be defeated so easily. Levi tried to repeat his earlier tactic, aiming to attack Lambo and distract Mukuro. However, Mukuro barely spared him a glance, his pupil shifting to display the number 3 as he unleashed the abilities of the animal path. A swarm of deadly, poisonous creatures attacked Levi, foiling Varia's plans. Seeing this, the other members of Varia launched an all-out assault on Mukuro. After all, they figured that as a magician, his close combat skills would be weak. But this manga wasn't about individual battles, it was about family, about famiglia. Since Suna had accepted Mukuro as the Mist Guardian, the rest of the group, despite their feelings toward Mukuro, wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Hibari swiftly intercepted Gola Mosca, buying Mukuro enough time to defeat Mammon.
Your only mistake was going against me.
In the final panel of this chapter, Mukuro twirled his trident, much like how Aizen would slick back his hair, and casually brushed aside his bangs as he looked down at the illusion-devoured Mammon, calmly delivering his parting line. As soon as this chapter was released, the internet exploded with comments about Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Holy crap, Mukuro is seriously badass. And this isn't even his real body, it's just a projection through chrome. That last line Mukuro said was so epic. It was undeniable that Mukuro had won over a lot of fans with this scene. With his powerful abilities, good looks, and newfound status as an ally of the protagonist, it was no surprise he was quickly becoming a fan favorite. TSK, I bet the Varia boss is going to make an appearance next, Daniel thought as he eagerly turned to the next page. But there was no next page. Instead, he was greeted by a large, to be continued panel. Already over? Daniel sighed. Even though the porter always released 2 chapters at a time, it still didn't feel like enough. If only the porter could be turned into a robot that updated constantly. But even though he was eager to see what happened next in Katekyo Hitman Reborn, Daniel hadn't forgotten about the porter's new series. Cautious Hero, the hero is overpowered but overly cautious. Daniel read the title aloud. From the title, he guessed it was another isekai hero story. But the name intrigued him. Was it going to be an invincible protagonist like One Punch Man? And what was this about being overly cautious? With these questions in mind, Daniel started reading. The story began with the goddess Restart being assigned to save an S-rank difficulty world, so she summoned an equally powerful hero named Seiya Ryuguin. The opening was a classic summoning scene, establishing the world's premise and introducing the main characters. Restart, at first glance, was a beautiful goddess, but she had a lot of inner monologues and was a bit of a klutz. As for Seiya, he was a cool and handsome hero, but he was also extremely paranoid. For example, when prompted to state his stats, Seiya hesitated and overthought it, unlike the usual protagonists in isekai stories who would just dive right in. It took him a while to finally and reluctantly comply. And even when it was time to go to the other world, Seiya refused, insisting on being fully prepared before he went. His idea of preparation? Doing push-ups. Yep, this guy's a Saitama clone, Daniel thought, laughing to himself as he imagined Seiya training so hard he might end up bald. After a period of training, Seiya finally agreed to go to the other world. At Restart's suggestion, he went to buy equipment. But when it came time to buy gear, Daniel was floored. Seiya bought not 1, not 2, but 3 sets of armor. One to wear, one as a backup, and another backup in case I lose the first backup, Seiya explained. This is getting interesting, Daniel thought, fully hooked by now. So far, the manga seemed like a comedy, with Seiya's caution bordering on the absurd. And Restart was clearly set up as the comic relief, constantly being outwitted by Seiya's over-the-top caution, leading to funny moments and exaggerated expressions. Of course, using this kind of humor too much could make readers lose interest. But then again, this was the porter they were talking about. One Punch Man had used similar techniques, and people still loved it. Daniel soon found himself laughing again as Seiya encountered a common weak enemy in many games, a slime. But instead of defeating it quickly, Seiya kept using his most powerful attacks on the corpse, just to be sure it was really dead. Paired with Restart's shocked reactions, it was a hilarious scene. But just as Daniel was catching his breath, he was thrown off again. Out of nowhere, one of the demon lords for Heavenly Kings appeared before Seiya. In most isekai hero stories, the protagonist usually starts by fighting low-level monsters and only faces the demon lord's generals later on, after they've leveled up. So why was one of the 4 heavenly kings showing up so soon? Surprised, asked the 4 heavenly kings member, as if reading the reader's minds. Our demon lord has already sensed the signs of a summoning. Normally, summoned heroes start in weak areas, right? So we just waited in the nearby villages and towns. Oh wow. So the demon lord was so cautious that he sent one of his top generals to camp out in the beginner's area. Daniel couldn't help but think that this manga's characters were all trying to out-cautious each other. The hero was so cautious he kept slaying the same slime, and the demon lord was so cautious he sent one of his strongest generals to ambush the hero right from the start. Talk about overkill. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 265, High Praise and Lukewarm Reception. 1059 words. In the manga, the atmosphere became tense. One of the demon lords for heavenly kings appeared before them. This creature had a staggering level of 66, with attributes far superior to Seiya's at the time. The situation looked grim. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Seiya, known for his extreme caution, naturally chose not to engage. He immediately abandoned the goddess, using his cautious color ripple run to swiftly flee the battlefield. Daniel wiped his eyes and checked again and again, finally realizing he hadn't read it wrong. The protagonist had actually run away and left the goddess behind. Seeing this, Daniel couldn't help but laugh. This was so different from most hero adventure stories. The protagonist knew when to retreat and made no effort to overpower the enemy, avoiding any heroic last stand scenarios. And the goddess's exaggerated expressions were just perfect. She was turning into a real comedy relief character. Back in the manga, after returning to the divine realm, Seiya continued to train diligently, as always. Meanwhile, the 4 heavenly kings began slaughtering villagers in the other world. Despite the goddess's pleas, Seiya remained unhurried. Only after reaching a certain level did he return to the world, and, even when the monster transformed again, he still managed to defeat it. Ha ha ha. At the end, Seiya used a massive attack to obliterate the remains of the 4 heavenly kings, even burning down the town in the process. Daniel couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had even more respect for the porter now. The pacing was tight, the plot twists were fresh, the art was stunning, and the panel layouts were beautiful. Most importantly, the porter seemed to have once again broken the conventional mold of manga. Traditionally, goddesses in stories are depicted as untouchable and distant, rarely participating directly in the hero's journey. But in this new work, the goddess was anything but traditional. At the beginning, she might have resembled the typical goddess for a few seconds. But that image quickly crumbled. Despite her divine appearance, her behavior was far too human, like a quirky girl you might know, one who's a bit out of touch with reality. And, most importantly, her exaggerated expressions were incredibly strong. Whether it was in the first chapter, when she freaked out as Seiya ran away, or in the second chapter, when her eyes nearly popped out trying to figure out Seiya's stats, the goddess's expressions made the title goddess feel almost ironic. This was easily the most down-on-her-luck goddess Daniel had ever seen. Thinking about this, Daniel pulled out his phone and opened his fan group chat. As expected, everyone was talking about the new manga. The group was buzzing with excitement. Like Daniel, most people had been laughing at the ridiculousness of the situation. On social media, the hashtag #CautiousHero was climbing rapidly, even reaching the top 10 trending topics. Clicking on it revealed a mix of surprise and praise. Everyone had expected the porter to play it safe with a traditional isekai hero manga, but instead, they were hit with a whirlwind of unexpected humor. Starting with a big attack on a slime, the 4 heavenly kings camping in the beginner's village, and the hero ending up destroying a town that the demon lord had left standing, this series was full of surprises. Readers were now eagerly anticipating what crazy antics Seiya would pull next. Man, this hero is something else. He's treating this like a game of PUBG, just hiding and surviving. I can't stop laughing. This goddess is hilarious. Am I the only one who thinks the goddess is kind of dumb? Like, in the second chapter, when the heavenly king was killing people, she kept pushing Seiya to go save them. But how was he supposed to do that? She was basically asking him to get himself killed. Isn't that a common trope, though? In some novels and mangas, the hero jumps in to save the damsel in distress, even when outnumbered. By the way, there's another new series called *A Certain Scientific Railgun Star. I thought it was pretty good too. Ooh? That one? I wasn't really into it. Feels like just a slice-of-life series, honestly. Yeah, same here. I saw all the posters and thought it'd be some epic action series, but most of it is just everyday stuff. The big action scene was just them stopping a bank robbery, nothing epic, and I don't see any overarching plot yet. I actually like it. Lots of cute girls, and the art is really nice. Totally my thing. After reading the comments, Daniel put his phone down. A certain scientific railgun, he muttered, flipping through a few pages, but soon lost interest. So far, it seemed like a light Yui series without any significant male characters. As a manga reviewer, Daniel usually didn't cover light Yui series, even if it wasn't the most professional approach. Setting the manga aside, Daniel opened his laptop to start writing reviews on the latest chapter of * Cautious Hero *, as well as other series like * Katekyo Hitman Reborn, Star. As for * Railgun *, he decided to skip it entirely. Meanwhile, Claire, Ren's assistant, was lying in her dorm room, scrolling through comments. Seeing the lukewarm reception to * Railgun *, Claire sighed. The series was getting a mixed response, but * Railgun * was her favorite of all the new releases this issue. It wasn't that she particularly liked light Yui content, she simply appreciated how well the series balanced daily life with beautifully crafted action scenes. But Claire also understood why * Railgun * might not be gaining traction right away. Despite being an action series, the story was filled with daily life scenes, fun moments, and a subtle Yui vibe. Because of all these everyday moments, the series might lose some readers in its early stages. However, Claire believed this series was an absolute masterpiece. She had read the entire storyboard. Some readers might think the beginning was slow and filled with too many slice-of-life scenes, but all of this was laying the groundwork for later on. The seemingly invincible, cool railgun might appear perfect, but once that the sisters' arc kicked in, readers would see the hardship and struggles behind that facade. Man! I really wish the later chapters would come out sooner, Claire muttered, feeling a bit down seeing people criticize her favorite manga. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 266, Crawling? 903 words. At home, Ren was scrolling through short video apps. When he saw 2 specific videos, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's so funny? Jada asked curiously as she walked over with the baby in her arms, Yeye following close behind. She sat next to Ren, looking at him with interest. Nothing much. Just these videos cracked me up, Ren said, snuggling closer to Jada and showing her his phone. Look at this, people are still calling Ultraman a digger. And this one. He paused, swiping the screen. These 2 thieves broke into a toy store. They didn't take much, but they grabbed an Ultraman toy, saying they never had one and it looked fun to play with. Hearing this, Jada leaned in closer, watching the video before chuckling along with him. But by the way, isn't one of your new works not doing so well? Jada asked, a bit concerned as she glanced at Ren. Yeah, that's true, but it's not surprising. Even though Railgun had done better in TV adaptation compared to Index, Ren knew it had its limitations. Railgun was a spin-off of Index, and its success in the previous world was largely due to Index's popularity. In the early stages, the slice-of-life aspects of Railgun might be a turn-off for readers who weren't already fans of Index or who didn't enjoy slice-of-life stories. Without the foundation of Index, Railgun was starting from scratch in this world, so a slow start was expected. Plus, Railgun leaned toward light Yuri themes. Many male readers preferred stories with a male protagonist interacting with female characters. Ren himself wasn't interested in light Yuri at first until he watched K-On! and became more open to the genre. So, everything was going according to plan. With 2 chapters released every week, it wouldn't be long before the story reached its exciting parts. "That's good to hear," Jada said, feeling reassured by Ren's confidence. "What about you? How's work going at the company?" Ren asked. "Things are going well at the office." As they chatted, Yaya quietly sat next to her mom, puffing out her cheeks and blowing a bubble like a little goldfish, amusing her baby brother. "Yeah," the baby exclaimed, noticing his sister's antics. Maybe he was trying to say sister. "Yeah," Yaya echoed back, making the baby giggle even more. The 2 siblings began babbling at each other in baby talk as if they were having a real conversation. The baby had grown a lot since birth, no longer resembling a wrinkly little monkey but now a chubby, fair-skinned little bundle. Suddenly, Yaya sniffed the air, wrinkling her nose. "Mommy, Daddy, did one of you fart?" Even though she asked both of them, her eyes were fixed on Ren, making him raise an eyebrow in annoyance. "Why do you always look at me when you ask that? Why not look at your mom?" "Ouch!" Before he could finish, Ren clutched his side, shooting a glance at Jada with a pout. "Elementary, my dear Watson," Ren declared, pretending to adjust invisible glasses. "The culprit is obvious." Following his gaze, the others looked at the baby. "Boo!" The baby, sensing all eyes on him, looked curiously at his parents before turning his head side to side. As he moved, the smell grew stronger. Sure enough, he had gone number 2. After a brief moment of chaos, Ren and Jada quickly changed the baby's diaper. The little one was soft and cooperative, making the task easier. Once he was clean and dressed, they placed him back on the sofa. The baby started kicking his legs again, scrunching up his face as if he might cry at any moment. Yaya glanced at her mom busy in the bathroom and her dad, who was about to take out the trash, and shouted, "Daddy! The baby looks like he's about to cry." She didn't know how to handle the baby when he cried. The pacifier used to work, but now it didn't. Ren, hearing this, glanced over from the door. "Just take the remote out from under him, it's poking him." With that, Ren walked out to take out the trash. Sure enough, when Yaya checked under her brother, she found the remote. She tried to pull it out, but the baby was too heavy. So, she gently nudged him to the side, naturally making him lie on his tummy. "Boo!" The baby was surprised by this new position. He was usually held by his mom or lying on his back in his crib, so this was a new experience for him. After a moment of awkwardness, he decided it wasn't so bad and lifted his head. Not only that, but he also pushed up with his little arms, raising his chest slightly off the sofa. Whoa! Yaya, watching her brother's movements, was amazed. Like a child who had discovered a new toy, she shouted excitedly, "Mommy, Daddy!" The baby's crawling. W, degree O degree, W. The baby, startled by his sister's loud voice, lost his balance and flopped back onto the sofa. But he didn't cry this time. Although he couldn't lift himself up again, he kept his head up, looking at his sister with big, curious eyes. "Yeah." At the same time, Ren and Jada, hearing Yaya's shout, dropped what they were doing and rushed over. "He's crawling." Their faces lit up with joy and surprise. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 267, Turning the Tables. 1122 words. "Look, everyone." Yaya quickly crawled over to her brother, leaning on the edge of the sofa and staring at him. Sure enough, the baby started moving. Though he couldn't fully support his body yet, and his hands curled underneath him, he still managed to lift his little head. Ren and Jada watched with smiles, and Jada, having more experience with a second child, recalled, "Right, I remember reading about this when I was taking care of Yaya. There's a saying that goes, 2 months to lift, 3 to roll, 6 to sit, 7 to crawl, 8 to stand, and 1 year to walk. At 2 months, babies start lifting their heads while on their stomachs and can turn them from side to side. By 3 months, they can flip themselves over and even start to roll onto their sides or tummies. Ren nodded in understanding. That makes sense, given his age. Can he really turn over by himself? Yeye blinked, her curiosity piqued. She decided to test it out by lifting her brother and laying him on his back. But the baby seemed to prefer lying on his stomach. He kicked his limbs around and babbled in protest, glaring at his sister as if to express his displeasure and wanting her to help him get back to his original position. Seeing that his sister wasn't moving, the baby took matters into his own hands. Under the proud eyes of Ren and Jada, he flipped himself back onto his stomach. Not only that, but he also turned his head and scrunched his little nose, as if challenging his sister. Yele took the bait and flipped him back over, making him lie on his back again. The baby, now more determined, rolled back over once more. But before he could fully enjoy his success, his sister was already getting ready to flip him again. What's going on? The baby, now lying on his back, furrowed his brows in frustration. But after a moment, he seemed to realize something. This was actually kind of fun. He flipped himself over again and looked back at his sister, babbling excitedly as if inviting her to play the game with him. Kids are naturally playful, and Yeye was quickly drawn into the fun. She found it hilarious to watch her brother flip back and forth, almost like a tape being turned over from side A to side B. Even the baby seemed to enjoy the game, not realizing that he had become his sister's new toy. Ren chuckled at the sight, but Jada started to worry. All right, that's enough. Stop playing with your brother now, Jada said, concerned that Yene might accidentally hurt the baby. This was the difference between how a father and a mother care for their children. Fathers tend to be more relaxed, while mothers are more cautious. Yeye reluctantly stopped, but the fun they had just shared made her giggle with joy. Her laughter was contagious, and soon the baby was smiling too, his little dimples showing as he grinned back at his sister, completely unaware that he had just been her plaything. Time passed, and it was now early May. Although the hottest days of summer hadn't arrived yet, the weather was warm enough for people to start wearing short sleeves. A quick outing was enough to make anyone break a sweat. Daniel, who had just returned from buying the latest issue of Picker Comics, immediately took off his shirt and jumped in the shower, thinking about the long lines he had encountered that day. He still remembered how, just a few years ago, stacks of Picker Comics would go untouched in bookstores. But today, the line had stretched from the second floor of the bookstore all the way down to the first. The difference was striking. But it was worth it. Daniel looked at the special edition Vongala rings he had received as one of the first 100 customers. The packaging was exquisite, a wooden box with gold trim, containing 7 rings that felt substantial in his hand. Although these rings were available for purchase on the official website, the ones given out in the store were different. They were limited editions, each one signed by the porter himself, making them valuable collectibles. After carefully placing the rings in his display case, Daniel picked up the new issue of the comic and started reading. With Mammon out of the picture, the Varia members were clearly at a disadvantage. Hibari and Suna, no longer under the attack of illusions, managed to defeat Gola Mosca. But when Gola Mosca was destroyed, someone unexpected emerged from within. Through the dialogue, Daniel finally realized who it was. What? The 9th Vongala boss. Many readers were shocked to discover that the Varia had been bold enough to attack the 9th Vongala boss and use him as the power source for their weapon. Wasn't the Varia supposed to be a subordinate organization of the Vongala? What they were doing was practically a coup. But just then, a sharp sound cut through the air, and Suna instinctively raised his hand to shield his head. Boom! With just one strike, Suna, who had entered hyper-Dyingwall mode, was sent flying. Not only that, but the attack also affected Hibari and the 9th Vongala boss. As Suna got back up, ready to confront his opponent, Xanxus let out a cold laugh. Did you really just attack the 9th boss? What? But it was you who? Who was it that beat the 9th boss without hesitation? Who burned him with flames? At this point, not only Suna but even Daniel was stunned. Seriously? This guy had the nerve to twist the facts like that? Many readers were infuriated by XANXUS's shamelessness. Daniel's phone buzzed, and when he checked, he saw that his fan group had exploded with 99+ messages. His fans, who were also reading the latest chapter of Reborn, were furious. Who put the 9th boss inside the robot in the first place? Unbelievable logic. How can he be so despicable? This guy is like Zhao Jiao. I'm so mad right now. Such a betrayal. That man practically raised Xanxus. Anger. That was the overwhelming emotion all readers felt toward Xanxus after this chapter. However, a small minority actually approved of XANXUS's actions, reasoning that this was how a real mafia should operate. Some even felt that Xanxus was being too soft. But fortunately, with the 9th boss's persuasion, Suna wasn't swayed by XANXUS's words. He was furious that Xanxus would use even the 9th boss for his own ambitions and was determined not to let Xanxus take the position of the 10th boss. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 268, Interrupting the Ultimate Move. 951 words. Interrupting the ultimate move is a real weakness. Finally, a villain who knows how to break the ultimate move. But wow, that flame attack looked really cool. In the manga, Xanxus and Suna were evenly matched in their fight. However, as time passed, XANXUS's overwhelming strength began to push Suna back. Suna decided to use a move created by the first Vongala boss, the 0-point breakthrough. Unfortunately, like many ultimate moves in manga, this one required a charge-up time, during which Suna had to gather his flames. But Xanxus did something unexpected for a villain. He interrupted Suna's charge time. Many fans praised this move. After all, in most manga, when the hero charges up their ultimate move, the villain just stands there, either too arrogant or too terrified to do anything. But this time, the villain actually acted to prevent the hero from completing his move. However, as always, the hero's plot armor came into play. Seeing how desperate Xanxus was to stop Suna's attack, the Vongala family members realized what they needed to do. They held off the Varia members and distracted Xanxus long enough for Suna to finish charging up his move. With the help of his friends, Suna successfully unleashed the 0-point breakthrough, and for a moment, it seemed like victory was within reach. But then, the next panel showed XANXUS's expression, and fans knew things weren't going to be that simple. Before, when Suna was preparing the move, Xanxus looked terrified. But now, after the move was executed, he was smiling confidently. Wait, something's not right, the readers thought. Sure enough, XANXUS's words and Reborn's analysis revealed the truth. The 0-point breakthrough wasn't just a move, it was a state of being. Suna had tried to achieve it, but it was clear that Xanxus wasn't the type to leave any chances for his opponent. Without hesitation, Xanxus launched a relentless attack on Suna. As Suna was slammed into the ground and Xanxus aimed his twin guns at him, the screen cut to the dreaded words, "To be continued." Many fans were left banging their tables in frustration. Meanwhile, the popularity of the cautious hero continued to rise. At the beginning of the 3rd chapter, the ditzy goddess Restart was seen complaining to another goddess, Ariadoa, about how overly cautious her hero was. When Ariadoa appeared, readers were momentarily dazzled. Now that's a proper goddess, they thought. Every move she made was elegant and refined, in stark contrast to the down-to-earth, quirky Restart. But when Seiya appeared before Ariadoa, she was so startled that she dropped her teapot. At this point, Daniel noticed something was off. Would a goddess really be frightened by an ordinary person? The teapot didn't fall until after Ariadoa saw Seiya's face. And her reaction to him seemed strange, almost as if she knew him. Was it possible that this goddess had met Seiya before? However, before he could dwell on it, the plot pulled Daniel back in. It turned out that Seiya had come to seek help because no matter how much he trained, he couldn't get any stronger. But it wasn't Restart who helped him, it was Ariadoa who directed him to a sword god for training. As the story progressed, Daniel noticed something strange. At first, the sword god spoke arrogantly, confident that Seiya was no match for him. But the next time Restart asked about the training, the sword god was suddenly hesitant. A little while later, the sword god was hiding, avoiding Seiya. Something funny is coming, Daniel thought, sensing a good joke ahead. He put down his soda to avoid spilling it from laughter. Sure enough, what followed was indeed hilarious, though it was also tragic for the sword god. It turned out that Seiya's cautious nature had kicked in again. Despite the sword god admitting that Seiya was stronger, Seiya insisted on training until he was 100 times stronger. He trained the sword god day and night without rest. Although the porter didn't show the exact training scenes, readers could easily imagine the sword god's miserable state. Eventually, the sword god became so exhausted that he threw his sacred sword into the sea, declaring that he never wanted to see another sword again. This was a sword god, someone who, in most stories, would rather die than be parted from his sword. In the manga, the sword god had been pushed to his limit by Seiya, to the point where he hated swords entirely. Kneeling by the sea, he pointed into the distance and said, "I hate those long, thin, pointy things." The fact that he couldn't even bring himself to say the word sword showed just how much Seiya had tortured him. Ha ha ha! The sword god actually threw away his sword. This is too much. Readers couldn't stop laughing at the absurdity of the situation. It was clear that this series was a comedy, through and through. But, for some reason, the readers felt like something was missing. As they read on, Seiya and his companions were heading to a new town. There, they met a new ally, along with a priest and a nun. But to the reader's surprise, the priest turned out to be an undead. Finally, they saw the moment they'd been waiting for, the scene where Seiya's extreme caution truly shined. After defeating the priest, Seiya, determined to prevent any possibility of the priest's resurrection, destroyed the entire chapel with his ultimate move. Yes! Art is an explosion! How could this series be any good without Seiya using his ultimate move to blow things up? By this point, the readers were fully satisfied. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 269, What's the Platinum Sword Made of? 1042 words. In the 4th chapter, Seiya and his companions learned that an army of the undead was about to attack the town. As is typical in many isekai stories, the kingdom's soldiers were pretty much useless and could only cheer the hero on from behind. So, Seiya decided to take on the army alone. However, when the goddess realized she had been left behind, the goofy goddess wasn't having it. She quickly used her powers, spread her wings, and chased after him. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up. Just as she was feeling down, Seiya returned, took her hand, and prepared to move together. "I'm going to speed up now," Seiya said, apparently thinking they were moving too slowly. Then, whoosh! The goofy goddess's face contorted in another one of her classic over-the-top expressions. My chest is going to fall off." The word she left behind hung in the air. Daniel stared at the screen, dumbfounded by the absurdity of what he was watching. What the heck is this? Ha ha ha, oh man. He was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. The joke was that, despite her exclamation, the goddess's chest had already fallen off, just one of the many over-the-top gags. Why'd they censor it, though? Daniel felt a tinge of disappointment. He'd come to realize that the porter definitely had a knack for more mature jokes in their comics. It didn't stop there. The goddess's wings also lost a bunch of feathers due to the speed, leaving her looking like a plucked chicken. As expected of a near-invincible hero, Seiya wiped out the entire army with a single Gaia energy cannon. But the story didn't end there. A boy named Matthew had gone missing, and while the goddess was discussing this with Seiya, he excitedly showed off his newly synthesized weapon, the Platinum Sword. Of course, Ren tweaked the scene a bit to add a touch of adult humor, appealing to the series' target audience of young male readers.
That's amazing.
What did you use to make it? The goddess asked as she admired the sword.
Goddess hair.
As Seiya answered, the goddess dropped the sword, her face flushing red as she quickly covered her abdomen.
What?
Daniel was taken aback, surprised by how blatantly the porter was pushing the envelope with this joke.
But he loved it.
However, Seiya soon clarified that he meant the goddess's hair, not what Daniel had initially thought. This left Daniel shaking his head in disbelief. Couldn't he have just said it was her hair? Why say it like that? Makes people think all sorts of things. As the goddess checked herself in a mirror, a servant brought in some news. Matthew had been captured by one of the 4 heavenly kings. But this didn't faze Seiya. After seeking help from the gods, he managed to reach where Matthew was being held and successfully rescued him. Of course, it helped that his weapon was made with the goddess's hair. After reading the 3rd and 4th chapters, Daniel felt his face stiffen from laughing so much. His cheeks hurt from holding a smile the entire time, and he nearly cramped up. Even though the plot was straightforward, the ridiculous scenes, like the one where Seiya drove the sword god to quit being a sword god, or when he used the goddess's hair to make weapons, were completely unexpected and hilarious. Daniel massaged his face, trying to ease the pain from laughing too much, and then pulled out his phone to check the trending topics on social media. Sure enough, the new chapter of Cautious Hero had quickly climbed into the top 10 trending topics. The comments were full of people sharing how much they laughed. OMG, what a ridiculous manga. This is going to keep me laughing all year. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. This manga is just too funny. I have to say, every time I read a Porter comic, there's always something that surprises me. This is easily one of the best comedy mangas I've ever read. I've never seen a hero story like this before. It's amazing. Even though the year just started, I think we've already got the manga of the year right here. A good story keeps the audience hooked by building anticipation and then delivering on that promise. In isekai hero stories, this usually means the hero goes through trials, meets companions, and eventually defeats the Demon King. But a great story goes beyond just meeting expectations, it surprises the audience and exceeds those expectations. Daniel felt that Cautious Hero was a perfect example of this. With its dramatic twists, the manga broke all the rules of what readers expected from an isekai adventure. It caught them off guard but still made perfect sense within its own logic. Satisfied with his thoughts on the series, Daniel started a new document on his computer, typing away his review. Once he finished, he posted it online. But there was still one thing on his mind. What's going on with that other manga? Daniel turned his attention to a certain scientific railgun. Even though it was a Eurolining series, it was still a Porter manga, so he had been following the reviews. But compared to the intense buzz around Cautious Hero, the reception for Railgun seemed lukewarm. The art was good, and fans of slice-of-life stories recommended it. The female characters were well-drawn and appealing. But the excitement didn't match the hype from its earlier promotions. When Cautious Hero and Railgun were being promoted together, it seemed like Railgun had even more marketing behind it. Daniel recalled seeing more posters for Railgun at the subway stations than for Cautious Hero. But now, it didn't seem like it was paying off. He flipped through a couple of pages. In the end, Daniel just shook his head. This kind of light Yui just wasn't his thing, so he set the manga aside. Oh well. At least for now, it wasn't flopping, even if it wasn't a huge hit. After all, Ren is only human, not a god. It's impossible for every manga to be a masterpiece, so it's only natural to have a miss now and then. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 270, XANXUS as Fury. 1066 words. Despite the lukewarm response to a certain scientific railgun online, Ren didn't respond much to it. For the next couple of days, he decided to take a rare break, doing nothing but staying at home and playing games with his daughter. After all, Railgun was a mid to late stage manga, especially without the context of a certain magical index to boost its popularity. Still, it wasn't being criticized as harshly as Reborn had been at first. When Reborn initially aired, it was promoted as a hot-blooded action series, so when the early episodes focused on comedy and daily life, it was heavily criticized. It wasn't until the Black Spell arc that the complaints started to die down. Railgun, on the other hand, was promoted as a slice-of-life and action series, so it naturally attracted readers who enjoyed that mix. And with so many female characters, it drew in quite a few fans who loved cute girls. In the world of otaku, it's common to hear cries of waifu whenever a new, attractive female character appears on screen. Ren's eyes gleamed as he looked at the feedback on Cautious Hero. He could already predict the outcry that would erupt once the story reached its later chapters, and how he'd be cursed by fans who'd feel betrayed by the sudden emotional turn the series would take. Despite the early chapters being filled with laughter, the ending of Cautious Hero would take a dark turn, revealing a harsh truth that would leave readers heartbroken. It was a perfect example of laugh now, cry later. Just thinking about it made Ren smirk with satisfaction. "What are you smiling about, Dad?" Yeye, who was playing Pokemon with him, noticed her dad's grin and became wary. As her dad's little helper, Yeye had seen that smile before. It usually meant her dad was up to no good. Was he planning to mess with her? She glanced at her sleeping little brother. Although she felt a bit guilty, she decided that if her dad tried to prank her, she'd wake her brother up and make him cry. That way, Mom would come over, and Dad would have to stop. "Nothing," Ren replied, glancing at his daughter. He could guess what she was thinking and felt a bit wronged. Did she really think he was just a big bully? Well, actually, she was right. He was. Spotting a bag of chips next to his daughter, Ren sneakily moved his foot closer to it. Using his toes, he pinched the bag and pulled it toward himself, grabbed a handful, and then placed the bag back where it was. Crunch! Nothing tasted better than stolen chips. Hearing the crunching sound, Yeye glanced down at the bag. Seeing it still there, she shrugged and went back to her game. The weekend passed pleasantly for Ren, but for his fans, it was torture. Reborn had reached a climactic point in the story, leaving fans desperate for the next chapter. Why did Xanxus hate the 9th Vongula so much? How would Suna manage to defeat him? These questions made fans restless all week, and the comments section was filled with demands for Ren to release the next chapter faster. Finally, the weekend ended, and the new chapter was about to be released. For many student fans, the worst time of the week was when the weekend ended, and they had to go back to school. But this Sunday, they were eagerly counting down the hours until the weekend ended, waiting for Monday to arrive so they could grab the latest issue of the manga. As the school day drew to a close, their excitement grew. Even as teachers assigned homework, the students paid little attention. They figured they could just copy it from someone else in the morning. The moment the final bell rang, a horde of students rushed to the nearest bookstore, eager to get their hands on the latest issue of Reborn. In the newest chapter, Suna finally managed to use the 0-point breakthrough. XANXUS's hands were frozen solid by the technique, which was designed specifically to counter the dying wool flames. Why? 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 Xanxus roared in fury, unable to comprehend how Suna, a seemingly lesser opponent, could use the same technique as the first Vongula. As they watched this scene unfold, many readers were left shaking their heads. Suna was just more talented, of course, he could use it. Seeing Xanxus get frozen, fans breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the battle for the Vongula rings was finally over. But the story didn't end there. Just as Suna sealed Xanxus in ice, one of the Varia members spoke up in the ruins of the battlefield. Hey, is it really okay to just freeze our boss like that? With those words, the scene shifted to show that the Varia had captured Chrome and Lambo. Hand over the rings, or these two will die. Fans reading this scene were filled with rage. According to Mammon, once the Varia gathered all the rings, they could free Xanxus from the ice. If they succeeded, the title of Vongala Decimo would belong to Xanxus. Despite this, Suna didn't hesitate to hand over the rings. Although he was part of the Vongala family and had participated in the battle for the title, Suna didn't have the ruthlessness of a true mafia boss. To him, the safety of his friends was more important than anything else. In the end, with the other Vongala guardians looking on in frustration, Suna threw the rings to the Varia members in exchange for his friends. Just as Mammon had said, the Vongala rings contained hidden powers. When all 7 rings were united, they unleashed a flame strong enough to melt the ice and free Xanxus from his frozen prison. As Xanxus revived, burning with the Vongala flames, he seemed poised to claim the rings and the title of Decimo. The exhausted Suna was in no position to stop him. But then, something unexpected happened. The rings on Xanxus's fingers began to glow and emit an intense power. What? Who? As the readers stared in shock, Xanxus suddenly showed signs of pain. It seemed that the rings were rejecting him. Why was this happening? This was the question on everyone's mind, both in the manga and among the readers. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 271, A Different Ending to the Ring Battle Arc. 947 words. The biggest mystery of the Ring Battle Arc has been revealed. Why did Xanxus turn against the 9th Vongala, the man who raised him, treating him as nothing more than a power source for a machine? Why was he so furious when Suna used the techniques of the 1st Vongala? And why did the Vongala rings reject him? The answer is simple. Xanxus does not have Vongala blood, he isn't the 9th's biological son. Xanxus's mother once noticed that her son possessed the same dying will flames as the 9th Vongala and deluded herself into believing that Xanxus was the 9th son. She brought an unsuspecting Xanxus to meet the 9th. Seeing how poor and trusting they were, the 9th chose not to reveal the truth and instead accepted Xanxus, raising him as his own. Xanxus believed all his life that he was destined to become the 10th Vongala boss. He worked tirelessly toward that goal. Originally, Xanxus was portrayed as arrogant and dismissive, but Ren had altered his character slightly, making him more humble and diligent, striving to become a perfect Vongala boss. Then, one day, Xanxus learned the truth: his mother and the 9th had no connection, and he was merely an adopted son. Worse, he discovered that without Vongala blood, he would never be recognized as the heir. This rule was ironclad in the Vongala family. This revelation led to the infamous Cradle incident 8 years ago, when a 16-year-old Xanxus launched the largest rebellion in Vongala history. At this moment, some readers began to feel sorry for Xanxus. It's like someone who always believed they were the heir to a family business, who dedicated their life to becoming a worthy leader, only to be told one day that they were adopted and would never inherit the company. Who wouldn't be devastated? What a shame. I kind of feel bad for Xanxus now. Yeah, working so hard all his life just to be told he's not fit to be the boss because he lacks the right bloodline, that's rough. But not everyone agreed. Feel bad for him? What about the 9th? He took Xanxus in, treated him like his own son, and this is how he's repaid? By being used as a power source and almost killed. Exactly. He was never promised the position of boss. He's a commoner who got a chance most people would die for. Readers split into 2 camps, one sympathizing with Xanxus, understanding his frustration after losing everything he worked for, and the other condemning him for his lack of gratitude. But no matter how they argued, the story moved forward. Even if it's impossible, I'll make it happen. I'll eliminate everyone in my way and take over the Vongala. Xanxus, despite the pain from being rejected by the Vongala rings, stood up and shouted in anger. If the Vongala rings don't recognize me, I'll create rings that do. I'll reshape this family that values bloodline over everything. What followed was a chaotic final battle between the Varia and Suna's group. Though both sides were exhausted, Suna's group still had some fight left in them. After a hard-fought struggle, the the Warrior were defeated, and Xanxus lay on the ground before Suna, laughing bitterly.
Just kill me.
For Xanxus, there was nothing left to live for. His plan to take over the Vongala had failed. The goal he'd spent his whole life pursuing was gone. What was the point of living now? Suna looked at the defeated Xanxus, his lips pressed into a thin line. Slowly, he reached out his gloved hand towards Xanxus and then... slap! A sharp slap echoed through the ruins, shocking Suna's friends and making Xanxus, who had closed his eyes in anticipation of death, snap his eyes open in rage. The Ninth loved you more than anyone. He acknowledged you. Suna withdrew his hand, his eyes softening. Even after your betrayal, he didn't kill you. Until the very end, he wanted to accept you, didn't he? Xanxus fell silent. Cough, cough. A figure staggered into view. It was the severely injured Ninth Vongala. I'm sorry I never told you the truth. But I've always treated you as my real son. Tears streamed down the Ninth's face. If you hate me so much, then you can take my life. The Ninth closed his eyes, seemingly ready for Xanxus to strike him down. Xanxus stared at the old man before him. Memories flashed through his mind, the first time they met, when the old man wrapped a scarf around his neck, the times they played together in Italy, traveling and enjoying the scenery, the lessons on how to fight, the birthday cakes they playfully smashed into each other's faces. Every shared moment, every laugh, came rushing back like a torrent. After a moment of silence, Xanxus let out a cold snort. Enough with the nonsense, old man. Do you want me to carry the burden of patricide? Hearing this, the Ninth's face lit up with joy. Patricide. Did this mean that Xanxus still saw him as his father? The Ninth smiled with relief before collapsing into Xanxus's arms. Although Xanxus had closed his eyes, he subtly adjusted his position to make the Ninth more comfortable, just like when he was a child, falling asleep in the Ninth's embrace. And with that, the ring battle arc came to an end. Rejected by the rings, Xanxus lost his claim to the Vongala title. Suna and his 6 guardians were now confirmed as the successors. As the tension finally eased, Suna collapsed into unconsciousness. As for the Ninth and Xanxus, perhaps they would reconcile and return to the way things were. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 272, The Same Training. 1042 words. This is awesome. The entire ring battle arc perfectly fits the mold of a classic shonen manga. The battle scenes, brought to life by the porter's expert pen, are stunning. The paneling, the lines, everything is crafted to perfection, with a tight, exciting pace. The story itself doesn't fall into the common traps of making characters act foolishly. Even the typical trope of villains standing idly by while the hero charges up their ultimate move was avoided here. The ending, too, was satisfying. Suna was confirmed as the next Vongala boss, and the rebellious Xanxus was taken away by the Ninth. The characters in Katekyo Hitman Reborn are some of the most well-crafted the fans have seen. Each character is distinct, with their own beliefs and ways of doing things. They may not always get along, but when the family is in crisis, they unite as one. This is what they call the power of bonds, right? One character that stood out to fans was Suna. At first, his wimpy, loser image frustrated many readers. But as Suna grew, so did the reader's affection for him. Watching him evolve and uncover the good qualities buried deep within him gave a feeling of pride, like a parent watching their child finally grow up. The emotional connection wasn't overly dramatic but deeply touching, the kind that lingers long after. Meanwhile, the hero is overpowered but overly cautious continued to deliver the laughs in episodes 5 and 6. For example, in episode 5, we see the return of the sword god from episode 3. But this time, the once fearsome figure now appears in a way that made readers burst out laughing, a muscular man wearing a flowery apron featuring a chibi Madoka Magica character, holding a whisk and making cakes. It turns out he abandoned the sword arts and became an apprentice to a chef named Leo, learning to cook instead. This transformation showed just how deeply scarred the sword god was by his last encounter with Seiya. But when he found out he wouldn't be training Seiya again, his mood did a complete 180. Yet, still traumatized by Seiya, he repeatedly questioned whether Mash had any hidden powers before finally agreeing to train him, but only after thorough confirmation. However, in episode 5, something puzzled Daniel. Seiya directly challenged a berserk god of destruction, and just when things looked dire, the goddess Alia Doa appeared and saved Seiya. But there was something odd. Alia Doa was far too kind to Seiya. She had already helped him find powerful gods to train under, and now she had saved him again. The porter never includes useless scenes in his stories. Daniel had a nagging feeling that this was laying the groundwork for something big, possibly even dark. Could the porter actually turn this comedy into something deep and tragic? Impossible, Daniel chuckled to himself. No matter how talented the porter was, he couldn't change the tone of this series that drastically. Such a shift would be too difficult. As the story continued, Alia Doa led Seiya to yet another mentor, a goddess who lived in a damp, dark place and looked more like a demon than a deity. But remembering what happened to the sword god, Daniel had low expectations. Surely, this new mentor would end up just as traumatized, right? But surprisingly, the war goddess wasn't intimidated by Seiya's cautious approach. In fact, she seemed to be looking forward to training him. By the second time the ditzy goddess visited her, she had even changed her appearance slightly, giving off a more girlish vibe. She even wiped drool from her mouth while saying, "He's just too amazing," in a way that made fans' imaginations run wild. So, what exactly does she find amazing? For some reason? I feel like they're sneaking around behind the ditzy goddess's back. Shouldn't there be a green aura over the ditzy goddess's head right about now? Even with these thoughts, fans were curious about what had really happened. After seeing the fate of the sword god, they wondered why the war goddess seemed so eager. Then, as Seiya set out to obtain a legendary weapon in the Dragonkin village, the war goddess appeared again. Phut! Daniel, sipping cola, couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw her. Who was this person? The contrast was just too much. If the war goddess had been an unkempt recluse before, now she was a cute, charming girl next door. She wore a white dress, and her hair was neatly styled. She practically radiated romance. But no, this was still a comedy. Seiya bluntly rejected her advances, saying, "No thanks, it tastes bad," before heading off to the other world. Of course, it's still as ridiculous as ever, Daniel chuckled as he moved on to episode 6. He was eager to see how the story would subvert expectations once more, particularly with the classic trope of the hero gaining a powerful weapon. And sure enough, the porter delivered. In the Dragonkin village, Seiya learned from the Dragon Queen that to obtain the Holy Sword, he would need to sacrifice one of the Dragonkin siblings. Naturally, Seiya refused and ended up battling the Dragon Queen herself. His weapon of choice? The Dragon Slayer sword. Poor ditzy goddess's hair. One Dragon Slayer sword equals 100 strands of hair, but with Seiya's habits, he probably made 3 backup swords, so 300 strands in total. At this rate, by the time Seiya saves the world, this goddess will need to pray at a temple for a miracle. I can't even look, it's too sad. I don't get it, why doesn't Seiya, who's supposed to be a man, do something else while the goddess is unconscious from the pain of losing her hair? Knowing Seiya, he'd probably poke her with a silver needle first to make sure there's no poison before doing anything. Now that you mention it, I can totally picture that. I'm starting to wonder if Seiya will ever be able to get married. Soon, the conversation in the fan forum started to veer off course, with fans speculating about everything from Seiya's love life to whether there was a biological barrier between humans and goddesses. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 273, A Solution. 1033 words. You didn't get the Holy Sword. In the 6th episode of The Hero is Overpowered but Overly Cautious, Seiya successfully turned the Dragon Queen into a sword. But by the end of the episode, it became clear that while the Holy Sword did exist, they couldn't obtain it because they didn't follow the original sacrificial method. And the Holy Sword was the only weapon capable of defeating the Demon King. For some reason, I'm starting to think this really could turn into a dark and tragic story. At first, Daniel didn't believe Ren could turn this story into something grim. But after seeing the end of episode 6, he began to have doubts. It seemed entirely possible that Seiya might end up being unable to defeat the Demon King without the Holy Sword. Could it be that, in the end, Seiya sacrifices himself to become the sword that kills the Demon King? Knowing Ren's past works, this wasn't out of the question. Meanwhile, on Ren's social media, comments were flooding in about this latest twist in the hero is overpowered but overly cautious. I don't know why, but I feel like the missing Holy Sword is a setup for something later. Yeah, I think so too. What if Ren actually turns this comedy into a tragic story? No way. Do you think Ren's a god who can turn a light-hearted story into something heartbreaking? If that happens, I'm done. I watch this after work to laugh and unwind, not to get depressed. Come on, we know your username. You always say you're going to quit, but you're still here, watching every episode. Well, looks like my fans are getting smarter. Ren chuckled as he read through the comments on his phone, feeling pleased. He hadn't expected anyone to pick up on the true direction of the story. Maybe they had been scarred by his previous works? After all, many of his stories seemed to have a tendency to shift into darker themes as they progressed. But it wasn't really his fault. It was the system he had, one that seemed to push him toward more tragic storytelling, as if it wanted him to become a master of emotional drama. Ren checked the comments on Katekyo Hitman Reborn. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, and the few negative reviews were easy to ignore. After all, no story was universally loved. Even his earlier work, Full Metal Alchemist, had some critics. Phew, looks like the changes were well received. Ren was satisfied with the praise Katekyo Hitman Reborn was getting. He had made significant changes to the ring battle arc, deviating from the original version where battles were settled through one-on-one matches. Instead, he turned it into a surprise attack, making the story more intense. Even the ending wasn't the same. In the original, Xanxus wasn't forgiven by the Ninth and the details were left vague. All readers knew was that Xanxus was still the leader of the Varia 10 years later. But Ren didn't regret the changes. He had always felt the original format of determining the Vongala boss through a tournament didn't make much sense. If you were vying for control of a mafia family, wouldn't you just take what you wanted by force? As Ren pondered these thoughts, the front door of his house opened. He looked up to see his wife, Jada, coming home with their daughter, Yaya. But something was off. Jada looked calm, but Yaya was pouting, clearly upset. What happened? Did you two have a fight? Ren asked, trying to gauge the situation. Fight? Huh? Jada scoffed. This girl wouldn't dare fight with me. Then what's going on? Take a look at this. Jada pulled a piece of paper from her bag and slapped it onto the table. See for yourself. Ren picked up the paper and saw it was a math test. 94.5. Exactly. 94.5. Jada said, exasperated. This girl's performance is slipping. She used to score at least 98 or 99, if not a full 100. I'll do better on my finals. Can you give me another chance? Yi pleaded, her eyes welling up with tears. No way. Jada's tone was firm. We agreed that every test after midterms had to be above 95 for you to go on our trip. Forget about the beach, no more video games either. I think you've been playing too much, and that's why your grades have dropped. What? Yaya was stunned. Not only was the beach trip cancelled, but now she couldn't play games either. Desperate, she started rolling around on the sofa, throwing a tantrum. No. That's not fair. If you wake your brother, I'll spank you. That threat worked like magic. Yeye immediately clamped her hands over her mouth and sat up straight, her eyes wide with fear as she glanced at her little brother who was sleeping nearby. Seriously, you dare to pout after scoring that low? Jada was ready to scold her again, but Ren quickly intervened. Okay, let me handle this. You go change your clothes. Fine. Jada nodded, still annoyed but willing to let Ren take over. She headed upstairs, but not before giving him a final word. Make sure you set her straight. Be the head of the household for once. Sure thing. Ren muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes slightly. Now she remembered he was the head of the house? What about all the other times? What did you say? Jada turned back, suspicious, but Ren quickly waved her off. Nothing. Just go change. As soon as Jada closed the bedroom door upstairs, Ren let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Yeye, who was still sulking. Do you really want to go to the beach that badly? He asked, gently poking her cheek. Ham. Yeye nodded vigorously. Ren glanced at the test paper again and then had an idea. All right, but from now on, you have to score perfect hundreds. For every point you miss, you owe me 10 points in return. Ham. Yeye's eyes lit up. It seemed like her dad had a plan to help her. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 274 I Helping Out. 910 words. Ooh? Is he actually scolding Yeye today? When Jada finished changing clothes and came out of the room, she was surprised to see Ren in the living room. He was holding Yeye's test paper, talking to her sternly, while Yeye sat there with her head down, occasionally nodding. It was an unusual sight for Jada. She knew her husband well. Usually, he would tease Yeye, scare her, or steal her snacks. But when it came to serious matters, he always sided with their daughter and was reluctant to scold her unless it was a significant issue. Yet today, he seemed genuinely upset and was lecturing her. This change made Jada feel both curious and a bit relieved. Finally, it seemed like her husband was acting like a proper father. Look at this. You got such an easy question wrong. Ren sat on the sofa, pointing at the test paper on the table, clearly frustrated. You need to check your work after you finish. How many times do I have to tell you? Yeye pouted, her cheeks puffed out, but she remained silent. All right, Jada interjected, trying to defuse the situation. She's been in school all day. She must be hungry. Let's talk about it after dinner. No way. Ren took a deep breath and continued, you didn't see it, she got several simple questions wrong. If she makes these kinds of mistakes in a big exam, she might miss out on getting into a top university. For example, this one. The correct answer was A, but she got it wrong and chose B. Ren began to give examples. And this one, wait. Ren's tone suddenly changed, catching Jada's attention. What's wrong? Hey, honey, take a look at this question. It should be B, right? Ren handed the test paper to Jada. I'm not great at mental math. Can you double check? Sure. Jada took the paper and started calculating. After a moment, she, too, raised an eyebrow. You're right, the answer is B. Looks like the teacher marked it wrong. Jada confirmed the calculation again using a pen and paper from Yeye's backpack. See? So actually, Yeye did pass this time, Ren said, his voice softening as he looked at Yeye. It's normal for teachers to occasionally make mistakes when grading papers. So, let's give Yeye a pass this time. Ren then turned to Yeye, who was now smiling. But you still made careless mistakes on other questions, so you need to cut back on gaming. We can still take her to the beach this summer, though. Okay, Jada agreed after considering Ren's point. But something still felt off about that B. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Let's go eat," Jada finally said, leading the way to the dining table. She was starving after a long day at work. As she walked away, Yi nudged Ren's side, flashing a !V sign. Ren returned the gesture. In truth, Ye's answer had been wrong, but Ren had quietly changed it from D to B just this once. "Don't forget your promise to me," Ren whispered in Ye's ear. "Ham." Ye nodded eagerly. "What are you two whispering about over there?" Jada called from the dining table, noticing the delay. "Nothing. Just a little father-daughter secret tilde." And so, Ye managed to dodge a bullet and became more determined to prepare for her next exams. After all, her dad had said he'd only help her this one time. If she messed up again, he wouldn't bail her out. With the next few months filled with monthly tests and final exams, she knew she had to score above 95 every time if she wanted to enjoy her summer break. While Ye buckled down for her exams, the Nexus Ultraman series continued airing. However, the storyline had taken a significant turn since Jun's death, diverging from the original version that had been cut short in Ren's previous world. In this version, Ren's Nexus had not been cut, allowing more screen time for Ryo's arc. Unlike the original, which featured fewer episodes, this version had 7 monsters in Ryo's story: Glantra, Banpira, Rosarias Gurola, Baygubas on Blood, Dark Lucifer, Mega Flare, and Garubarus EX. Of course, Dark Lucifer was only shown briefly and not in its true form. As the series progressed, fans also learned about Ryo's true identity. Like Jun, who was troubled by Sarah's death, Ryo had his own burdens to bear. As a product of the Prometheus project, he was a genetically engineered perfect human, but he only had a lifespan of 18 years. This backstory explained why Ryo fought so fiercely. Disregarding his injuries, he knew his time was limited. He had escaped from America, hoping to find meaning in his short life in a place where no one knew him, but after discovering he could transform into an Ultraman, he found a new purpose. Though the tone remained heavy, Ryo's storyline was slightly lighter compared to Jun's. Even if viewers hadn't seen the earlier episodes, they could still enjoy Ryo's story as a standalone. And while some fans who couldn't accept Jun's death had stopped watching, the show gained new viewers drawn in by Ryo's story. After all, Ultraman fighting monsters was always a crowd pleaser. Not to mention, Picker Comics spared no expense in producing the action scenes for Nexus Ultraman. The air battles were especially well made, and the other fight scenes were just as impressive. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 275, The End of Ryo's Arc. 882 words. After viewers learned about Ryo's background, his arc was nearing its conclusion. Right now, Daniel was waiting for the commercial break to end so he could watch episode 38. In episode 37, the alien beasts, Mega Flash and Garubalos, had attacked Nexus together. Although Nexus defeated them, Garubalos unexpectedly merged with Mega Flash, becoming Garubalos EX and continuing the battle, putting Nexus in grave danger. Now, Daniel was eager to see what episode 38 would bring, especially after another man, who had appeared earlier in the series, returned to the story, the former minor villain, Goriyuki, who seemingly perished alongside June. But he somehow survived the earlier battle, albeit with amnesia, and was now traveling with a young girl whose parents he had indirectly killed. Once discovered by TLT, Goriyuki was subjected to brutal human experimentation. TLT had no mercy, not even for Nexus Ultraman, let alone their former enemy. So the torture he faced was even harsher. Though Picker Comics didn't show the experiments directly, the screams of Goriyuki and the scientists in white coats hinted at the painful procedures he underwent. Despite this, the experiments triggered his memories, and Goriyuki realized he had been a mere puppet all along. Determined to see the girl once more before his death, he escaped TLT by taking Mizo hostage. Since episode 37 ended with the scene of Giman and Seijo pursuing the fugitive Goriyuki, Daniel figured episode 38 would feature Goriyuki in a major way. Would the girl he sought die, pushing Goriyuki into further darkness and transforming him back into Dark Mephisto for a rematch against Nexus? Daniel shook his head. If so, that would be too cruel. Goriyuki would essentially become an experience farm for Nexus. Episode 38 finally started. After the opening theme, the title appeared on screen, Final Battle. Is this the end? Daniel wondered, but quickly dismissed the idea. The series wouldn't just end without some form of announcement. Besides, there were still unanswered questions, like Guimon's true role in the story. Was he just going to act as a battlefield observer the entire time? Then a thought hit Daniel, what if this meant Ryo would die in this episode? His eyes widened at the possibility. Wow, is this really going to kill off two the Chosen Ones in one Ultraman series? That's dark, Daniel murmured to himself, a little stunned. But it made him more eager to see what would happen next. Nexus was now fighting Garubelos EX, and just when it looked like Nexus was about to deliver the final blow, a black beam struck Nexus, stopping the attack. That's Dark Mephisto! Seijo and Guimon, still chasing Goriyuki, were shocked to see the figure of Dark Mephisto standing in the distance, having ambushed Nexus. But how? Goriyuki, the only one who could transform into Dark Mephisto, was still on the run. So who was this new Mephisto? Both the characters and the viewers were left puzzled. Meanwhile, Goriyuki was still heading toward Ritsuko's house. The truth was soon revealed. The new Dark Mephisto was none other than Yamasawa, the former memory police officer, now controlled by an unknown dark power and transformed into Dark Mephisto 2. He launched a fierce attack on Nexus. Already weakened from the long fight with Garubelos EX, Nexus was pushed to his limit. Night Raid stepped in to help, but they were no match for the new Dark Mephisto. Meanwhile, Goriyuki had stopped running. He looked back at the battlefield, clenching his teeth. He knew that if Nexus were to fall, no one else could protect the world. Goriyuki himself didn't care anymore. He was prepared to die. But what about Ritsuko? She had already lost her parents because of him. Was she now destined to lose her life as well? But what could he do? Goriyuki looked down at his hands. I'm useless. I'm just a worthless failure. In the previous battles, he had lost his ability to transform into Dark Mephisto. You can do it! A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, startling him. Looking around, Goriyuki found himself in an entirely different place, bathed in white light. Standing before him was none other than Jun. No way! Jun's back! Is he alive or dead? Seeing Jun again, both Daniel and the viewers were shocked. How long were the creators going to keep them in suspense without giving any clear answers? Jun raised his head, looking toward the battlefield where Nexus was struggling, then turned to Goriyuki. Believe in yourself. Believe in the light. With those final words, Jun vanished, and Goriyuki found himself back in the real world. Believe in myself, believe in the light. Goriyuki clutched his chest. Could someone as stained with darkness as him still find light? If he could. Even if it costs me my life. Goriyuki's eyes blazed with determination as he turned toward the battlefield. I want to become the light and protect everyone. Light began to gather around him, small points of brightness swirling like beams of energy. Slowly, the light merged into his body. Goriyuki transformed. His face split open as Dark Mephisto emerged once more, but this time with a crucial difference. The transformation was no longer surrounded by the usual purple vortex, but a golden whirlpool, much like Nexus itself. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 276, The Turnaround. 926 words. When Goriyuki transformed into Dark Mephisto, the battle took a dramatic turn. Dark Mephisto attracted the attacks of Dark Mephisto 2, while Nexus engaged in combat with Garubelos EX. Although Dark Mephisto 2 was stronger than the original, Goriyuki's extensive battle experience and superior combat skills gave him the upper hand. However, Dark Mephisto 2 was tactical, and after a brief struggle, he identified Goriyuki's weakness. He began relentlessly targeting the 2 critical injuries Goriyuki had sustained before his transformation, reversing the tide of the battle.
Great, thanks TLT.
I'm honestly speechless. In Ultraman Tiga, the Victory Team did their best not to hold the heroes back, but here in Nexus, TLT is nothing but a burden. I'm over it.
TLT is the worst.
Many viewers at this point were convinced that TLT was more of a hindrance than help. After all, Jun's death was largely due to the inhumane experiments TLT subjected him to, which left him too injured to recover properly. Now, Goriyuki was suffering because of the injuries TLT inflicted on him. Without those wounds, Dark Mephisto 2 wouldn't have been able to exploit such weaknesses. Frustrated viewers thought that perhaps the world would have been better off destroyed by the alien beasts than saved by TLT. As Dark Mephisto 2 prepared to land a fatal blow on Goriyuki, Nexus intervened, having just defeated Garubelos EX. However, even though it was now a 2 versus 1 situation, it didn't mean Nexus and Goriyuki were at an advantage. Both were at their limits. Goriyuki had already been gravely injured before transforming and had taken further damage from Dark Mephisto 2. Nexus, on the other hand, had been battling 2 monsters back-to-back, and now Garubelos EX as well. Since Nexus' power is drawn from the physical energy of its host, Rio was also exhausted, with his transformation flashing a red warning signal. Dark Mephisto 2 cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing through the battlefield as he taunted Nexus and Goriyuki, beckoning them forward with a smug gesture. The mocking expression on Dark Mephisto 2's face enraged the viewers. They wanted nothing more than to become Ultraman themselves and deliver a beating to this arrogant villain. Just taking advantage of the situation now, huh? He didn't dare make a move when Nexus was at full power. Even Nexus and Goriyuki were infuriated by Dark Mephisto 2's behavior and rushed forward for one last desperate attack. After a fierce exchange of blows, Goriyuki began to predict Dark Mephisto 2's moves. Seizing an opportunity when Dark Mephisto 2 made a mistake, Goriyuki locked him in a desperate grapple, restraining his movements.
Nexus!
Now's your chance! Goriyuki yelled. While humans couldn't understand Ultraman's language, creatures from across the universe seemed to share a common tongue. Dark Mephisto's words reached Nexus loud and clear. But Nexus hesitated. Rio was too kind-hearted to attack someone who had been fighting alongside him, even if it was Goriyuki.
Damn it!
You fool! Dark Mephisto 2 thrashed in Goriyuki's grip, hammering him in the back with panic blows. You'll die too if you keep this up. Then we'll die together, Goriyuki replied with a grim smile. After all, I've been living on borrowed time. Images flashed through Goriyuki's mind, Gimon's late girlfriend, Jun's last words, and most of all, the innocent smile of Ritsuko, the girl he had come to care for. He knew he was a man beyond redemption, and maybe death was the only way he could atone. The only regret was not being able to see Ritsuko one last time. Goriyuki tightened his grip, shouting at Nexus, "Do it now! I can't hold him much longer." Nexus, as Rio, hesitated for a moment longer, then nodded solemnly. He raised his right hand, and a glowing bow and arrow appeared around his wrist. Arrow Beam Storm. This was Nexus in his blue form's ultimate move, a powerful energy arrow capable of disintegrating enemies down to their molecular level, with extreme speed and wide coverage. A beam of pure destruction shot out, piercing both Dark Mephisto 2 and Goriyuki. Even in his final moments, Dark Mephisto 2 couldn't believe what was happening. No. I can't die here. How could I be beaten by this failure? That was incredible. Fans were ecstatic at this climactic moment, though some felt a pang of regret for Goriyuki. What a waste. Goriyuki's death was really tragic. Tragic? Nah, he deserved it after all the terrible things he did. This was just paying for his sins. But is Jun really dead or not? How could he appear again, helping Goriyuki transform back into Dark Mephisto? Man, I'm so confused. Somebody bring the writer here, I need answers. However, the episode didn't end there. Despite everything, Gorayuki survived. Nexus, in his final act of kindness, had intentionally limited the blast's impact on Gorayuki, focusing most of its destructive power on Dark Mephisto 2. Gorayuki was captured and imprisoned, but before that, he had his final wish fulfilled, seeing Ritsuko one last time, thanks to Ryo's help. As for Ryo, he also survived but was in poor condition. Controlling the power of the beam had drained him, and he was separated from Nexus. Viewers sighed with relief, at least Ryo hadn't disappeared like June. But the story clearly wasn't over. Now that Ryo could no longer fight as Nexus, the burning question remained, who would be the next Nexus? Most fans had their bets placed on Giemon. After all, he had been the fan-favorite candidate from the start. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 277, The Orange Nexus. 1138 words. By the way, I have a fanfic at 24 chapters RN. It's about American football, check it out. Ren's Nexus Ultraman wasn't entirely his own creation. In fact, much of the series was written by his disciple, Felix. While most of the plot closely followed the uncut version from Ren's previous world, there were still several differences, especially with the recently concluded Ryo arc. In the uncut original, there was no Mephisto 2 in Ryo's final battle. Instead, Ryo's last fight was against Garubelos EX. However, even though the boss fights differed from the original, the story was still well received in this world. Fans were satisfied overall, though many complained that the new arc brought another change in Nexus's host too soon. After all, Jun's arc lasted over 20 episodes, and now Ryo had only been the host for 12 episodes. Many fans wished he had stayed on for at least 20 episodes. Fans had come to like Ryo and his character. Nonetheless, since Picker Comics gave Ryo a decent conclusion, most fans just voiced minor complaints online. As another week began, the latest episode of Nexus Ultraman picked up where the last one left off. Although Ryo's skillful control spared Gorayuki's life, the fact remained, Nexus hosts were like expendable tools, and that technique had drained a significant amount of Ryo's life force. Fortunately, the completion of the Raphael drug saved Ryo, giving him the chance to keep living. However, because of this, Ryo had to separate from Nexus. This left viewers eagerly anticipating who the next Nexus host would be. But when the new episode aired, all the fans were left in shock. Wait, what? How is it him? This can't be right. Even a glorious, handsome guy like me didn't get to become the light. Fans were baffled and outraged. The new Nexus host wasn't who they had expected, not Giemon, but the character they liked the least, Xena. Although Xena's character had somewhat redeemed herself after Jun's arc, most viewers had only gone from hating her to feeling sorry for her. No one thought she would become Nexus. What about Giemon? Why isn't it him? Picker Comics wasn't about to answer any fan questions. Xena's arc, much like in the original, lasted only 9 episodes and featured 6 alien beasts. Xena transformed into Nexus's orange adult form to fight these creatures. Each form of Ultraman had its specialties. For example, Nexus's blue form excelled in ranged energy attacks. In Ren's world, Felix had suggested that the orange form focus on hand-to-hand combat, akin to the style of Ultraman Leo. To make this martial arts-focused form truly stand out, Ren even hired a famous martial arts instructor to train the suit actors for an extended period. Because of this, fans who were initially disappointed that Xena was the new Nexus were soon captivated by the intense fight choreography. Of course, the orange form didn't lack energy attacks either. It could unleash the Octagon Slicer. When viewers saw Xena using the Octagon Slicer like a buzzsaw to slice through a monster's neck, they were thrilled. Wow, that's brutal! Meanwhile, Naruto was heating up as well. Over this period, fans witnessed the epic fight between the 5 Kage and Madara, and they were deeply moved by Itachi's unwavering love for his brother, Sasuke. Though many fans believed Itachi's actions were unforgivable, they couldn't deny that his love for Sasuke was genuine. Itachi's love was intense and, in a way, misguided. He made life-changing decisions for Sasuke without ever consulting him, which reminded some fans of overbearing parents. These parents, like Itachi, acted based on what they thought was best for their children, often without considering the children's feelings. In Sakura country, Leo, the man who commissioned Ren to create Naruto, lay lazily on a tatami mat with some rice crackers by his side. Although Leo had a reputation as a shrewd, high-powered corporate leader, at home, he was just a laid-back guy. Ah, finally, a new update. He crunched on a rice cracker as he opened the latest chapter of Naruto. To be honest, when Leo had invited Ren to Sakura country to create a ninja-themed manga, it was a whim. He had already gone through many local manga artists but found none of them met his standards. So, out of a sense of desperation, he called Ren. Worst-case scenario, he would just pay for a plane ticket, something his wealthy family could easily afford. He never expected Ren's manga would turn out to be so brilliant. But there was one thing that frustrated him. Despite the manga showcasing the powerful Senju clan, known for producing the god of shinobi, Hashirama, and founding Konoha, Leo had yet to see much of the clan in the story. Whenever Konoha's families were mentioned, it was always about the Uchiha, the Hyuga, or the Ino Shikacho trio. What happened to the Senju? Leo wondered if Konoha's current leadership had conspired to suppress the clan's influence, just as they had seemingly done with Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. If they could neglect Naruto like that, they were probably capable of sidelining the entire Senju clan for their own gain. Oh well, at least that's just a story. Leo chuckled and shook his head. Our Senju clan is still going strong in the real world. After reflecting, he opened the new chapter of Naruto. In the latest installment, the fans finally learned that the Jido statue was actually the husk of the 10 tails. Now that it had absorbed the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, it was beginning to transform into its true form. In a desperate attempt to stop the 10 tails from reviving, Naruto and his allies launched a full frontal assault on the masked man, but they couldn't even land a hit on him. The mysterious masked man expertly used his phasing abilities to avoid every attack, leaving Naruto with no effective moves left. No wonder he's out of tricks. Leo snickered as he continued to read. Naruto had always relied on a handful of techniques, Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Rasengan. Against someone like the masked man, who could phase through attacks, those moves weren't going to cut it. But as the protagonist, Naruto's luck always turned around in the end. With determination, Naruto unleashed one last attack aimed directly at the masked man. Yet again, the masked man dodged it with ease. If that had hit, he'd be finished. How long is it going to take them to figure out this guy's weakness? Danzo's men almost had it figured out. But before the fans could finish their complaints, the next scene revealed something shocking. A crack appeared on the masked man's mask. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 278, The True Identity of the Masked Man. 948 words. By the way, I have a fanfic at 24 chapters RN. It's about American football, check it out. The truth is revealed. It turns out the masked man's ability isn't phasing but rather shifting parts of his body into a different dimension, making it seem like he passes through objects. Through this battle, Naruto and his allies discover that this masked man's dimension is connected to Kakashi's Kamu dimension. No way. That's crazy. Although the masked man's face is still hidden beneath his mask, both the characters in the manga, like Kakashi, and the readers have begun to suspect the man's true identity. If you placed his Sharingan and Kakashi's eye on the same face, they would perfectly mirror each other. The fact that both the masked man and Kakashi can use space-time ninjutsu, and that their dimensions are linked, strongly suggests that the masked man could be Kakashi's former comrade, Uchiha Obito. But readers soon began doubting this theory. After all, even though Ren trimmed many of the flashbacks, crucial ones were still included in the manga. Obito clearly died during the Great Ninja War. I can't see how he could have survived. I agree. Plus, this version of Obito is way too strong. He's on a whole other level compared to Kakashi. It doesn't seem likely. And didn't Naruto's parents die during the Ninetales attack? The fourth Hokage was Kakashi's teacher, so Obito's teacher as well. How could he kill his own teacher and sensei's wife? Even a monster wouldn't do that. I think it's possible. Don't forget, Uchiha Itachi killed his entire clan, including his own parents. Maybe it's Uchiha Madara's brother, Uchiha Izuna? The manga hasn't confirmed his death, and it would make sense for someone with a family connection to Madara to carry out such a plan. It's definitely Obito. The hints are all there. Just accept it. Maybe it's Shisui Uchiha. Abilities can be similar. Look at Itachi and Sasuke's sharing in powers. It's possible that the porter drew it this way on purpose. The internet was abuzz with endless debates about the masked man's identity. In the following chapter, the fans eagerly tuned in, hoping to see if their theories were correct. Kakashi and Guy had their suspicions, but they still hadn't seen the masked man's true face. They attacked with all their might, hoping to unmask him. Naruto, determined to prove the worth of what had been entrusted to him, entered his golden cloak mode and launched a full-power assault on the masked man. Finally, Naruto's raising and struck the masked man's face, shattering his mask. And then, the truth was revealed. The masked man was indeed Kakashi's long-lost comrade, Uchiha Obito. The forums discussing the masked man's identity blew up. Called it? Ha ha, no way. This was the porter messing with us. The more you said it was impossible, the more he made it true. When Obito's face was revealed, many readers were left dumbfounded. WTF? This is insane, echoed in chat rooms everywhere. How could Obito, of all people, be behind everything? People were left wondering, why would Obito do all of this? And then, another figure entered the scene, Uchiha Madara. It turned out that Obito and Madara had been conspiring for a long time, plotting the Thigh of the Moon plan together. As the story unfolded, fans learned that Madara had saved Obito after he was crushed by the boulder. Madara helped Obito recover, training him so that Obito could eventually set out to save Kakashi and Rin. But when Obito arrived, he witnessed the horrifying moment when Kakashi killed Rin. This pushed Obito into despair. Madara then introduced Obito to his plan, a world of illusion, where they could create a reality where Rin lived. This plan convinced Obito to carry out Madara's will, taking on Madara's name and executing the plan for the Moon's Eye. However, as readers pieced things together, a new theory emerged. This is a setup. Madara orchestrated the whole thing. It didn't make sense how Madara knew about Obito being trapped under the rocks, nor how he was aware of Kakashi and Rin being ambushed. Why did Obito arrive just in time to see Rin's death? Everything seemed too convenient, leading fans to suspect that Madara had engineered the entire situation from the start. However, without concrete evidence, the mystery remained unsolved. For now, the readers shifted their attention elsewhere. They had a new villain to focus on, Obito. In their eyes, his actions were unforgivable. He had used his genjutsu to control Yagura, turning the hidden mist village into the bloody mist and weakening a once powerful village. This seemed justified as revenge for Rin's death, and fans could sympathize with it. He had manipulated Nagato, driving him mad after Yahiko's death, and turned the Akatsuki from a peace-seeking organization into a terrorist group focused on gathering tailed beasts. This was more questionable, but fans could still rationalize it. Obito didn't know Yahiko, so using Nagato for his own end seemed more like the actions of a ruthless villain. He had framed the Uchiha clan for the Ninetales attack, directly causing the massacre of the clan alongside Danzo and Itachi. Again, fans could accept this. Itachi had already set a precedent for such actions. It was just part of the Uchiha's tragic fate. But when it came to the Ninetales attack itself, when Obito manipulated the Ninetales to attack the Hidden Leaf, leading to the deaths of Minato and Kushina, that's where fans drew the line. How could he do that? The fourth Hokage and Kushina treated him well. How could he be so cruel? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 279, Obito. 958 words. In the original world, when Uchiha Obito's true identity was finally revealed, many fans were left speechless by the reasoning behind his actions. Rin was my only light. When I lost her, the world became a pitch-black hell. Everything turned to ash, and hope disappeared. Even though I traveled the world under Madara's name, everything I saw just confirmed that this world was broken beyond repair. Even with my Sharingan, I saw nothing but emptiness. That's right. Obito, after all his plotting and dark deeds, successfully triggered the Fourth Great Ninja War, with the Moon's Eye plan close to fruition. Fans thought Obito was a calculating, cold-hearted villain with a grand plan. However, most of his motivation boiled down to one thing: Rin's death. Yes, a small part of his reasoning was that he thought the world was beyond saving. But the primary driving force was his desire to create a new world where Rin still existed. Without any real rationale or fairness, he killed his master and his master's wife, slaughtered his clan, and started a world war, all because Rin died. Couldn't he have aimed higher, at least wanting to become the god of a new world? Many readers felt that Obito's motivations were shallow. They could understand Obito starting a war for the one he loved. They could even sympathize with his manipulation of others, like Yahiko, Nagato, and the old Akatsuki. But the ultimate reason, Rin's death, felt absurd to most. When Obito first appeared as the Masked Man, he was a fan-favorite villain. He seemed like a cold, calculating mastermind. His grasp of deception, lies, and manipulation was excellent, especially when he used the Ninetales to attack the Hidden Leaf or orchestrated the Uchiha massacre. Fans admired his intelligence and how he played everyone to his advantage. But when it all boiled down to Rin's death, fans felt let down. Ren understood this frustration. So, in his retelling of Naruto, he flipped the priorities. In the original story, Obito's turn to evil was primarily due to Rin's death, with his belief that the world was hopeless making up only a small part of his motivation. But in Ren's version, the emphasis shifted. While Rin's death still impacted Obito, Ren highlighted his growing disillusionment with the world at large. Obito! You used to be so kind. You wanted to become Hokage, remember? Kakashi shouted at his old friend, hoping to bring back the Obito he once knew. But look at you now. You've caused so much destruction, all for the Moon's Eye plan. Hey! I'm not the one who's wrong, the world is. Obito sneered. After Rin's death, I traveled the ninja world, and I realized something: kindness is useless. Peace is just an illusion. In quick flashes of panels, the manga showed Obito's travels after Rin's death. He witnessed arguments, violence, wars, and robberies. People's desires were endless, and their minds too complex. Obito believed that only a god could bring order to such a chaotic world. And so, he decided that by unlocking the power of the Rinnegan and infinite Tsukuyomi, he could control the world and create an illusion of permanent peace. He would become the god of this new world. Of course, he also had a personal wish to be reunited with Rin in the illusion. Ren also changed other aspects of the story. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, fans were frustrated by the actions of Naruto and Minato. Faced with Obito, the man responsible for their family's destruction, Minato's first reaction was to blame himself. Obito shamelessly accepted this guilt and kept berating his former teacher. Naruto, on the other hand, chose to forgive the man who killed his parents and cursed him with the life of a Jinchuriki. WTF? How could this make sense? Even worse, Obito was later redeemed by Naruto's infamous talk no jutsu, as if everything could be forgiven with a few kind words. It felt shallow and unearned. So Ren changed this, too. In Ren's version, neither Naruto nor Minato forgave Obito. He wasn't redeemed through a simple conversation. By this point in the story, Obito had fully embraced his darkness. he didn't turn good because of Naruto's words. The only reason he helped Naruto and the others was out of spite. He realized that he had been manipulated, and his pride wouldn't allow him to let those who used him have their way. So, he helped fight against Madara and Kagaya out of personal bitterness. Of course, these events hadn't been drawn yet, but Ren had already planned them out. In Ren's story, Obito's actions had truly angered Naruto. His parents were dead because of Obito, and the ninja world was in ruins because of his plans. Naruto's anger clashed with Obito's twisted sense of justice on the battlefield. Kakashi tried to reason with Obito, expressing his thoughts, but Obito was too far gone. He prepared to deliver a killing blow to Kakashi. At that moment, Naruto stepped in and blocked Obito's attack. Looking at the man who had caused so much suffering, Naruto shouted, "I won't let you kill any more of my friends." That felt great. Fans left comments expressing their relief after reading the latest chapter. "I can't believe the masked man was Obito all along." Man, a guy pushed to darkness by the world. Still, his plan seems so unrealistic. Yeah, I agree. Nagato's idea at least made sense, using the tailed beasts as a weapon to bring absolute control, like nukes. That was something I could understand. But Obito just wants everyone trapped in an illusion? That's ridiculous. Exactly. What happens when everyone's in an illusion? Don't they still need to eat and drink? Wouldn't they starve? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 280, The Heavy Truth. 900 words. Just as the readers of Naruto were still reeling from the shocking revelation of Obito's true identity, the story of Cautious Hero was also nearing its conclusion. In the 9th episode, one of the 4 heavenly kings, a dwarf, sacrificed his beloved and his own life to summon the Grim Reaper. The power of the Grim Reaper was absolutely overwhelming, so strong that even its stats appeared as a garbled mess, making it theoretically invincible. The party's usual trump card, the Return Home spell, was useless against this terrifying opponent. Although the group managed to flee back to the realm of the gods, they were horrified to find that the Grim Reaper followed them there. The gods themselves couldn't withstand the Grim Reaper's devastating power, and soon most of them were defeated. Seiya and his companions found themselves in an unprecedented crisis. Fortunately, the Destruction Goddess appeared. Although many of her techniques were ineffective against the Grim Reaper, she had one powerful intermediate-level spell, Heaven's Prison Gate. This technique worked similarly to the cause and effect reversal ability seen in Fate Stay Night's Lancer, except it was even stronger. In the end, the Destruction Goddess managed to defeat the Grim Reaper. Seeing this powerful technique, Seiya's eyes lit up. Despite already having reached the max level and learning the archery of the goddesses, he realized that only the Destruction Goddess could help him continue to grow stronger. He asked her to train him further. Seiya's relentless pursuit of power, even at the brink of death, amazed the Destruction Goddess, and she agreed to teach him the techniques of destruction. Fans like Daniel couldn't help but wonder what would become of the Destruction Goddess after training Seiya. Previously, the Sword God had been reduced to a chef after training Seiya. The War God had transformed from a gloomy warrior into a lovesick girl. Even the Bow Goddess, well, she was always a bit crazy, so nothing much changed there. What would happen to the Destruction Goddess? Daniel joked that she might turn into a masochist, considering that after using her strongest move, Heaven's Prison Gate, she seemed to enjoy the pain it caused her body. Maybe during Seiya's training, he'd accidentally hit her with the destruction technique, and she'd beg him to keep attacking her? Filled with these humorous speculations, the fans eagerly continued reading. Then, they froze. What the? Darn it, why is there a holy light censoring everything? In the next panel, the Destruction Goddess was sitting on top of Seiya in bed, with only a sliver of holy light covering them. When the silly goddess questioned them, Seiya and the Destruction Goddess calmly explained that this was part of the training. Many readers were enraged, half-jokingly. I want this kind of training too. So jealous? After this surprising scene, Seiya and his party returned to the human world. When they met the king of the human realm, the Battle Emperor, the king helped them defeat another of the 4 heavenly kings in an instant. But who could have guessed that the Battle Emperor had made a deal with the evil god to stay young forever? He wielded a soul-destroying weapon that could even kill gods. Fortunately, Seiya, always cautious, had prepared for even this and managed to barely defeat him. It looks like the final battle with the Demon King is coming soon. I have to admit, this Demon King is the smartest villain I've ever seen in a hero's journey. Right? He's not only guarding the starting town but also managed to bribe the strongest ally of the hero's party, the Battle Emperor. Though Cautious Hero was known for its comedic moments, readers realized that compared to other stories in the same genre, this one had surprisingly intelligent characters and plot twists. As the finale drew near, fans eagerly anticipated how Seiya would humorously defeat the Demon King. But none of them were prepared for the dark turn that the final chapter would take. A week later, the much-anticipated 11th episode of Cautious Hero was released. Fans crowded outside bookstores, eager to grab the latest issue of Picker Comics. Among them was Claire, a high school freshman and straight-A student. While she might have seemed like a model student to her classmates, Claire was secretly a proud otaku, loving anime and manga far more than her schoolwork. Full Metal Alchemist had been her first introduction to the Porter's works. She loved how the characters were so complex, with detailed motivations and personalities that made it hard to hate even the villains outright. After finishing Full Metal Alchemist, she became an avid follower of the Porter's other works, with Cautious Hero being her latest obsession. The over-the-top cautiousness of Seiya and his hilarious antics had kept her hooked from the start. She especially loved how each of the supporting characters added to the comedy. She couldn't wait to see what happened next. However, when she opened the latest chapter, Claire froze. The title alone felt ominous, The Heavy Truth. What heavy truth? Was the Porter about to pull one of his infamous plot twists? Claire had heard of how the Porter was known for turning light-hearted stories into unexpectedly dark ones. But could he really pull it off in Cautious Hero? Curiosity got the better of her, and she eagerly turned the page, her mind racing with possibilities. Then. What? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 281, Be Cautious, Cautious, and More Cautious. 951 words. The 11th episode of Cautious Hero continued directly from where the last one left off. After defeating the strongest enemy loyal to the Demon King, the Battle Emperor, Seiya's group planned to take a short rest before fighting the Demon King. Surprisingly, Seiya agreed to this suggestion. However, the goofy goddess realized that Seiya had disappeared. Did he go for more training? Claire thought this might be the case. Given Seiya's overly cautious nature, he trained extensively before facing any of the 4 heavenly kings. If he was about to fight the Demon King, he would probably train for months, right? But to her surprise, Seiya was nowhere to be found, even in his usual training spots. Finally, the goddess sought help from the goddess Ariadoa, who led her to a specific place. There, she discovered that Seiya had already gone to face the Demon King. Earlier, Seiya failed to obtain the Holy Sword, which was essential for killing the Demon King. Without it, the Demon King could regenerate endlessly. Seiya's stats had already maxed out, so he devised a plan based on the strength of the 4 heavenly kings and the Battle Emperor. To compensate for the power gap, he secretly trained with powerful gods to learn new skills. As Claire read this part, she felt uneasy. When the goofy goddess went to see Ariadoa, Ariadoa had tears in her eyes, and the tone of the scene felt ominous and sad. Could Seiya be dead? With that troubling thought, Claire continued reading. Then, her eyes widened. What? So the hints were there since episode 2. Fans had always wondered why Seiya was so cautious. While it could be chalked up to his personality, his extreme level of caution seemed excessive. It was just like a game. If he died, he could just return to his original world, right? But Seiya remained obsessively cautious to the point of paranoia. In this 11th episode, fans finally got the explanation they were waiting for. Why was Seiya so cautious? Why did Ariadoa and the goofy goddess treat him so kindly? It all went back to episode 2, where Ariadoa hinted at her past failure as a goddess. She once failed a mission, leaving her deeply remorseful. At the time, fans thought it was just filler dialogue, but now it all made sense. It turned out Seiya had been a hero once before. Ariadoa had been the goddess guiding him during that past mission. During Seiya's first summoning, he was tasked with saving a B-rank world. However, because of his impulsive nature, he ignored the advice to visit the village of sages and learn about the Demon King's powers and obtain vital artifacts. In the final battle, unaware that the Demon King had 2 lives, Seiya was caught off guard and suffered a crushing defeat. His entire party was annihilated. Seiya had married the princess of that world, who was pregnant at the time. Tragically, the princess was brutally killed by the Demon King. With the B-rank world lost, the princess was reincarnated as a goddess in recognition of her goodness. However, she lost all memories of her past life. That reincarnated goddess was none other than the goofy goddess who had been helping Seiya all along, though she had no recollection of her past life. Ariadoa, the sealed goddess, took care of her in the divine realm. As for Seiya, while his memories of the past were erased, the trauma from his failure scarred his soul deeply. Even without recalling his previous failure, the experience left him with an intense desire to be cautious. This explained why he had been so obsessive from the start. He wasn't just checking stats because he was careful, it was because, deep down, he knew he couldn't make the same mistake twice. He had even inscribed this message into his attributes. Be cautious, cautious, and more cautious. Even if you are rejected or hated, stick to your resolve. This time, I must save the world, my comrades, and the people I care about. Although he had no memories of his past, Seiya's instinct to protect his allies was ingrained in his heart. His cautious nature, the drive to save his companions, and his determination to save Mash when he was captured, all stemmed from this deep-seated trauma. At this point, many readers felt a pang of sorrow for Seiya. No wonder Ariadoa acted so oddly when she first saw Seiya, one fan wrote. I thought she just knew him from another time. Turns out it was something much deeper. Remember when the sword god was revealed to have been a human before? That was actually foreshadowing. This story has so many layers, said another. I can't believe Seiya's past was this tragic. I thought this was just a comedy. Who knew Seiya's cautiousness was rooted in such a heartbreaking backstory? But it's his own fault, isn't it? If he hadn't been so reckless in his past life, none of this would have happened. Get out of here, nitpicker. Most readers were overwhelmed with sympathy for Seiya. His past was too tragic to ignore. The idea of watching his unborn child and his beloved wife be murdered before his eyes would break anyone. And to know it was caused by his own impulsiveness only made it worse. As readers vented their frustration and sorrow, the goofy goddess broke down in tears upon learning the truth. Despite this heavy revelation, the goddess made up her mind to go to Seiya's side, even though the Demon King had gained the power to kill gods. She decided to go because Seiya was the most important person in her life. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 282, The Complete Reversal. 1112 words. When the goofy goddess and Seiya's companions arrived at the Demon King's castle, they witnessed Seiya fighting the Demon King. However, both the goddess and readers felt a deep sense of dread. Seiya appeared to be fighting with all his might, but the Demon King treated the battle like a game, almost toying with Seiya. Without the holy sword, Seiya couldn't hurt him at all. Instead, Seiya was the one suffering more and more injuries. If things continued this way, Seiya would surely lose in the end. Many readers wanted to scream in frustration. How could Seiya defeat such an enemy without the holy sword? After all, Seiya had already maxed out his level. There was no time to escape back to the God realm and train further. Fortunately, Seiya had prepared a backup plan, predicting the Demon King's strength and training with the Destruction God beforehand. To defeat the Demon King, Seiya resorted to using the Gate of Heaven's punishment because there was no other way to counter the Demon King's regeneration. Wait, didn't the Destruction God say she wouldn't teach him that move?
Exactly.
How did he learn it now? Readers were surprised. In a previous chapter, although Seiya trained with the Destruction God, she had specifically told him she wouldn't teach him that technique. But then a flashback appeared in the panels. This time, I must save the world, my companions, and the ones I care about. So please, teach me that move. The scene showed Seiya pleading with the Destruction God, showing her his predictions and the message he'd inscribed in his attribute panel. Even the Destruction God was moved. Well, there's no helping it. The Destruction God scratched her head. But don't use it unless you absolutely have to. After all, you're human, not a god. If you use this move, you will die. Indeed, while the Gate of Heaven's punishment could instantly annihilate even the Death God, it came at a cost. The move would severely drain HP. Gods had an immense HP limit, so they could survive using it. But for a human like Seiya, using it would be fatal. Both Seiya and the readers understood the risks, but there was no other way. Without the Holy Sword, Seiya couldn't kill the Demon King, who would just keep regenerating. So, Seiya unleashed the Gate of Heaven's punishment. As the Demon King was struck by the attack, the readers felt a glimmer of hope for victory. But then, the side effects of the move hit Seiya. The backlash was immediate, causing Seiya's body to start breaking apart. No way! Is the porter really going to kill off Seiya like this? Of course! Haven't you heard? He's the king of tragic endings. He loves watching his readers fall from hope to despair, and now his student is following in his footsteps. If the porter kills off Seiya, I'm going to flood his social media with complaints every day. However, just when readers started panicking, they sighed with relief. To save Seiya, the Goofy Goddess broke divine rules and unleashed her full goddess powers. Luckily, since she was a healing goddess, she used her strongest healing magic to keep Seiya alive. The porter finally did something good for once. Phew, everything's okay now. See? This was never supposed to be a tragic story in the first place. But just as the readers began to relax, they were thrown back into panic. What? Are you kidding me? Is this for real? Is this the ultimate enemy that won't die? In the next panels, readers watched in horror as the Gate of Heaven's punishment, which had already closed, was torn open by the Demon King. This was the Destruction God's ultimate move. How could it not kill him? The sheer strength of the Demon King was overwhelming, leaving readers feeling hopeless. How can Seiya and the others possibly win against someone this powerful? Will Seiya have to use the Gate of Heaven's punishment again? But could that really work a second time? Despite the dangers, Seiya, in his weakened state, used the Gate of Heaven's punishment once more. This time, it worked. The Demon King was finally defeated, but Seiya's body couldn't be saved by the Goofy Goddess. Even worse, the castle was surrounded by a soul-breaking barrier. This meant that if Seiya died here, he wouldn't just lose his life, his soul would be completely destroyed, unable to return to his original world. As readers watched the Goofy Goddess desperately try to heal Seiya, only for his body to fall apart again and again, they became completely absorbed in the tragic scene. They silently prayed for Seiya to survive. But it was no use. As the two embraced, some readers with softer hearts began to tear up. So, you were. In the panels, Seiya looked at the crying goddess. He briefly remembered a flash of someone from his past, and a soft smile appeared on his face. I'm glad. I saved you this time. He reached out to touch the goddess's face, but before his fingers could make contact, his body crumbled into dust, vanishing completely. According to the original story, there was supposed to be a continuation. The Goofy Goddess would later learn that Seiya wasn't truly gone and would be punished by the Divine Realm for breaking the rules. She would then go on a mission to save an SS-ranked world. However, Ren wasn't sure if he would draw that part, so instead of giving readers hope, he decided to leave it unresolved. Rather than continue with that storyline, Ren filled the remaining pages with an extended version of the final fight against the Demon King, giving readers more action-packed moments to enjoy. After all, if he ever decided to adapt the next part of the story, he could use this as an opportunity to hype it up and attract more readers. With that, Cautious Hero came to an end. But many readers were left feeling hollow. They had become deeply attached to Seiya's character, and the abrupt, tragic ending left them in shock. In an instant, the word tragic echoed in their minds, along with the image of the porter's face. He hadn't changed at all. The porter was still the same. But really, Porter-sensei, this is just too cruel. It wasn't fair at all. People might say that not all good deeds are rewarded, but Seiya deserved better than to have his soul completely obliterated for his sacrifices. What about the promise that heroes could return to their world? Was that promise made just to make Seiya's death seem more tragic? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 283, The Cruel Porter. 1063 words. Porter-sensei is such a jerk. Why does he always have to turn a light-hearted story into something so tragically dark? I cried. What is this? I feel awful. I want to send razor blades to Porter-sensei. Amitabha. Every time Porter-sensei starts a new series, I always tell myself to approach it with a zen-like attitude. After all, his reputation is that of a tragedy artist. I thought I was prepared, but where's my knife? I'm going to confront him. This is inhuman. How can anyone think up a plot like this? I feel sick. I really thought Porter had changed for the better. The earlier episodes were so fun and light-hearted. The goofy goddess's expressions were hilarious. But why? Why does Porter always have to turn a perfectly good story into something so heart-wrenching? Is he an alien from the planet of tragedy? I feel so empty after watching this. Especially when Seiya regained some of his past memories right before he died. I kept wishing that somehow, miraculously, he'd be saved. That line, I must be cautious, cautious, and more cautious. Even if I'm misunderstood or hated, I will save the world, my companions, and the ones I love. It hits so hard. Even the goofiest shows have deeply emotional moments, and in Porter's hands, those moments are always incredibly moving. The final episode of Cautious Hero sparked an intense discussion online, even more than previous episodes. The day after the finale, Cautious Hero topped the trending charts. In fact, 3 of the top 20 trending topics were related to Cautious Hero, Seiya, and the heartbreaking twists Porter delivered. On major anime forums and discussion threads, posts about Cautious Hero flooded the boards, occupying nearly half of the trending conversations across all anime series. Of course, the majority of these comments were curses directed at Porter. After all, the emotional blow Porter dealt with this final episode was something most readers never saw coming. He had killed off the main character, Seiya, in the cruelest way possible. What made it worse was the way Porter toyed with the reader's emotions. In the 12th episode, Seiya's first use of the Gate of Heaven's punishment left him on the verge of death, making readers anxious. Then the goddess revived him, filling the fans with relief and hope. But not long after, the Demon King returned, forcing Seiya to use the Gate of Heaven's punishment once more. The reader's emotions went from despair to joy, then back to despair, crashing like a roller coaster. It was as if Porter was mocking them, enjoying their torment. Why did he seem to love watching his readers fall from hope to despair? So, whose fault was it? Of course, it was the fault of the mangaka, Porter. If not for him, this story wouldn't have ended this way. People couldn't resist cursing him, venting their frustration. And so, many heartbroken readers flooded Ren's social media with complaints and insults. Not only that, but Picker Comics received thousands of negative letters from all over the country, expressing the readers' dissatisfaction with Porter. And that was just on the second day, and more letters were sure to come in the following days. Even the customer service hotline was overwhelmed with calls. In some of Picker's other games, like Elf Legend and Elf Go, players bought announcement features to broadcast their anger at Porter across the entire player base. After all, they knew Porter himself played those games too. As for Ren? He knew this was coming. Before the latest issue was even published, he had already stopped checking his social media. He didn't need to see it to know that fans were roasting him online. He understood their frustration, but that didn't mean he was going to face the backlash head-on. Playing dead was the safest option. To borrow a famous phrase from a certain someone, Ren knew the fans would eventually get over it and move on. Still, every cloud has a silver lining. Because of all the online discussions, Cautious Hero attracted a lot of attention from people who hadn't previously heard of the series. As a result, this issue of Pick a Comic sold even better than usual, surpassing previous sales records. In the bedroom, Jada was picking out clothes from her wardrobe. Why don't you go respond to them? Your fans are pretty mad at you right now. I don't have time for that. I'm busy, okay? Your definition of busy is playing video games all day. I'm just testing for bugs. As the owner of a game company, if I can't enjoy the game myself, how can I expect my players to enjoy it? Ren replied confidently. Sure, like I don't know you. You're just scared of seeing all the fans mad at you. Speaking of which, more letters have piled up at the company again, Jada said, pulling out a swimsuit, examining it, and putting it back. I'm thinking of starting an online shop to sell razor blades. Hey, that's a great idea. Ren said, still lying on the bed, chasing after a rare Pokemon on his game. I can use those razors to shave my legs. You can add photos of me doing it to the product page. They'll be the very same blades used by the great Ren. Collectible items. Jada gave him a glare. At this rate, people are going to send bombs next. As she spoke, Jada pulled out another swimsuit. How about this one? Their daughter had aced her exams, scoring over 95 on all of them, even getting perfect scores in her finals. So, they were finally keeping their promise and taking Yaya to the beach. Nope, Ren said instantly after glancing at it. While he didn't mind Jada wearing swimsuits at the beach, he wasn't keen on the idea of her showing too much skin. Why not? Jada asked, though she already knew the answer. It's too revealing. You can wear it for me at home, Ren said without hesitation. You really never change, do you? Always so shameless, Jada rolled her eyes. What can I say? I'm in love with you. Ren stood up and wrapped his arms around Jada's waist from behind. You're just saying that to make me happy. Jada placed her hands on Ren's and gently slapped away his creeping fingers. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 284, Building Sandcastles. 1086 words. The warm breeze felt soothing, and the sea was a brilliant shade of blue. Waves crashed against the shore, casting shimmering light across the surface of the ocean, while seagulls soared above. At that moment, Jada and Ren, along with their daughter Yaya and baby son, had arrived at the beach. Walking barefoot on the soft sand brought a comforting feeling that instantly relaxed them. Speaking of the beach, swimsuits were obviously a must. Ren was eyeing Jada up and down with an appreciative gaze. Under his persuasion, Jada was wearing a rather modest swimsuit. Even though it was conservative, it did nothing to hide her beauty. Her long legs, her shapely waist, and her sleek, glossy black hair all made her stand out. Had enough staring? Jada asked with a playful smile. I'll never get enough, Ren replied with a straight face. This made Jada shake her head lightly, as if saying, I give up on you. Wanna go for a swim? Ren asked eagerly, holding up some sunscreen. I can help you apply this. Jada chuckled softly and crossed her arms. I already applied it when I changed into my swimsuit. Ren's face fell in mock disappointment as he sighed. He'd been hoping to sneak in some affection. Seeing Ren's dejected look, Jada smiled. Besides, I have to look after Rue, she said, glancing at their baby lying on a mat nearby. "How about you go play for a bit?" Ren suggested after glancing at their son. "I'll stay here for now." Since they were at the beach, it didn't seem right to make his wife sunbathe all day without getting to enjoy the ocean. That would be boring. Beaches were meant for fun. It was just too bad they couldn't swim together since their son was still a bit too young. Maybe in a few years, they could return for some family fun in the water. "No need, you go ahead and have fun," Jada replied, touched by Ren's consideration. "I actually wanted to relax and lie down for a while. I spend all year sitting in the office. Now that I'm finally at the beach, I don't feel like running around or wasting energy swimming." "Oh, all right then," Ren said, a bit disappointed. Suddenly, he felt his hand being tugged. He looked down to see Yaya, dressed in a cute children's swimsuit, tightly holding a bucket and brimming with excitement. "Daddy, let's build sandcastles." She'd been looking forward to this for a long time. In fact, this beach trip had been her idea. After all, she'd seen so many comic scenes with people building sandcastles at the beach, but she had only ever played in the sandbox at the park. Ren made a face of mock disdain. He had been looking forward to swimming and maybe trying some surfing, and now his daughter wanted him to build sandcastles? "You could just do it yourself." Ren's words trailed off. Despite his little troublemaker's antics, Yaya's eager expression was just too adorable to resist. "Fine. Let's do it." Ren sighed and took Yaya's hand, leading her away from Jada. The ocean was blue, the sky even blue, and with the gentle breeze blowing in from the sea, Ren felt himself relaxing. Best of all, there were plenty of beautiful women in swimsuits around too. Aside from that, the beach was lively, with both kids and adults everywhere. Some kids were digging for stones with little buckets, others were splashing each other, playing water games, or getting ready to swim with their floaties. And of course, many were busy building sandcastles. "Here, Daddy. This spot's perfect." Yaya pointed to an empty area and declared, "We'll have a contest. Let's see who can make the best castle. If mine looks better, you're not allowed to sneak any of my snacks for a whole month." "Oh." Ren raised an eyebrow with interest. "And what if I win?" "Then." Yaya paused, thinking. "Then I won't sneak your snacks for a whole month." Deal. In truth, it was a pretty unfair bet. Yi rarely succeeded in stealing any of Ren's snacks anyway, but she had been doing well in school, and Ren didn't want to crush her enthusiasm. Besides, who said you couldn't openly eat snacks? With that thought, Ren settled down behind Yeye and began helping her with her sandcastle. For such a simple game, it brought a serious expression to Yeye's face, so Ren decided to just enjoy the moment and quietly stay by her side, building along with her. Humming Tilda, Yeye was singing happily, feeling rather pleased with herself. Even though she had never been to the beach to build sandcastles before, she was known as the sand sculptor at school. As she built, she glanced at her dad's sandcastle to compare, thinking she might have a chance to poke fun at him. But when she saw Ren's creation, her eyes widened, and she quickly looked back at her own castle. Sigma, degree, underscore, she felt defeated. Her lips began to quiver as she compared her little creation to her dad's. His sandcastle looked like something out of a fantasy anime. If hers was a small countryside house, then her dad's was a grand castle. No way. Yeye began to panic at the thought of losing the bet. She quickly knocked down her current attempt and started over. Meanwhile, Ren, who had already finished his sandcastle, glanced at Yeye. Seeing her still hard at work, he sighed. Life felt so empty sometimes. Ren shook his head and decided to sit beside Yeye, casually glancing around at the beachgoers, especially the women in bikinis. Oh, that tan looks great. Wow, that's a pretty daring bikini. Is that a 3-piece set? Whoa. That's a pretty generous top, huh? Ren prided himself on being purely appreciative of the view, but just then, his eyes locked with Jada's across the beach. She gave him a knowing, amused look, as if to say, "What are you looking at?" Feeling guilty, Ren quickly lowered his head. Looking back at Yeye, who was still working on her sandcastle, he suddenly felt a little tired. This was getting boring. Ren's eyes brightened as he remembered something he'd seen in a short video. He picked up a small shovel and carefully began digging under Yeye's bottom, trying to create a small pit. Time passed. Yeye's sudden scream rang out, followed by Ren's laughter as he quickly ran off. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 285 of 30 Years East, 30 Years West. 1085 words. At this moment, on the beach, the little girl was spinning her arms like a windmill, trying to hit the only target within her reach. But unfortunately, her head was being held by Ren, making it impossible for her to reach him. She was just wasting her energy. Ren gave her a gentle push, and the little girl stumbled and sat down on the sand. Tilda Ren chuckled as he looked down at the girl. "You think you can take on your dad? That's impossible." The girl, puffing out her cheeks in frustration, raised her tiny fists toward Ren. "You're only bullying me because I'm still little," she shouted. 30 years east, 30 years west, don't underestimate a young girl. Ren teased, "But what if I do?" He bent down and flicked her on the forehead. The little girl instantly covered her head and, without another word, got up to chase after Ren. I'm going to fight you for real today." Jada watched Ren and the little girl playfully bickering, her eyes full of affection, feeling truly happy. For her, a life filled with joy, with her family happy and together, was the best kind of life. She couldn't help but think about how much of it was thanks to her husband. After all, just a few years ago, her company was on the brink of collapse because they had lost their main talent. But thanks to her husband's hard work, he brought Picker Comics back to life. Every comic he created was a hit, receiving rave reviews online. Not only that, her husband was also involved in the company's success in games, anime films, and TV shows. Each of these areas had a broad audience, especially the Pokémon IP, which was wildly popular both domestically and internationally, bringing in a significant amount of revenue for the company. On top of all that, her husband remained devoted to her and their family. Unlike other men who, after gaining wealth, might indulge in lavish lifestyles, Ren was always at home, cleaning up and taking care of the kids. Suddenly, Jada paused and started to do the math again in her head. Creating stories, drawing comics, checking on filming progress in Guyuan, cleaning the house, taking care of the kids, preparing dinner. Wasn't her husband doing a bit too much? Just then, Ren's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Phew, getting old, huh? I'm not as fit as I used to be." Ren came over to Jada, panting slightly, twisting his neck, which made a cracking sound. Earlier, he had dug out all the sand under the little girl's seat, causing her to fall into a sandpit. After being chased by her for a while, combined with the humid air and the blazing sun, Ren felt a bit dehydrated. He grabbed a drink and gulped it down. "By the way, aren't you tired?" Out of nowhere, Jada asked him this question. Ren paused mid-drink, then looked at her curiously. "Why would I be tired?" Jada replied, "I mean, all the time you spend drawing comics and coming up with new stories. That must be exhausting, right?" Ren laughed at her words. "What's tiring about that? You see, I can come up with story ideas easily. I just sketch out a few things and it's done. Back when I graduated and delivered food, that was tiring. Running around from dawn till dusk, getting complaints from picky customers, that was exhausting." With that, Ren took another big swig of his drink. "Is that so?" Jada nodded, looking at their daughter, who was now sulking and building sandcastles in the distance, while her thoughts wandered back to Ren. Even though Ren said it wasn't tiring, Jada wasn't entirely convinced. Since being together, her husband hadn't really taken a proper rest, had he? Sure, every day when she got home, he was always lounging around on his phone. But in reality, how much time did he actually spend resting? As the owner of a comic company, Jada knew firsthand how mentally draining it was to come up with stories. Otherwise, why would there be so many cases of artists being rushed to meet deadlines? And yet, her husband was coming up with multiple stories, one after another, constantly creating content. While his body might not seem tired, his mind surely was. On top of that, he was also handling household chores. There was no way he wasn't tired. Suddenly, an idea came to Jada's mind. Her husband had a thing for her legs. He always seemed to pay attention to them. Maybe she could give him a little reward? Hey, hubby, do you want a lap pillow? Swish! Ren quickly set down his drink, his eyes lighting up. What did you just say? A lap pillow. Jada patted her thighs. Ren clicked his tongue, a bit confused. Why was his wife suddenly offering him this in public? If he had asked for it and she agreed, that wouldn't be strange. But how offering it out of the blue? Naturally, Ren had to ask, why are you suddenly offering me a lap pillow? Don't you want it? Jada didn't answer his question directly. I do. Ren nodded eagerly, though he still glanced suspiciously at Jada. It just seems a bit sudden. It's just that I realized you must be really tired, so as your wife, I should take care of you a little. Jada blinked. But if you're not tired? As she spoke, Jada pretended to get up. Ren immediately pressed down on her thigh. I'm exhausted. Honey. Hurry up. Jada glanced at Ren, who looked like a child who had just received a new toy. She started to wonder if she had misjudged things. Still, she sighed, pressing her legs together. All right then, go ahead. Ren, grinning from ear to ear, found the perfect spot and lay down. His head sank into Jada's soft thighs. Though she wasn't wearing stockings, her smooth skin was still incredibly comfortable. After all, Jada had great skin. His head rested on her plump thighs, his neck feeling the smooth texture of her skin. He turned his body, resting his head against her belly. His cheek pressed against her soft skin, and he could smell the faint scent of her sunscreen. Ren couldn't help but take a deep breath, inhaling the aroma. As he exhaled, Jada's body gave a small shudder, her face turning red. Don't blow air, that tickles. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 286, No Breathing Allowed. 975 words. At this moment, Ren's face was aligned with Jada's stomach. While most of her body was covered by clothes, her thighs were not, and the breath he exhaled easily landed on her sensitive skin. What do you mean I blew air? Ren looked up at Jada innocently and said seriously, I need to breathe too, right? Then no breathing allowed. Women can be so unreasonable. Ren glared at Jada. What are you looking at? Jada pinched Ren's ear. Turn your face up, or you don't get to lie here anymore. She clearly knew how unrealistic her earlier statement had been. Ren obediently stayed quiet. Arguing with a woman never ends well. Even if you win the logic, you still lose in love. So Ren just laid there quietly, face up, resting his head on Jada's lap. Jada, meanwhile, placed her fingers on his temples and began to gently massage him. Her soft fingers moved in circles, helping Ren's mind gradually calm down. Ren rested his head on Jada's thighs, his arms relaxed by his sides. Faint sounds of laughter from the beach could be heard in the distance. After a long moment of silence, Ren suddenly spoke. Jada. HM. Jada looked down at Ren, a bit puzzled. I've been wondering about something related to biology. I'd like to discuss it with you, Ren said in an overly serious tone, though his words were clearly nonsense. Hearing this, Jada became even more curious. Since when did Ren know anything about biology? But for some reason, Jada had a bad feeling, as if something told her she shouldn't answer him. Still, curiosity got the best of her, and she asked, what biology question? Well, you're not pregnant anymore, but why does it seem like your chest has gotten bigger? Ren tried to sound as innocent as possible, looking at Jada with a serious expression. Could it be an issue of perspective? I remember when taking pictures, you can get this kind of illusion. Maybe it's because I'm lying down, so it looks bigger. As he spoke, Ren scratched his chin thoughtfully. It might even have something to do with drawing too. When you draw, you can use certain tricks to create optical illusions, so it's not just biology. Ren's words gradually became a blur. Jada sighed and pinched both of Ren's cheeks. Honey, why do you always focus on weird things and say random stuff? You look good, but the moment you start talking, it kind of ruins your whole vibe. If you keep this up, you'll have no luck with women. Why would I need luck with women? Ren rubbed his cheeks, looking earnestly at Jada. I'm only interested in you. Every other woman is like a passing cloud to me. Oh? Really? Jada looked at Ren with a teasing glance. Then how come I remember you checking out other girls in swimsuits earlier? Ren fell silent, his eyes darting as he quickly tried to change the subject. Speaking of which, why is it called a lap pillow when I'm resting on your thighs? That's a pretty bad attempt to change the subject, Jada replied, clearly unimpressed. Try again. She pinched Ren's waist, making him wince in pain. I love you. In this life, the next, and the one after that, I want to be with you forever. That line's way too cliché, Jada said coolly, her eyes looking down at Ren. And it's so dry. Who knows if you're serious? Then. Ren sat up a little, leaned in, and quickly kissed Jada on the lips. Just then, a child's voice suddenly sounded next to them. Wow! Their little girl covered her eyes with her hands, but peeked through her fingers at Ren and Jada. So embarrassing. You guys kissed. The little girl didn't actually understand why kissing between adults was embarrassing. But her parents had mentioned it before, and she often saw it in cartoons, so she knew it was something grown-ups did, and that made it something to be shy about. With the little girl interrupting, Jada, who had been stunned by Ren's unexpected kiss, quickly snapped back to her senses. Her fair cheeks turned a shade of pink. Looking at Jada, Ren couldn't help but think to himself. How can my wife be this cute? But soon enough, he turned to the little girl and waved her over. Come here. Ooh? What is it? The little girl walked over, confused. Then. Newer. Ah. Daddy's picking on me. The little girl immediately wiped her cheek, looking disgusted. It's all slobbery. As the sun set, the golden light reflected off the waves, and the gentle sound of the sea calmed their hearts. Let's head back. Jada stretched lazily and turned to Ren, her black eyes clear and captivating. Ren could see the sunset sinking into the sea in her eyes, creating a breathtaking beauty. He smiled softly, nodding with satisfaction. All right, let's go. I'll carry the little one. After playing all day, the little girl was already exhausted, lying beside them fast asleep. Ren gently hoisted her onto his back, and the two of them headed back to their hotel. After spending the whole day on the beach, they immediately took showers once they got back, refreshing themselves. Their vacation continued like this for a few more days. Of course, they didn't just stay on the beach the whole time, playing in the same place would have gotten boring. For the rest of the trip, Ren took the little girl to explore various tourist spots in the city, like the dinosaur park and the amusement park. The little girl even pestered him, asking when the Picker amusement park would finally open. 7 days later, Ren, looking slightly worn out but deeply satisfied, drove back home with Jada. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 287, Paradox Spiral premieres. 1036 words. When Ren and Jada returned home with their daughter Yeye and baby after their beach trip, Jada quickly fell back into her busy routine. Meanwhile, Picker Comics was gearing up for the release of another major film. That film was The Garden of Sinners, Paradox Spiral. As the final installment in the Garden of Sinners trilogy, this movie was set to premiere during the summer. The release was accompanied by a grand premiere event at Bausch Highland Cinemas, providing a perfect finale for the series. Excitement surged as soon as fans learned about the upcoming release.
I've waited a whole year for this.
Finally, the new Garden of Sinners movie is here. This series had been filled with countless mysteries. What was the true goal of the mastermind, Araya? Could Shiki defeat this merciless villain? And what exactly was the Origin Awakener, someone who avoids death but finds identity? These questions had lingered in fans' minds for a full year, but now, at long last, they were going to get answers. On release day, theaters were packed with eager audiences, and tickets sold out fast. As the climax of the trilogy, Paradox Spiral was perhaps the most critical chapter. In this movie, all the series' conflicts come to a head, and the final boss makes their appearance. The plot revolves around Shiki, who possesses the mystic eyes of death perception, and the ordinary young man, Mikia, telling the story of their encounter back in high school. From the special effects to the action sequences, this film stood out as the pinnacle of the trilogy. Moreover, the character development was top-notch. Whether it was the villain Araya, Cornelius Alba, or the protagonists Shiki and Aozaki Tuko, each character was unique, leaving a strong impression on the audience. The story begins with the escape of Inju Tomo, a puppet, from the repeating nightmare of Paradox Spiral, marked by Araya's manipulation, and his eventual encounter with Shiki. It must be said that Tomo was one of the most tragic figures in this installment. His origin was in meaninglessness, and his backstory was nothing short of bleak. Raised in a suffocating household, his life took a horrifying turn one day when his mother snapped, murdering his father, killing Tomo, and then committing suicide. Their brains were extracted by Araya and placed into dolls, doomed to relive that final day over and over. Inju's puppet experienced this nightmare daily, his mother's blade repeatedly cutting him down. However, every time he died, the puppet would revive. One day, unable to bear it any longer, Tomo acted first, killing his puppet mother before she could strike. This allowed him to temporarily escape his cycle of torment, thus beginning the story of Paradox Spiral. Of course, Ren made a few changes to the film's original plot. For example, in the original, Tomo slowly developed feelings for Shiki, especially during their time living together. Ren figured many fans wouldn't be too happy about that. So, he revised the story. Not only did Tomo and Shiki not live together, but Tomo's feelings for Shiki were reinterpreted as admiration. He saw her as a savior when he was at his lowest. It was more like the way a knight might revere a distant, unattainable goddess, desiring to protect her rather than romantically pursuing her. As the plot unfolds, a woman is murdered by a robber at Ogura Mansion, which attracts the attention of Aozaki Tuko. She asks Mikia to investigate, all while explaining the history of the Ryugi family. Later that night, Shiki, along with the returning Inju Tomo, heads to the mansion. It's really ironic. This place was supposed to be finished after you killed me, Shiki says. A heavy, intimidating voice suddenly interrupts. The audience immediately recognized this voice. It belonged to the villain Araya, the mastermind who had been teased in previous post-credit scenes. Many fans were expecting to see Shiki pull out her blade and engage Araya in an epic battle, especially since her mystic eyes of death perception were so iconic. In the earlier films, Shiki's fight scenes were as graceful as a dancing butterfly, and her blade swings were filled with elegance and power, making her a fan-favorite action heroine. But what happened next shocked the audience. I can't see it. That's right. Just as the fans had expected, Shiki activated her mystic eyes the moment she saw Araya, hoping to see his death lines. However, for the first time, she failed. Up until now, Shiki had always been able to perceive the death lines of every opponent, but this time, Araya's lines were so faint that they were almost non-existent. Here, Araya reveals the truth. He was the one who manipulated Asagami Fujino and Kirie Fuju, both of whom were driven to commit atrocities as they sought death and meaning. Shiki is infuriated, not just because Araya wants to kill her, but because of all the lives he destroyed. "You monster," she screams, charging at Araya with wild speed, her blade slicing through the air like an arrow released from a taut bow. But just as Shiki closes the gap between them, Araya moves. Not human, Vajra, serpent strike. With a flurry of swift and deadly blows, Araya overwhelms Shiki. The audience gasps as they watch Shiki, their beloved heroine, get beaten down by the sorcerer. And when Araya raises his hand, threatening to crush Shiki's face, hearts race in the theater. Could this be the end for Shiki? After all, the porter was known for pulling shocking twists. He even killed off the hero in The Cautious Hero, a comedy series. So, the idea that Araya might kill Shiki wasn't far-fetched at all. Thankfully, the porter showed a bit of mercy this time. Just as Araya was about to shatter Shiki's face, the sound of bones breaking rang out, but it was Araya's arm, severed by Shiki's sword in a last-second counterattack. The audience sighed in relief. Their hope for Shiki's survival was reignited. The intense battle resumed. After several exchanges, Shiki finally managed to stab Araya in the chest, right where his death line was located. Did we win? Many fans held their breath, unsure of what was coming next. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 288, The Leap. 984 words. Damn! Why isn't he dead? Fans who had seen Shiki land a perfect strike with her mystic eyes of death perception thought victory was within reach. Everyone believed Araya had finally been defeated. But the reality was the opposite. Despite having been stabbed straight through the heart, Araya hadn't died. Not even the mystic eyes, with their one-hit kill ability, could finish him off. How could Shiki possibly defeat such an enemy? The tension among fans soared. In the next moment, Araya's left hand moved, landing a punch squarely on Shiki's stomach. Her body was flung backward. With just one strike, Shiki coughed up more blood than Araya had after being pierced through the chest and head. Araya's strength was utterly overwhelming, his power despair-inducing. The sight of Shiki so wounded broke fans' hearts. Watching helplessly as Araya captured Shiki, Inju Tomo could do nothing, forced to watch as she was taken away. Many fans shook their heads in disappointment. At critical moments like this, it's clear, new acquaintances are useless. Only Shiki's companion, Mikia, could truly save the day. As expected, when Mikia couldn't wait any longer, he returned to the shrine and met with Cornelius Alba. Learning of Shiki's capture and discovering more about Araya's plans, the situation became clear. Araya, a man who had lived for an immeasurable amount of time, had grown disillusioned with humanity. As the highest form of life, he saw only despair in the human condition. To find meaning in existence, he sought the ultimate beginning and end, the root of all things. Now, with Shiki in his grasp, he intended to open the path to that root. This prompted Aozaki Tuko to join the battle. Unfortunately, Tuko became trapped in Araya's labyrinthine temple, her head severed by Alba. At this point, many fans felt hopeless. Shiki, the main fighter, was captured. Tuko, a deeply hidden magician, was now incapacitated. Mikia? He's too weak to be of any help. But then, something incredible happened. Tuko appeared again. You should be dead. I killed you with my own hands. Alba shouted in shock. Fans and characters alike were left with one giant question: could the dead come back to life? This moment completely captured the audience's curiosity. In the ensuing conversation between Alba and Tuko, the truth was revealed. Tuko was a magician skilled in creating perfect replicas of herself. She always kept a dormant version of herself ready. When the active body died, her memories would transfer to the spare body, which would awaken. Then, she would create another spare, identical in every way, so much so that even Tuko couldn't distinguish the original body from the copies. Fans were stunned. Wait a minute, this feels oddly familiar. Many realized this concept resembled certain sci-fi stories, where future humans store their memories in chips, transferring them to new bodies when their original ones die, creating a form of immortality. However, the unsettling question remained, is that truly the same person, or just a copy? Meanwhile, Tomo, now aware of his existence as a puppet, took the elevator to the top floor. Armed with Shiki's ancient blade, he returned to the ground level, determined to face Araya head-on. Even when Araya mocked his origin as a meaninglessness, Tomo charged forward, knowing he would be destroyed. Facing someone like you, I finally understand. All this time, I've been like you, refusing to admit my weaknesses and making mistakes. But nothing is meaningless, whether real or fake, whether it leads to an end or not. Even if it's just for a day, I am Tomo. I am someone with a complete past. I may lack a history, but my strong will makes that enough. Initially, many fans had disliked Tomo's character. Even though Ren had rewritten parts of the story to reduce the feeling that Tomo was interfering in Mikia and Shiki's relationship, there was still an underlying unease about it. But after hearing Tomo's speech, he gained a few fans of his own. Now, that's a man. At first, he seemed weak, but now I see he's got some real guts. His self-sacrifice touched many viewers, especially since they knew he was just a puppet. Admiration and sympathy combined, and fans began to appreciate Tomo more. Sadly, Tomo still died. But in that moment, fans believed he had transcended his fate. For the Garden of Sinners fans, understanding the concept of origin was crucial. The origin is similar to a person's core instinct or destiny. It's an innate direction that all beings inevitably follow. For example, if someone's origin was poverty, their life would likely always be intertwined with being poor. Tomo's origin was meaninglessness, implying everything he did was ultimately futile. But in his final moments, his actions gained meaning. Though he died, his sacrifice bought enough time for Shiki to awaken. The final showdown between Araya and Shiki began. Shiki's eyes snapped open, and the familiar blue glow filled the screen, making fans clench their fists in excitement. The battle was fierce, as magic clashed with steel. The impact of every blow, the sound of weapons colliding, kept fans glued to the screen. The sensory overload of both sight and sound made it impossible for viewers to look away, their attention wholly captured by the intense fight. As Shiki cornered Araya, fans' hearts raced. Is this it? Is he finally going to die? Fans exhaled in relief, thinking the battle was nearing its end. But just as Araya was seemingly defeated, his figure vanished along with his black cloak. Shiki remained unfazed. She calmly walked to the balcony, resting her hand on the railing. I won't let you escape. She smirked before leaping from the balcony towards the grassy courtyard below, her blade in hand, a cold yet graceful expression on her face. Oh my god, Shiki is so cool, fans exclaimed. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 289, The End of the Conflict. 1029 words. The battle between Araya and Shiki Ryugi came to an end with Shiki emerging victorious. The temple was destroyed, Araya vanished, and the entire series concluded. Of course, even as the end credits rolled, the audience didn't leave their seats. As expected, just like all major films from Picker Comics, there was a post-credits scene, and this time was no different. Whoa! It's the king! The blackened version of the king! In the final moments of the scene, a young girl clad in thick black armor appeared like a blossoming flower emerging from the shadows. The eerie background only added to the tension, making the viewers feel uneasy. What had happened to the king? Why was she wearing such dark, ominous armor? The scene shifted quickly, showing the blackened king fighting against Berserker. Unlike the previous chase scenes between Lancer and True Assassin, this was a full-on clash. Each swing of their weapons created an immense sense of pressure. Online, the discussion surrounding the Garden of Sinners grew even more intense. Shiki was so amazing. Absolutely awesome. Totally agree. Especially when Shiki made that final leap from the building. But honestly, how did her kimono not flip up when she jumped? You're such a perv, but yeah, I was curious about that too, ha ha. Aside from Shiki's mystic eyes and her final confrontation with Araya, which ended with her dramatic leap, the post-credit scene sparked the most conversation. Wait, there was a post-credit scene? Come on, seriously? Who still leaves a Pika movie before the credits are over? The Blackened King looked so cool though. And I noticed the king and Shiru seemed to be at odds. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Shiru was standing next to Ilias Veal and didn't seem to be fighting her, but then the king and Berserker were locked in battle. Man, I'm suddenly way more excited for the second part of Fate's Stay Night now. Ren's carefully crafted post-credit scene succeeded in capturing the audience's attention. Many viewers were intrigued by the Blackened King, who had seemingly been swallowed by darkness but then returned. The curiosity surrounding her new form drew in even more discussion. The positive reception of the Garden of Sinners, Paradox Spiral significantly outshone the previous two films. A lot of the mysteries that had confused fans in the first two movies were finally unraveled in this one. So, after its premiere, this final installment of the series achieved a remarkable 90% approval rating across various platforms. Since most of the people watching were die-hard fans, their positive reception suggested that the film had met their expectations. With good word of mouth, the movie's box office was expected to soar in the coming days. All the major media outlets dedicated their entertainment sections to reviewing The Garden of Sinners. Most of the reviews praised the movie. The characters in The Garden of Sinners all carry deep emotional scars. The predominant emotion in the series is not a mild sense of melancholy but rather a visceral, deeply felt pain. Whether it's parents killing their children, friends hurting one another, or characters murdering in their quest for self-discovery, these are all common themes in novels. But the Porter has used his unique talents to create a sense of pain that feels deeply personal, pressing heavily on the hearts of the audience. Pika Comics has used their signature cinematic style to deliver a visually stunning story. Every character has a distinct and memorable backstory, particularly the antagonist Araya. The build-up of his character through the first two films culminates in an unforgettable villain in this final installment, something rare in recent animated films. The plot was gripping, though the only downside might be the age rating. Despite Pika's efforts to keep certain scenes discreet, some parts are still not suitable for younger viewers. The soundtrack continues to resonate deeply with the audience, maintaining the signature style of the trilogy while also introducing fresh elements that distinguish this film from the previous two. The Porter's keen insight gives the movie a rare combination of raw intensity and poetic beauty. It's like a tragic poem, one that reaches right into your soul. Ren took a glance at the reviews from mainstream media. The majority of the media praised the film for its character development and impressive animation. Fans especially loved the iconic scene where Shiki leaped from the building, her graceful yet powerful movements leaving a lasting impression. Of course, there were criticisms too. No work is without its detractors. Some viewers felt that the pacing was too slow, with key plot points only being resolved in the third film, making the earlier two difficult to fully understand without this final chapter. This was a fair critique of the film's structure. But those were minor issues. The key now was to continue promoting the movie. Capitalizing on the positive media reviews, Ren ramped up the marketing for the film. Not only did he use online platforms and traditional media, but large banners promoting the movie were displayed in shopping malls, train stations, and other high-traffic areas. In addition, special promotions were held in Pika's games and magazines. For example, in the popular game Legend of the Elves, a limited-time collaboration event with the Garden of Sinners was introduced, allowing players to unlock Shiki's character skin. This event led to a huge surge in in-game spending. Thanks to this wide-reaching promotion, Paradox Spiral raked in an impressive $151 million at the box office in its opening week. In terms of box office success, Paradox Spiral easily became the most successful film in the Garden of Sinners series. Meanwhile, while promoting the Garden of Sinners, another project began to benefit from the film's momentum. That project was Ren's apprentice Felix's new work. Masked Rider Amazons, also known as Masked Rider Amazons in some regions. In the past, this series left a lasting impression on fans of the Masked Rider franchise. Even now, it continues to be highly regarded, with ongoing discussions about its deep exploration of human nature and complex moral themes. It remains one of the most thought-provoking entries in the Masked Rider series. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 290, The Teaser. 965 words. The Kamen Rider Fan Forum, where the majority of Kamen Rider enthusiasts gathered, had been quieter than usual since Kuga finished airing. It had mostly become a place for casual chat and banter. I can't stand it anymore. No new Kamen Riders in sight. I've already bought the Kuga belt, and my wallet's feeling a bit too heavy. I need to lighten it up. Ultraman already has a new movie and a fresh series. Why is Kamen Rider getting no love? Fans complained passionately in the forum, unable to contain their excitement for the next Kamen Rider series. Suddenly, a comment popped up. Wait, the official Kamen Rider page just posted something. New rider incoming. In a flash, fans flocked to the official page. Kamen Rider Amazons is coming soon. Stay tuned for a new and unique rider. The post didn't show much, just a teaser saying that a new series was on the way. But that was enough. The moment fans saw the post, excitement surged through the forum. With eager hearts, they clicked on the teaser. The preview opened with a rugged-looking man in his 30s, with a scruffy beard and a weary expression, staring down a monstrous creature. Amazon. His deep voice instantly captivated fans, making him seem like a man with a deep, untold story. As his words faded. Boom. Blood and wild. WIWIWI wild. An intense explosion erupted around him, casting bright flames from his body, making him look like he had become a roaring inferno. The fiery blast sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Holy! That's epic! This budget is insane! The transformation sequence left viewers speechless. The sheer intensity of the explosion and the fiery energy released by the man during his transformation gave off a sense of overwhelming power, igniting excitement among the fans. The special effects looked even more impressive than Kuga. Fans were thrilled just by watching the teaser, sensing that this new series was going to be epic. The surrounding vegetation even caught fire from the heat released during his transformation, showcasing the raw, devastating power he wielded. The man's body burned, the air around him warping from the heat. Even through their screens, fans could feel the suffocating intensity. If Kuga's transformation had an element of sci-fi mixed with magic, this Amazon transformation felt raw and primal. When the flames finally dissipated, fans saw the form of Kamen Rider Amazon for the first time. And they were stunned. Not only was this transformation vastly different from Kuga, but even the post-transformation appearance was completely unexpected. Was this really a Kamen Rider? Kuga might not have looked entirely human, but you could tell by his appearance that he was a hero. But this? Amazon? His appearance sent shockwaves through the fan base. His body was covered in layers of armor that resembled the thick, scaly skin of some beast. His chest had an almost insect-like texture, and his body was covered with sharp spikes and scars. His hands, legs, and back were lined with black, scale-like blades, making him look less like a hero and more like a monstrous experiment that had escaped a mad scientist's lab. Is this really a Kamen Rider? Fans were left in disbelief as they stared at the red figure on the screen. Their minds quickly flashed back to the rugged man who transformed, a man who looked like a vagrant, dressed in tattered clothes, with unkempt hair. What kind of life had he lived? Unfortunately, it was only a teaser. As the words Kamen Rider Amazons and the release date appeared on the screen, the preview ended. It left their questions unanswered. The brief teaser left the fans hungry for more. Though it showed only a little, it sparked a huge discussion within the fan community. Soon, the Kamen Rider forum regained the same level of activity it had during Kuga's airing, with new posts popping up constantly. Wow, this Amazon is completely different from Kuga. Yeah, I agree. This Amazon looks more like a monster than a protector of humanity. Isn't he a little too ugly? Maybe it's just a difference in taste, but I think he looks pretty cool. But the protagonist seems like a man with a deep backstory. I bet this will be some sort of revenge tale. Am I the only one impressed by the special effects? Looks like they really spent a lot on this. That's nothing. Remember when they burned down a whole church during the filming of Cougar? By the way, I noticed something interesting. The man says Amazon when he transforms, but the show's title is Amazons with an S. As everyone knows, S means plural. So, there's probably more than one Amazon, right? Whoa, nice catch. Only a true fan could pick that out just from the teaser. This comment quickly got pinned to the top of the thread. Many fans agreed it made sense. Amazons had to mean there was more than one. By the way, I just checked the porter's apprentice, Felix's social media. He posted something that gave me a bad feeling. Apparently, Felix is the one working on this series. Felix? That name sounds familiar. He wrote the script for Nexus. That's why. Oh no. Now it makes sense. This is going to be just like Nexus. Riders with belts that get passed on after the previous user dies. Now that you mention it, I have a bad feeling too. This could totally be like Nexus. The first rider dies, and then someone else picks up the belt to become the new rider. After all, it's a Felix production. Darn it. I knew Felix was just as much trouble as the porter. Looks like this will be a roller coaster. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 291, Fan Surprise. 982 words. Sigh. At home, Ren was staring at the online comments and let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Jada, who was playing with their baby son, heard his sigh and curiously looked over. I'm getting roasted by the fans again. My heart hurts. I need some comfort. Ren pouted and made a move toward Jada, planning to dive into her arms for some much-needed comfort. But Jada had already seen through Ren's plan. She stuck out her foot and planted it squarely on Ren's face, looking at him with disdain. Even your son has stopped drinking from me, and you still want to. You? As Jada was about to scold Ren, she instinctively pulled her foot back. Feeling a dampness on her soul, she looked at Ren, who was licking his lips with satisfaction. Her face instantly turned bright red. You? You? Jada struggled to form her words, and seeing the look of disgust she shot at him, Ren raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at? Never seen a perv? And it's not like this is the first time. Jada! She was at a loss for words. Knowing her husband was in a shameless mood, Jada took a deep breath and glared at him warily. So why are you so upset? You've been criticized before. She gave him another sharp look. With that thick skin of yours, I doubt you'd feel anything, even if a fan sent you a bomb. To be honest, Jada thought Ren deserved the criticism. After all, he had a habit of turning promising stories into sad, gut-wrenching dramas. Especially Cautious Hero's ending, people were still ranting about that one online. If it were my fault, I'd accept it. But this time, it wasn't even my fault. Ren clutched his chest dramatically. This time, it's all Felix's fault. Felix. Jada thought for a moment before remembering Ren's apprentice. Felix's series Nexus had gained popularity, though it still wasn't as widespread as Tiga. After all, Tiga appealed to all ages, while Nexus had a darker tone, which not all kids enjoyed. What did Felix do to make you take the blame? Jada asked, puzzled. Oh, it's because of his new series, Kamen Rider Amazons. Some fans saw the trailer and title and started speculating that the story would be like Nexus, with riders dying and getting replaced. They think I'm the one who taught Felix to write that way. Ren grumbled. But both Nexus and Amazons were Felix's ideas. Ren was genuinely frustrated. Sure, he was responsible for changes to Claire's series Your Lie in April, since he had pushed for certain modifications in the finale. But Nexus and Amazons? That was all Felix's doing. He had even asked Felix to tone down some of the darker elements. Originally, Felix had wanted characters like Dunn and Ren to die in the plot. After Ren explained the situation to Jada, she chuckled. Well, that's what you get for being known as the Master of Sadness. However, seeing Ren's pitiful expression, Jada's heart softened, and she started to comfort him. Days passed, and finally, the premiere day of Kamen Rider Amazons arrived. Even before the show started, Daniel was already seated on the couch, ready with chips and soda, essentials for any good watch party. Daniel was particularly interested in this series. The trailers had given him the impression that Amazons would be similar to Nexus, serious, deep, and with a protagonist who, like Jun, had a tragic backstory. So Daniel wasn't planning on missing this one. Right from the opening sequence, Kamen Rider Amazons delivered with high-energy fight scenes and a catchy BGM that made viewers want to get up and move along to the beat. Wow, this is definitely Felix's style. Daniel quickly recognized the unique atmosphere. The scene showed a special task force in action, which gave Daniel the idea that this world, like in Nexus, had advanced technology capable of fighting monsters. The opening feels a bit like Cougar, but more eerie. A dark room filled with spider webs and dust set the tone. Accompanied by creepy background music, Daniel shuddered slightly. The camera work and transitions created a suspenseful atmosphere, and the BGM added a layer of horror. Suddenly, a bloody hand appeared on the screen, making Daniel jump. Thankfully, it was just a fleeting scare. But it confirmed for Daniel that this show would be nothing like Cougar. In Cougar and Tiger, there were no explicit scenes of blood or gore, they kept things light. But Amazons was different. The tone reminded him of Nexus, with the unsettling creature attack scenes. Target confirmed. Pest control initiated. The enemy soon made its appearance. Like Cougar, the first monster was a spider creature. However, this spider monster was far more vicious than the one from Cougar. And unlike the police force in Cougar, the special task force in Amazons was clearly better prepared to face such threats. But they were still no match for the monsters. Then Daniel's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A police officer transformed. Yes, he transformed. Just like in the trailer with the scruffy man, this young officer, Haruka, transformed into a, what? A monster? Daniel was confused. Haruka's transformed state looked more like a mole monster than a Kamen Rider. Could this still be a Kamen Rider? Daniel wondered. Given how different Amazon looked from Cougar, this could only make sense. Daniel recalled the scruffy man transforming into the red Amazon in the trailer and realized this could be part of the series' unique take. After all, if the main rider looked so unconventional, it made sense that others would too. But could there be more than one rider in this series? Or maybe Haruka was the predecessor of the scruffy man. But what about the belt? Where was the iconic Kamen Rider belt? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 292, The Premiere. 1017 words. The debut of Kamen Rider Amazons left the audience with plenty of questions right from the start. A police officer transformed into a creature and fought against another monster. What stood out most was how much more violent and bloody the combat was compared to Cougar. The creature, which looked like a mole, battled the spider monster. With the help of the police, the mole-like creature pinned the spider monster to the ground and slashed it with its claws. While guns had barely left a mark on the spider monster, the mole creature's claws tore through the monster's body like paper. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the mole creature's body a deeper red. With a roar, the creature's red eyes flared, and the sound of flesh being ripped apart echoed. Can this even be called a Kamen Rider? It doesn't feel like a rider at all. This police officer turned into a monster, maybe he's an escaped experiment from a mad scientist's lab. many fans felt something was off. The scene was far too violent, a stark contrast to the slightly more elegant and heroic battle scene in Cougar. The spider monster writhed on the ground, shrieking in agony, but its struggle was futile. With the sound of ripping muscle, the mole creature pierced the spider monster's chest, pulling out a glowing, translucent object. The object pulsed faintly in the mole creature's hand, and the light flickered in time with its movements. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, many fans immediately guessed that this was the monster's heart. As the mole creature crushed the heart, the spider monster's trembling body dissolved into a puddle of ooze.
That's gross. So bloody.
Is this really Kamen Rider? At this point, many fans were taken aback. In their minds, Kamen Riders weren't supposed to be like this. Weren't they supposed to make grand, heroic entrances and defeat enemies with style? The brutal fighting style of this mole creature left them puzzled. It was raw and savage. But what came next in the episode made fans even more confused. After the mole creature had dealt with the spider monster, the Special Forces team made a call to someone, asking for more information about the creature. From their conversation, the fans picked up a few details. An experiment 2 years ago. Experimental subjects. All referred to as Amazons. Both the mole creature and the spider monster were called by this name. Wait, so these Amazons are the result of human experiments? And the mole and spider monsters were once humans? Daniel, who was watching the episode, stroked his chin and began to speculate. Are all the Amazons created from humans? Daniel thought about it for a moment. Maybe there were 3 types of Amazons, the Amazon riders like in the trailer, and the Amazon creatures like the mole and spider monsters. The difference seemed to be that some Amazons could control themselves, like the mole creature, while others, like the spider monster, couldn't. This episode is pretty long, though. Daniel glanced at his phone. His fan chat group was buzzing with discussions about the new Kamen Rider, and the screen flashed every so often, showing him the time. Unlike Cougar, where each episode was about 20 to 30 minutes long, Amazons was still going strong after what felt like a full episode's worth of time, with plenty of content left to go. No wonder the TV guide only showed 1 episode today. This one's probably twice as long as a normal episode, Daniel thought, settling in to continue watching. The story continued. The Special Task Force received intel that more monsters had appeared, and they set out to exterminate them. But this time, there wasn't just another spider monster. There was also a bat monster. With only 1 mole Amazon on their side, the task force quickly found themselves outmatched by the 2 monsters. While the mole creature held its ground against the bat monster, the rest of the team was getting destroyed by the second spider monster. Even when another team member transformed into a dragonfly-like creature, the spider monster easily overpowered them. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, everyone turned toward the sound of a calm voice. They looked up to see a man standing on top of their vehicle. Unlike the terrified reaction you'd expect from a normal person who had just stumbled onto a battlefield filled with monsters, this man seemed unfazed. But the fans weren't surprised. They recognized him from the trailer. However, he looked a little sharper and more alert than the scruffy version they had seen earlier. The man casually held a belt in one hand and a raw egg in the other. He tapped the egg on the belt a couple of times before cracking it open and eating it raw. The calmness with which he did this made him seem completely out of place on this chaotic battlefield. If he had popcorn instead of an egg, he'd look just like a spectator, some fans joked. The man jumped down from the vehicle and strolled toward the fight, slowly putting on the belt. Alpha. Amazon. He spoke softly. And just like in the trailer, an explosion erupted around him. The blast sent a shockwave rippling out, knocking back everyone around him, including the Special Task Force and even the monsters. Just from the force of his transformation, it was clear that this man was on a whole different level compared to the spider monster. Then, the fans watched in awe as the transformed Amazon Alpha sprang into action. The spider monster's attacks were useless against him, as he effortlessly blocked every strike. He even had the time to taunt the monster with a classic hand gesture, beckoning it to come at him. Goodbye. With those words, he slammed the spider monster to the ground with one hand and raised his other arm high. The spider monster panicked, driven by a primal instinct to escape. But it soon realized that it couldn't even break free from the man's one-handed grip. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 293, Taking the Blame. 989 words. As Alpha raised his hand, the spider monster began to panic, struggling to break free from Alpha's grasp. But it was all in vain. Whoa, this Alpha rider looks pretty cool. Alpha? What does that mean? When he transformed, he said Alpha. I guess it's like Cougar, where the name of the rider is part of the title. Didn't he also say Amazon? Well, yeah, but he's the rider version of an Amazon. Didn't you notice how his transformation was different? The others, like that police officer, had their bodies mutate, but he used a belt. Fans online couldn't stop talking about this new rider. It was hard not to, considering Alpha's easy dominance in battle made him seem incredibly powerful. With a quick, decisive move, Alpha finished the spider monster with a piercing strike. But who's that boy in white? Watching the episode, Daniel scratched his chin thoughtfully. The white-clad boy kept appearing in the background, so he couldn't just be a bystander, right? Could he also be an enemy? Daniel's thoughts were interrupted as he saw a familiar sight, cells dividing on the screen. The boy clutched his chest in pain, then transformed into a green creature that resembled Alpha. The difference was clear. While Alpha transformed using a belt, this boy transformed similarly to the mole Amazon from earlier. The two stood off against each other, seemingly ready to fight. The fans' excitement spiked until the ending credits began to roll, leaving them frustrated. The next morning, at the Kamen Rider Amazon's ratings analysis meeting, the team at the Picker Company was thrilled. The ratings for the premiere episode had reached an average of 2.84%. A premiere rating over 2% was a dream for many regular TV shows, but Kamen Rider Amazons had achieved it on its first day, even breaking the record for the highest-rated drama premiere in the country. This was a significant improvement compared to the ratings for Kamen Rider Cougar's premiere. Of course, this didn't necessarily mean that Amazons was better than Cougar. When Cougar first aired, the Kamen Rider series wasn't well known, but now that a second Rider series had come along, the existing fanbase flocked to watch it, which was one of the benefits of a strong franchise. The established fanbase could help the new series achieve good ratings from the start. With the added popularity of the porter's name attached to the project, even more fans were drawn in. And thanks to Kamen Rider Amazon's solid quality, it hooked the viewers, delivering the strong ratings that the team had anticipated. Now, discussions about Amazons were popping up all over forums and fan sites dedicated to Kamen Rider. It's a shame, though. I feel like the episode was too short. Why was there only one episode? Are you serious? It was over 40 minutes. That's basically 2 episodes in one. I can't wait for the next one. There are so many questions. What exactly is an Amazon? Why are even the Kamen Riders called Amazons? Why do some transform without a belt, while that guy needed one? Well, this show is definitely what I expected from Felix, the guy behind Nexus. The level of gore is about the same. No, I think it's even worse than Nexus. As fans eagerly discussed the show online, it wasn't long before the next episode of Kamen Rider Amazons aired. The green monster introduced at the end of the first episode was revealed to be Mizusawa Haruka. The scruffy man who transformed into Alpha was named Jin Tokoyama. Through the episode, fans learned that Amazons were not random creatures, they were the products of a secret organization known as Nozama Pharmaceuticals, the same company that had created the Extermination Squad. The company had created Amazon cells through experimentation, artificially developing these creatures. These tiny artificial life forms had a natural hunger for protein, especially human flesh, which grew stronger once they transformed into monsters. While drugs could suppress this primal urge, once they fully awakened, even the drugs couldn't stop them. Originally, these creatures were kept in cages like livestock, but something went wrong, and they escaped, blending into human society and preying on people. Nozama Pharmaceuticals formed the extermination squad to deal with the outbreak. The estimated number of escaped Amazons was around 4,000. The extermination squad members, and even the fans, were stunned. Up until now, they had only dealt with a handful of Amazons. The idea that thousands of them were on the loose was shocking. It also became clear why Jin Tokoyama, the alpha Amazon, was always seen eating raw eggs. It was to supplement his protein intake and avoid eating humans. Jin's mission was to eliminate every last Amazon, no matter the cost. At that moment, everyone watching felt a pang of sympathy for him. This Kamen Rider has it rough. Yeah, even though he's a rider, he's still basically a monster himself. He's only holding back that urge through sheer willpower and living off raw eggs. And there are 4,000 Amazons. Even if he kills one a day, that would take over 10 years. Can he really keep going like this? As the fans watched Jin, many couldn't help but be reminded of the character Jun from Ultraman Nexus. Both Jin and Jun bore heavy responsibilities and faced overwhelming odds. By this point, the fans realized that this series was going to be quite dark. Felix is even worse than the Porter when it comes to writing tragic stories. Exactly. He took Ultraman and Kamen Rider and turned them into something so heavy and intense. Every protagonist is burdened with such a harsh fate. No wonder. Felix is the Porter's student. He's following in his footsteps but somehow making things even darker. Without the Porter's guidance, there's no way he could have written something like this. Right. It's all the Porter's fault. Get him to fix this. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 294 A Hashirama, Ha. 1077 words. With Kamen Rider Amazons airing, the latest episode of Naruto was also released, continuing from the previous cliffhanger. In the previous episode, Obito was defeated. At that time, Obito had already activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, causing the roots of the God Tree to spread wildly, absorbing the chakra of all the ninjas it touched. It seemed like everything was going in Obito's favor. However, things quickly took a turn, and Naruto and his allies managed to defeat him, pulling the tailed beasts out of Obito, thus stopping his plans as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, the last episode ended on a cliffhanger, leaving fans eagerly awaiting the continuation. Daniel was one such fan, sitting down to watch the new episode with anticipation. Obito, now severely wounded, looked at Madara. Madara, what are you waiting for? In this version of the story, which Ren had altered from the original, Obito wasn't easily swayed by Naruto's words of persuasion. Unlike in the original series, where Obito was convinced to use the Rinne rebirth, his resolve here remained firm. After losing Rin and his grandmother and wandering the ninja world for so many years, Obito's will had hardened. He couldn't be persuaded so easily by Naruto's talk no jutsu. After all, this was the man who had betrayed and killed his own teacher, Minato, and his wife, Kushina. His will wasn't something that could be shaken by mere words. So, despite knowing that Madara, who had planted the sealing tag in his heart, wasn't trustworthy, Obito still believed that as long as the allied shinobi forces were still around, Madara wouldn't discard him. He hoped to recover and continue fighting. But Obito severely overestimated himself, and underestimated Madara. In an instant, 5 black rods shot out from Obito's right arm, piercing it painfully. Obito screamed in agony, glaring at Madara with a face twisted in pain. Madara, you? Even Obito hadn't expected that Madara would abandon him so easily. HMPH, Madara scoffed. After clashing with Hashirama's ninjutsu, Madara landed beside Obito, arms crossed, looking down at him. It's time for you to repay me, Obito. With that, a coffin appeared beside Madara. The coffin lid opened, revealing Madara's real body inside. At the same time, Black Zetsu suddenly emerged, covering Obito in blackness and taking control of his body. Seeing the coffin and Black Zetsu's actions, Hashirama realized that Obito had fallen under Madara's control. He and the others tried to attack and stop Madara from fully reviving, but it was too late. Rinne Rebirth. Under Black Zetsu's control, Obito used the same technique that Nagato had once used, the Rinne Rebirth, a jutsu that could bring the dead back to life. However, in Ren's version of the story, he had added several limitations to the jutsu, avoiding the overpowered nature it had in the original. First, the jutsu consumed vast amounts of chakra and life force. The more people revived, the more chakra and life it would drain. Second, the jutsu couldn't be cast by someone brought back with Edo Tensei. This limitation addressed one of Ren's biggest gripes from the original story. In the past, Ren had wondered why Madara needed Obito to use Rinne Rebirth when he could have just done it himself with his Rinnegan. Why not just clap his hands, say ha, and cast the jutsu? Could it be that every Rinnegan had different abilities? But Obito's eyes were Madara's to begin with. So Ren introduced this rule to plug what he saw as a logical hole. The third limitation was the need for a relatively intact body. In the original series, Rinne Rebirth could seemingly bring anyone back to life, regardless of their body's condition. But in Ren's version, the jutsu couldn't revive someone if their body was severely damaged, like reduced to bones or just a pile of flesh. After all, this wasn't One Piece. Not everyone could come back to life like Brook, with a yo-ho-ho-ho. Why did Ren make these changes? Well, it was necessary for the upcoming storyline. Of course, Ren wasn't about to reveal why just yet. Even without my eyes, this body is perfect, Madara exclaimed. As Madara, one of the notorious Uchiha clan members known for their crazed laughter, was revived, he couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. The feeling of my blood boiling. Although he no longer had his eyes, Madara's sensory abilities hadn't diminished one bit. In fact, he was now even stronger than when he fought Hashirama in the past, because he now had Hashirama's cells. Though Sasuke attempted to launch a sneak attack using his hawk, Madara absorbed Sasuke's chakra attack and easily defeated him, grabbing Sasuke by the throat. Despite having empty eye sockets, Madara could sense Sasuke's abilities. Oh? A Mangekyo Sharingan? Even though it's not mine, I could use it for now. With that, Madara extended his hand towards Sasuke's eyes, ready to gouge them out. After all, in the Naruto world, eyes were basically interchangeable plug-ins, easy to swap without concern. But would Hashirama just stand by and let Madara harm Sasuke? Hashirama rushed in, clapping his hands to summon the Wood Dragon technique in an attempt to congratulate Madara on his return. However, Madara easily dodged the attack, kicking Hashirama aside and binding him with chakra rods to immobilize him. Though Madara failed to capture Sasuke, he had succeeded in restraining Hashirama and even absorbed some of Hashirama's Sage Mode chakra. At this point, Madara was stronger than ever. He had surpassed his Edo Tensei form. Uchiha, Senju, and natural energy. These were the three most powerful forces in the ninja world, and they were all gathered in Madara's body. Feeling invincible, Madara looked across the battlefield at the nine-tailed beasts. To him, they were no longer a threat. With a smirk, he taunted them, mere grains of sand, not even worth a fraction of my power. Yes, to Madara, the tailed beasts and even the entire allied shinobi forces were insignificant, mere specks of dust. Unfortunately for him, his arrogance would soon be his downfall. Despite his overwhelming strength, Madara was still at a disadvantage. He lacked his eyes. Without them, he couldn't fend off the onslaught of the nine-tailed beasts, and in the heat of battle, his right arm was torn off. But nobody saw this as a sign of weakness. In fact, the fans were more worried for Naruto and his friends, as Madara's power was simply overwhelming. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 295, Obito's Despair. 1156 words. I need fanfiction ideas, comment them here. It's over. What are they going to do now? Is the protagonist's plot armor the only hope? Many readers began to mutter anxiously. Just as Madara's right arm was torn off, a white Zetsu appeared, providing Madara with a new right arm and the Rinnegan that Obito had been hiding. Now, not only was Madara unharmed, but he had become even stronger, for he now possessed the Rinnegan. Madara with the Rinnegan was a completely different beast compared to his earlier self. Everyone knew that the Uchiha clan relied heavily on their eyes for power. About 80% of their abilities came from their dojutsu. Now equipped with the Rinnegan, Madara began hunting the tailed beasts. He first used the power of his Rinnegan to summon the Jido statue from Obito's body. Then, with his Rinnegan's unique ability, Limbo, Border Jail, he quickly subdued the tailed beasts and used the Jido statue's chains to begin pulling them inside. Not only that, but Madara also ripped Kurama, 9 tails, and Gyuki, 8 tails, from Naruto and B, sealing them into the Jido statue. When a Jinchuriki's tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki is certain to die. Just as the story warned, Naruto, who had just lost Kurama, began to fade, his heartbeat growing weaker and weaker. Oh no, is Naruto actually going to die? It's definitely possible. Remember, this is the porter we're talking about. Readers started to get seriously worried. After all, the porter had a reputation for killing off main characters. And the worst part was, fans looked at Madara in the panels. Even if Naruto somehow survived, what difference would it make? Madara had already gathered the tailed beasts. If Naruto and the others couldn't defeat him before, how could they possibly stand a chance now that Madara had them all? Even Sasuke's sneak attack on Madara was effortlessly blocked. Instead, Sasuke found himself impaled by his own sword. At this point, both Naruto, the protagonist, and Sasuke, the deuteragonist, had lost their ability to fight. Madara had defeated Hashirama, Naruto, Tobirama, and Sasuke. Now that he had all 9 tailed beasts, he summoned the 10 tails and used the 6 paths technique to absorb it, becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki himself. He then set off for another battlefield, intent on reclaiming his left eye. At that moment, Obito, whose life force was fading fast, was lying weakly as Kakashi struggled to sense any trace of his chakra. Black Zetsu attempted to transfer Kurama and the Rinnegan from Obito's body to Madara. However, Obito, with sheer willpower, managed to resist Black Zetsu's control. You? Obito glared at Madara in hatred. If you're going to betray me, don't blame me for this. Fighting through the pain and Zetsu's control, Obito reached for his own Rinnegan, intent on destroying it. If he couldn't create the world he wanted, then he'd at least ensure that Madara's plans failed too. Seeing Obito's resolve, Madara spoke calmly. Don't you want to see Rin again? Give me the Rinnegan, and I'll give you control over your dream world. You can create a world where you rule everything. Madara was trying to manipulate Obito once again, just like when he first lured him after Rin's death. Rin. Hearing Madara's words, Obito seemed to hesitate. At this point, readers held their breath in anticipation. Madara was already ridiculously powerful with one eye. If he regained both Rinnegan, the situation would become hopeless. Even Naruto's plot armor might not be enough to save the day. But then, in a sudden twist, just as it seemed Obito might give in to Madara's temptation, Obito plunged his hand into Madara's chest. He hadn't fallen for Madara's manipulation at all. Instead, he had taken some of Shukaku's 1 tail and Gyuki's 8 tails chakra from Madara, absorbing a small amount of 6 paths power in the process. Not only that, Obito then teamed up with his former comrade, Kakashi. I knew it. Obito wouldn't give in so easily, a fan cheered. Exactly. Obito's been through so much. He's not going to trust Madara again after everything. Kakashi, watching this unfold, gave Obito a complicated look. Obito! Don't get the wrong idea. Obito snapped back, giving Kakashi a sharp glance. I'm just ticked off that Madara tried to use me. Yes, this was another change from the original story. In the original version, Obito was fully persuaded by Kakashi and the others' words. Ren, however, felt that such a sudden change in Obito's character didn't feel realistic. Here, Obito remained the dark, conflicted figure he had become. The only reason he was cooperating with Kakashi was to get revenge on Madara for using him as a pawn for the Rinne rebirth. Through their teamwork, Obito successfully entered the Kamu dimension. Originally, Obito had planned to destroy the Rinnegan and be done with it. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that taking down Madara was more satisfying. However, his body was already nearing its limit. So, Obito decided that before destroying his eye, he would first revive Naruto. After all, anything that made Madara's life more difficult would bring Obito a twisted sense of joy. Just as he was about to transfer the Ninetales chakra he had absorbed from Black Zetsu into Naruto and destroy the Rinnegan, Madara appeared. Seeing that Obito was about to destroy his eye, Madara immediately interrupted him. Madara knew he had to keep Obito calm, his Rinnegan was still inside Obito, after all. And so, a smirk played across Madara's lips. He knew exactly how to handle this situation. Obito, Madara began slowly, everything you've done, everything that's happened, has all been part of my plan. When readers saw this, not only Obito but even many fans were stunned. I knew something felt off about Rin's death. Wow, Madara really is the ultimate puppet master. He's been manipulating things since Obito was a kid. I can't believe it. Rin's death was all part of Madara's scheme. At that moment, many readers began to feel a strange sympathy for Obito. Even though Obito had murdered his teacher and his teacher's wife, many fans couldn't help but pity him now. After all, it turned out that Rin's death, the event that had shattered Obito's heart, had been orchestrated by Madara. Madara had placed a seal on Rin's heart, turning her into the Three Tails Jinchuriki, ensuring she would be chased by the hidden mist and eventually killed. It was all part of Madara's plan to drive Obito into darkness and make him hate the world. In the end, Obito's entire life had been a pawn in Madara's scheme. And for a long time, Obito had even been proud of that. The puppet master behind the puppet master had finally been revealed. Arth! Obito screamed in agony, clutching his head as the truth overwhelmed him. Seizing the moment, Black Zetsu regained control of Obito's body. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 296, if you want it, just say so. 1077 words. What a tragic life. Seeing Obito's current state, everyone couldn't help but feel how pitiful his life had been. The woman he loved was killed as part of Madara's scheme, and he ended up helping Madara complete that very scheme. He killed his own teacher, abandoned his friends, and even slaughtered his clan, all for nothing. In the end, it was all meaningless. To make things worse, shaken by these revelations, Obito lost his mental battle against Black Zetsu, who regained control of his body. The Rinnegan was about to fall into Madara's hands. Readers sighed in frustration. Madara was just too strong, in both strategy and power. He had planned for his resurrection decades ago, laying traps and planting seeds that were only now bearing fruit. Now Madara was about to gain both Rinnegan. Even with just one Rinnegan, Madara's power had skyrocketed. How could they possibly stop him with both? But just then, someone unexpected appeared, Might Guy. As Madara reached for his Rinnegan, Guy suddenly struck, aiming a powerful kick at the eye Black Zetsu was holding. Guy's body was surrounded by an intense aura of chakra. Seeing the Rinnegan about to be destroyed, Madara quickly moved to block the attack. Boom! Madara was sent flying. It was the first time since obtaining the Rinnegan that Madara had been hit so hard. At that moment, readers felt a surge of excitement. Oh? The 8 gates, Madara muttered as he stood up slowly, brushing off the dust. He looked at Guy with indifference. You haven't even opened the final gate. I'm being underestimated. Despite being knocked back, Madara was unharmed. Even Guy, who had delivered his most powerful attack in the 7th gate, knew it wasn't enough. Madara's body was still intact.
That's way too strong.
Countless readers were ready to scream. Why did the porter have to make Madara so invincible? How were they supposed to defeat him now? Such overwhelming power left readers feeling a sense of hopelessness. Even the characters in the story were losing hope. Was this the end of the ninja world? My youth hasn't ended yet. Mike Guy shouted passionately. The blue beast of Konoha is about to vanish, making way for the red beast. In the face of such despair, Guy wasn't giving up. Instead, he declared his resolve with even greater determination. This sparked new anticipation among fans. What kind of move would Guy pull out now? With excitement, they turned the page. Continued next chapter. After a brief pause, many fans flipped their tables in frustration. The porter was too cruel. He always ended on a cliffhanger. At home. Daddy, how do I look? Yaya twirled around in her magical girl costume, holding a brand new magic wand she'd just bought. Her skirt spun around with her. You look beautiful, Ren said casually while holding the baby. But his tone made Yaya frown. He hadn't even looked. Clearly, he was just brushing her off. Her little feet stomped on the floor as she marched over, hands on her hips. Daddy, you didn't even look at me. Her voice was so loud that the baby in Ren's arms turned his head toward his sister, eyes immediately drawn to the magic wand in her hand. He stared at it curiously, his tiny hands reaching out toward the new object. Y-A-Y-A. Good-day. The baby babbled happily, stretching his chubby little fingers toward Yaya's wand. Ooh? What are you saying? As a big sister, Yaya was doing her job well. After hearing her brother's baby talk, she shot Ren a glare before sitting on the couch beside him, poking her brother's cheek affectionately. However, the baby wasn't in the mood for sisterly bonding. No ticket, no poking. His soft little hand pushed Yaya's away, and he kept babbling, pointing insistently at her wand. He wants your magic wand, Ren explained, seeing Yaya's confused expression. Oh, that's what it was. Yaya realized, then looked at the baby with a mischievous grin. Do you want it, Rui? If you want something, you have to say it. I can't just know you want it if you don't say anything. Even though you're looking at me so earnestly, you still have to tell me what you want. It's not like I'll refuse to give it to you if you ask, but I won't give it to you if you don't say anything. We have to be fair, right? So do you really want it? If you want it, just say so. But you don't really want it, do you? The baby had no idea what Yaya was saying. All he felt was his head buzzing as she spoke, and his mouth trembled as he prepared to cry. That was his ultimate move. Even though he didn't understand much yet, he knew that crying usually worked. Yaya had just been teasing him, but as a good big sister, she didn't want him to cry. Seeing him about to burst into tears, she quickly handed over the magic wand. Okay, you can play with it. Seeing Yaya reluctantly give up her treasured wand to her little brother, Ren smiled softly. Even though she had been a bit jealous of her brother before, she truly cared for him in the end. Hehe Tilda. The baby, now happily holding the wand, grinned and started waving it around, mimicking what his sister had done earlier. And then, thud! He accidentally dropped the wand on the floor. Luckily, the floor was covered in a soft rug, so the wand made a dull thud without breaking. The baby looked down, wide-eyed, as the wand fell. A mischievous smile appeared on his face, as if he had discovered something fun. Oh no! My magic wand! Yaya exclaimed, rushing to pick it up, pouting as she inspected it. She had just bought it, and it was her new treasure. Seeing it fall, even on the soft rug, made her upset. After checking that the wand wasn't damaged, she sighed in relief and gave her brother a playful glare. No more playing with it. AA. As soon as Yaya picked up the wand, the baby reached out for it again, his little hands grabbing for the magical toy. Faced with his adorable wide eyes and sweet smile, Yaya hesitated, After a moment, she reluctantly handed the wand back to him, making sure it was still intact. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 297, The Hilarious Showdown Between My Wife and Daughter. 1082 words. Okay, fine, you can play with it. But, little brother, don't throw it again. Yeye pouted, reluctantly handing the magic wand back to her baby brother. But this time, the baby didn't wave it around randomly. Instead, he did something that made Yeye's eyes go wide with surprise. He leaned forward and threw the magic wand straight onto the floor. Thud! The wand hit the ground again. The baby found it hilarious. He waved his arms and legs, giggling uncontrollably. He even looked at his sister, laughing as if he wanted to show her how fun it was. That's right, the sound the magic wand made when it hit the ground earlier seemed amusing to him, so he repeated the action. Unfortunately, in Yeye's eyes, her little brother's behavior was pure mischief. Ooh! Yeye finally couldn't hold back. She picked up her magic wand again, this time ignoring her little brother entirely. Hugging her dad tightly, she pouted, complaining, "Daddy, little brother is so bad. He did it on purpose." She felt a bit wronged. She had been so generous in letting her brother play with her favorite toy, and in return, he tried to destroy it. This precious magic wand, she didn't even dare throw it on the floor herself. At this moment, the baby started babbling again, watching his sister who was now hugging their dad. He had no idea what he did wrong and just smiled brightly, waving his hands around. The baby didn't understand any of this. Sometimes, even when a spoon was placed on the table, he would gurgle and find it funny. Ooh! But his actions only made Yeye even more upset. All right. Ren rubbed Yeye's head, then glanced upstairs. In a soft voice, he said, "To make it up to you, how about some ice cream?" Really? Yeye's pout instantly disappeared, and her earlier frustration vanished as if it never existed. Of course. Ren nodded. But we can't let your mom know. Ham. Daddy, you're the best. Yeye snuggled up to Ren, her eyes curving into little crescents of happiness. She quickly stood up and gave him a big smooch on the cheek before humming a happy tune and running off toward the fridge. Some time passed. The upstairs door suddenly opened and Jada came down. When she saw Yeye sitting at the table eating ice cream, she frowned. Yeye, you've already had 2 tubs of ice cream this morning. Tilda, Daddy gave it to me. Yeye patted her round belly, grinning as she answered. Jada lightly flicked Yeye's forehead, scolding, "Your dad spoils you too much. Both of you deserve a good scolding." Saying this, she turned toward Ren's direction, about to give him a playful flick on the head as well. But in that moment, Yeye switched from being a little troublemaker to a caring daughter. She immediately pouted, clearly unhappy with her mom's approach. She rushed over to the couch, climbed up, and threw her little arms around her dad's neck, raising her small fists in defense. "Now hitting my daddy! Don't even scold him." Jada, amused, put her hands on her hips and teased, "Oh, so now you're defending him. He's my husband, you know. I can't say anything about him. He's my daddy. You're not allowed to say anything," Yeye declared stubbornly. Seeing her daughter act this way, Jada couldn't help but laugh. She decided to play along and bicker with Yeye. "So what if he's your dad? He was my husband first, which is how you came to be. That means I'm more important." Yeye blinked and thought about it. She felt that her mom's argument made some sense. But then, a spark of inspiration hit her. Beaming, Yeye proudly announced, "Well, now Daddy is my husband. He's not your husband anymore. Divorce. That's right, you two should divorce." In addition to watching cartoons, Yeye loved watching TV dramas, and she had picked up quite a few lessons from them. After all, men are all big cheaters. They like younger women. "Mommy, you're getting old. Daddy definitely prefers a younger and prettier wife. Ha ha ha. Ren couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing his daughter's words. What's so funny? Jada shot Ren a glare, making him instantly zip his lips. She then turned to Yaya and gave her a stern look. Say that again. Even though Jada's tone was strict, the playful smile on her lips betrayed her amusement. Blair Tilda Yaya, still hugging her dad, stuck out her tongue and giggled, showing no signs of regret. Instead, she found her mom's frustrated reaction even more entertaining. Look, Daddy, that mean mommy is so fierce, right, hubby tilde tilde. Yaya teased as she gave her dad a kiss on the cheek, throwing a defiant glance toward Jada, challenging her. HMPH, after raising you for 6 years, you're even trying to steal my husband now. Jada joked as she reached over to grab Yaya's arm. Ah! Hubby, save me! Yaya shrieked, calling for her dad's help. But to her surprise, her dad didn't make a move. She turned to look at him. Ren was just sitting there, holding her baby brother and watching the scene with a look of amusement. To top it off, he even took a big spoonful of the ice cream Yaya hadn't finished and ate it. This completely frustrated Yaya. Ah, you big cheater! I want a divorce! Mommy, help me! HMPH, it's too late to call for mommy now. Jada grinned as she unleashed her tickling powers on Yaya, launching a relentless attack. Ha ha ha! Yaya was incredibly ticklish, squirming on the couch as her melodious laughter echoed throughout the room. Have you learned your lesson? Yes, yes. I'm sorry. In reality, Jada wasn't even tickling her that much. Yaya just couldn't handle being tickled at all, so she was extremely sensitive. Meanwhile, the baby, nestled in Ren's arms, watched the entire scene unfold with wide eyes, his little face filled with confusion. He couldn't understand what was so funny about this. Wasn't it more fun to throw the magic wand on the floor? Silly adults! The baby's eyes were filled with disdain as he turned his head away in disappointment. The next day, a new month had begun, and Ren's system updated with new manga. As soon as he woke up, Ren remembered the system refresh and eagerly checked it out. His face lit up with excitement. Oh! It's this series! Ren exclaimed. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 298, Tom and Jerry. 979 words. Ren's face lit up with excitement as he looked at the new release from the system. It's this one. Tom and Jerry. He had never expected this show to appear in his system. Tom and Jerry was an animated series that had accompanied the childhoods of many kids in Ren's past life. Even during his college years, whenever he got tired of playing games in his dorm, he would pull up Tom and Jerry on his browser to watch, thoroughly enjoying it. Sometimes, even his roommates would join him, watching the antics while sitting next to his hammock. This show was an enduring comedy classic, a cornerstone of many childhood memories. Tom and Jerry focused on slapstick humor, exaggeration, and comedic violence to depict the never-ending battle between its two main characters, Tom the cat and Jerry the mouse. Their relentless rivalry, the traps, chases, and clever strategies that unfolded between the cunning cat and the sharp-witted mouse formed the heart of the story. Even though it was an American creation, the humorous moments were universal, transcending cultural boundaries without being limited by regional differences. It was similar to Mr. Bean, a show that could make people from any country laugh. The series blended two distinct types of humor, slapstick and dark humor. What is slapstick humor? It's like the comedic style of Charlie Chaplin, using exaggerated physical actions and facial expressions to create a sense of absurdity and amusement. But producing this kind of humor requires actors with exceptional talent. Comedians on par with Chaplin were quite rare in Ren's previous life. However, animation had the advantage of bringing exaggerated actions and expressions to life without needing live actors. Through detailed animation, it was possible to create even more extreme gestures and facial expressions, though it required painstaking attention to detail. Fortunately, this wasn't a problem for Ren. his drawing skills were widely recognized, and the artists at Picker Comics had grown significantly under his guidance. As for dark humor, that was even easier to understand. In Ren's past life, many people who watched Tom and Jerry enjoyed seeing Tom the cat being tricked and humiliated. The more Tom suffered, the louder the laughter. This was the essence of dark humor. It played into people's natural tendency to enjoy watching others face misfortune and chaos, a reflection of the same mindset that made people love to watch the world burn. Tom and Jerry also influenced many domestic animated shows that followed a similar dark humor style. For example, the popular Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf featured goats, like Jerry, and the wolf, resembling Tom. Similarly, Boonai Bears was another show that adopted a similar formula. Both these shows, like Tom and Jerry, anthropomorphized animals to deliver humor and action. However, unlike Tom and Jerry, many domestic shows were highly commercialized. Both Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf and Boonai Bears were created as fast food entertainment, sacrificing quality for mass appeal. The characters' movements lacked the finesse and polish seen in Tom and Jerry. Don't be fooled by the fact that each Tom and Jerry episode was only around 7 minutes long. A huge team, 150 animators, devoted all their time to creating those 7 minutes of fun, music, and chaos. The series didn't rely on dialogue, instead, it used facial expressions and actions to convey emotions. That's why the characters' performances had to be both expressive and subtle. Overacting would ruin the tone. This attention to detail was why Tom and Jerry won 12 Academy Awards for Best Animated Short Film and even an Emmy Award. Of course, times had changed, and many manual techniques used back then could now be replaced with modern technology. For example, in the past, exaggerated movements required an enormous amount of drawing. When Tom and Jerry was made, there was no 3D modeling or tracing technology. But now, those technologies had become standard practice, and even Ren's company used them in many projects. Therefore, the workload wasn't as overwhelming as it once was. And even if more staff were needed, Picker Comics had the resources to hire them. But Ren furrowed his brows. While humor may transcend borders, Tom and Jerry was still an American show. Many of the details were rooted in Western culture. For instance, episodes about Christmas, Halloween witches, or medieval stories would need adjustments. Ren would have to modify these elements to fit local audiences. Looks like I'll have to put in some extra work for a while. Ren stretched lazily. But he wasn't too worried. If certain elements couldn't be adapted, he could simply remove them altogether. After all, Tom and Jerry wasn't a serialized show, it was episodic, so individual stories didn't rely on each other. However, there was another challenge that Ren found a bit daunting: the music. The soundtrack in Tom and Jerry was integral to the success of the show. In addition to the humorous plot, much of its charm came from the carefully curated musical score. Many people credited the success of Tom and Jerry to its use of classical and symphonic music. Pieces like the Blue Danube and Chopin's Fantasy Impromptu were perfectly timed with the action, adding to the comedic effect. But as the series progressed, it became clear that more and more original music was being composed for the show. By the later episodes, Tom and Jerry had introduced a mix of jazz, modernist music, and even atonal compositions. In Ren's world, while there were classical pieces similar to those in Tom and Jerry, the original compositions didn't exist. This gave Ren a bit of a headache. But, whatever? Ren mulled over the problem for a few minutes before brushing it aside. After all, Picker Comics employed talented musicians. Ren didn't believe that the cultural depth of this world would be any worse than that of his previous one. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 299, A New Work. 1040 words. Ren was quite pleased with Tom and Jerry, but the second new work left him feeling a bit disappointed. It wasn't that it was bad, the second work was Noragami. In his past life, Ren had really enjoyed this series, especially the character Bishamon, who had beauty and strength. However, the issue was that Noragami was heavily inspired by Japanese mythology and its deities, the kami of Takamagahara, making it distinctly Japanese in style. Unless someone from Japan asked him to create such a manga, Ren wasn't inclined to work on a story so rooted in Japanese culture. Ren flipped past Naragami and looked at the third new work, raising an eyebrow. Do you know what blue represents? Is it like REM's devotion to Subaru, a symbol of true love? No, blue also represents something else, silliness. By now, many might have guessed. Yes, the third work was Konosuba, God's Blessing on This Wonderful World. Unlike Cautious Hero, which hid a deep and dark storyline beneath its silliness, Konosuba was pure comedy from start to finish. It stood apart from most isekai, another world, stories. Whether in his past life or this one, isekai stories were incredibly popular. But behind this popularity, many isekai stories suffered from being repetitive and similar. Cautious Hero had gained fans in this world not just because it was an isekai story, but because it broke away from typical isekai tropes with constant twists and turns. Konosuba was unique as well. Most isekai stories followed one of two paths. One path had the protagonist achieving great dreams or ambitions in the other world, like defeating the Demon King or returning to their original world. These dreams could take many forms. The other common path was the protagonist gathering a harem in the new world. But Konosuba was different. It didn't follow a traditional story structure. There was no clear main plot, no harem building, just light-hearted, comedic adventures. The characters were richly developed, making them unforgettable. The main character, Kazuma, was a shut-in NET like many other isekai protagonists, meant to be a relatable stand-in for the audience, often acting as the voice of reason. Then there was Megumin, a Chunibyo, delusional, young girl obsessed with explosion magic. Her quirks and obsession were major sources of humor. Aqua, the blue-haired goddess, was the very definition of blue as a symbol of idiocy. Her combination of being a goddess and an airhead was comedic gold. In Ren's previous life, Aqua's cult had become one of the most well-known groups in anime fandoms. In fact, the phrase, "Damn Aqua," became a way to insult someone without using curse words. Sometimes, people wouldn't even realize they were being insulted. But the character Ren remembered the most was Darkness, the masochistic knight. Despite being a noble lady, she was a total masochist, deriving pleasure from pain. Looking at Konosuba, Ren felt a bit regretful. If he had crossed over to that world instead of this one, he could have made Darkness beg for more. Aside from these characters, there were plenty of others with equally strong and distinct personalities. These well-crafted characterizations provided endless material for comedic situations. Because each character had such a unique personality, even when the plot couldn't supply humor, the characters themselves could still keep things funny. Their quirks were the driving force behind the story's development. In addition to great characters, Konosuba shared something else with Cautious Hero, twists and subversions of common tropes. For instance, when the goddess offers the protagonist the chance to be reincarnated in another world, most would choose an overpowered ability or immense wealth. But Kazuma makes a different choice. He drags the goddess, Aqua, with him. The series also cleverly avoided falling into the typical isekai traps. While it may appear on the surface to be a typical harem story set in another world, it's far from that. The characters are all deeply flawed, and instead of building a perfect harem, they constantly bicker and annoy each other while also caring for one another in their own unique ways. It was a refreshing change from the usual fare. Not bad. Ren nodded in satisfaction after reviewing both of these new works. Time passed quietly. Posters for Konosuba, God's Blessing on This Wonderful World, began appearing on various media platforms and even on Ren's social media account. Fans of the porter quickly spotted the announcement and clicked on it. An ultra-funny isekai comedy, Konosuba, God's Blessing on This Wonderful World. Do you know what blue represents? As soon as they saw this, many of Ren's fans got excited. First comment. New manga incoming. Marking this post tilde. Can't wait for the porter's new work tilde. A comedic isekai? I'm getting bad vibes already. Is this going to be like Cautious Hero again? Comedy? Yeah, right. We all know how twisted you can be, Porter. Initially, fans were eager and excited, but they quickly remembered how Cautious Hero ended and suddenly fell silent. If it were any other manga artist, they might have believed the claim of a light-hearted comedy. But this was the Porter. Cautious Hero had started off funny enough, making fans laugh until their sides hurt. But in the end, the protagonist ended up fading into nothingness. Now, everyone was convinced that Konosuba was another story hiding a dark, tragic twist. Daniel, a longtime manga reviewer who had followed Ren's rise to fame, was among the first to notice the news about Ren's new manga. When he saw the announcement, a knowing look crossed his face. Yep, he knew it. The Porter was probably up to no good again. Still, even though Daniel was sure Konosuba would have some hidden tragedy, he knew he'd keep reading. After all, even Cautious Hero had been incredible, despite its dark ending. Seeing all these comments online, Ren instinctively replied with a post. I swear on my honor, there's absolutely no dark or tragic twist in this one. Within minutes, the replies flooded in. Yeah, sure, I almost believed you. Porter-sensei, I totally believe this isn't going to be tragic. Sarcasm. Ren stared at the replies, speechless. So, when he finally told the truth, no one believed him. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 300, No Title. 1090 words. The September sky was still scorching hot. Even at night, pedestrians walking along the streets would still feel beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. People who had just stepped outside soon found their clothes sticking to their bodies, feeling uncomfortable. Finally got it. Daniel opened his front door and let out a long sigh of relief. Without saying much, he immediately took out his phone and turned on the air conditioner. Seriously, everyone keeps saying they won't buy the Porter's manga anymore, but the line was still huge. Daniel put down the manga he had just bought and headed to the bathroom to shower, mumbling to himself while scrubbing. Ever since the ending of Cautious Hero, his fan group was filled with people claiming they would never read another one of the Porter's so-called comedic manga again. Even when Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world, was being advertised, many fans still insisted they wouldn't buy it. Yet, today, when Daniel went to the bookstore, he saw a long line at the register. To his surprise, he even spotted a few of his group members who had sworn off buying it. They had even posted in the chat saying they wouldn't buy it. And there they were, standing near the front of the line. In the end, nobody could escape the truth in actions rule. After showering, Daniel wiped his hair dry and grabbed a cold Coke from the fridge, plopping down on the couch and taking a big gulp. Nothing beats a Coke after a shower, Daniel sighed contentedly before reaching for the new manga. The first chapter introduced a boy named Kazuma. From the promotional poster, it was easy to tell that he was the protagonist of the story. The opening scene was similar to most isekai, another world, stories. The main character was just an ordinary guy. Unlike in most isekai stories, he ended up dying, either hit by a truck while saving someone or caught in some other accident. The typical can't escape the truck trope. But soon, Daniel noticed something different. In the story, Kazuma did die trying to save someone, but the twist came when the goddess told him something unexpected. If you hadn't pushed her, that girl wouldn't have gotten hurt. The tractor was going to stop right in front of her, the goddess said, bursting into laughter. I've been doing this job for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone die from pure shock, thinking they were run over by a tractor. Ha ha ha. At this, Daniel couldn't help but laugh too. He had read plenty of isekai manga by now, and there were countless ways the protagonists met their end. Some died saving people from traffic accidents, some were struck by lightning, some died from illness, and some simply woke up in another world for no reason. But someone who died because they thought a tractor ran them over? That was a first for him. Once again, the Porter had managed to add a unique touch to the smallest of details. The story continued, with the goddess Aqua laughing so hard at Kazuma's death that she was practically rolling on the floor. Aqua gave Kazuma two options: be reincarnated and start a new life, or go to a peaceful afterlife, where he could live out his days like a retired grandpa. But there was also a third option, to go to another world and defeat the Demon King. Thanks to Aqua's enthusiastic sales pitch, Kazuma chose the third option, to go on an adventure in the other world. According to Aqua, Kazuma would get some kind of divine assistance, like a holy sword, magic powers, or super strength. Each ability sounded incredibly powerful, promising an epic OP protagonist journey. However, as Kazuma was about to choose, Aqua began whining. "Hurry up! It doesn't matter what you pick. I don't expect anything from some shut-in. Just choose something already so we can get on with it. Pick anything, it won't make a difference." Did he offend you by being a shut-in? Seeing Aqua's attitude, many readers felt personally attacked. Her lazy, dismissive tone really rubbed some readers the wrong way. But Daniel wasn't offended. Instead, he started thinking. From the promotional poster, Daniel remembered that Aqua was supposed to be one of Kazuma's companions, meaning they would go on adventures together. But from the way things were looking, Aqua wasn't going to join him, unlike the goddess from Cautious Hero. So how would these two end up adventuring together? In the manga, Kazuma was also getting fed up with Aqua's behavior. Then, "I'll take you." He pointed directly at Aqua. "Who?" Aqua didn't get it at first, still munching on snacks. But then her movements froze. At that moment, readers across the board were just as shocked. Who? Even Daniel didn't see this coming. The porter had once again pulled off a wild move. Not picking a skill, but choosing the goddess herself. After all, Aqua had said that Kazuma could choose anything in the room, right? What's that? Aqua's not a thing? Well, she might just snap back with, "You're the one who's not a thing." But the best part wasn't just this choice. It was Aqua's reaction. At first, Aqua seemed like a proper goddess. But when she realized she was being taken to the other world, her expression changed to absolute panic. Classic Porter, Daniel chuckled. In his stories, goddesses never stay dignified for more than a chapter. The goddess in Cautious Hero had been the same. At the beginning, she was a stunning, graceful figure with golden hair, but after meeting Seiya, she quickly became a master of crazy facial expressions. Aqua was no different. With her flowing blue hair, she initially appeared as a serious deity, but before long, she was reduced to a comical mess. In the Porter's works, goddesses never managed to stay dignified for more than a single chapter. Now you'll have to travel with the man you've been mocking this whole time. How does that feel? Hey, you've already been selected as my item, so make sure to use your divine powers and help me have an easy adventure. At that moment, even Kazuma's face changed. He no longer looked like the hero chosen to defeat the Demon King. Instead, he now resembled a villain. A bright light surrounded Kazuma and the crying Aqua as they were transported to the new world. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO Audiobook.